A very good afternoon to each and everyone as we welcome you to the live stream of the 2026 Barbados Cricket Association Intermediate Division Final. Amcor Fencing and Metalwork Ipswich versus ESA Field Pickwick. Game being played at Weymouth A in Bridgetown in Barbados. And under bright and sunny skies, the toss was spun. And Andy Payne, my fellow analyst at the beginning, was there for us.
So welcome to the 2026 Intermediate Final being hosted here at the Weymouth Ground Police Sports Club. We'll have a final being contested between the Amcor Fencing and Metalworks Ipswich and the ESA Field Pickwick. In the party we have to us umpire Anton Sargent, match referee Ricardo Harrison, the captain of the Ipswich side Stefan Holder, and Rashid Edwin of the ESA Field Pickwick. Match referee, you're going to hand over the coin to the home team. And that will be Stefan Holder of Ipswich. Stefan? Windmill is the call. Coat of arms it is. So we have Ipswich winning the toss. Stefan, your decision today?
We have a ball.
Your reason?
We usually bowl first once we win the toss. That's our strength. We like to bowl out teams and capitalize on first innings and take the game as it goes.
Yeah, coming here to this final, we know it's a final that you can regain yourself promotion into the Division 1 competition. How confident are you guys going into this final?
We haven't lost a game for the season. Obviously, our last game we lost first innings for the first time and we bounced back, and that's what champion teams do. So we got to back ourselves and go into this game with confidence.
Well, thanking you for that. Wishing you all the best in this final, Stefan.
Thank you.
Rashid Edwin. Losing captain of the ESA Field Pickwick. Rashid, had you won the toss, what would have been your decision?
We were actually looking at the box, so I guess everything worked out in our favor so far.
Okay, coming here into this final, obviously you're already an elite team, but how good would this to propel you guys into first division as well?
This would be fantastic. That's the plan really, to get into first division. That would be great for the club. Obviously get some new members and stuff like that, but also lift the club as well. So it'd be great for us to get to first division.
Okay, so some of your key players that have brought you to this position so far?
We got the likes of experienced Jared Jilts. He's been bowling very well. He's been hitting some wickets and stuff for us. Guys like Kevin Bartlett, been batting well, I thought. Javier Wardman lately, he's been coming to the party. Had a 50 in the semi-final. Myself, I'm with the ball, obviously. Guys like Orion Seal, Darnell Greenwich has been fantastic. I think he has over 40 wickets, I think. Close to 50 wickets, actually. So, a lot of the guys, Jerome Stewart, Jakeem Ford, pretty much the 11, the whole 11, yeah. Everybody's been doing really well and he's very, very, very proud of the team.
So here you have it, a very experienced and very professional team, he said. So going in for the ESFP Pickwick, trying to get themselves into the Division 1 tournament going into 2027. So there you have it, news from the middle that the Ipswich side have won the toss and they've elected to field.
Seconds before the beginning of this big final, the ESA Field Pickwick team invited to bat, and starting the bowling from the northern end of the ground, Zahir Mutara. And we are up and running. First delivery outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper Orion Francis. The game very much on the way. Andy Payne, the judgment of the captain at the toss. An interesting decision given the conditions that we're looking at from our position.
Good afternoon to you, Wayne. Good afternoon to the viewers, wherever you are. Very interesting decision, like you rightfully said. Winning the toss and elected to field the Ipswich side. Conditions, like you said, are excellent here, Wayne. It's a good pitch. It's very hard, set for batting. But obviously, speaking to Captain Stefan Holder, he said their strength is pretty much with their bowling.
Well, 4 days of cricket, and these teams, an unusual situation for them, not accustomed to playing over such a long period. So I think that may very well have something to do with it. And the other point of the matter is that it doesn't necessarily have to come down to an outright win as such. In a drawn game, the team with first innings honours will be the team to make it to take the championship.
Yes, one of those games where you see first innings points would make you first innings lead. There are no points involved, but first innings lead would make you champions. But again, this game is played over 4 days, so it leads for a full outright victory. Albeit if it's marred by the weather, like you're just speaking about, Wayne, then things like a first innings lead would come into the equation for the championship.
Well, Kevin Bartlett and Javier Waterman, the opening pair for ESA Field Pickwick, the left-handed Bartlett on strike. And Mutar is beating him. I think that may have been an edge. Squared up by a delivery, pitching down on middle stump and angling away, getting the outside edge. Wicket keeper Orion Francis getting a glove to it, getting the left glove to it, and able to hold on. And we saw the hands go to the heads of the Ipswich slip fielders, Andy.
Yeah, excellent delivery there by Matara, like you said, leaving the left-hander, just getting the edge. The keeper a bit wrong-footed there, and I think he was initially going to the leg side, and then when the ball taking the edge, he had to go to his left. Remember Bartlett being a left-hander and not being able to pouch that one, so chance could go as a big one.
Matara is tucking Bartlett up. This time he gets off the mark, dropping it away into the onside. But I thought that the late movement gotten there by Matara of that previous delivery, undoing both batter and keeper, because as you mentioned, Francis initially following the line of the ball, and then that late movement taking the outside edge, having to find himself diving back to his left, and when the ball reached him, his hands were very, very hard, not really in a relaxed, balanced position.
Yeah, his footing was all over the place there, Wayne. As a former keeper in yourself, you know, you just need to have a good base. Just follow the balls into your hand.
You said one thing wrong there, Andy. You said former keeper. I'm still a keeper. Once a keeper, always a keeper. I'm no longer practicing. I'm retired, but still a keeper.
I take that into consideration.
Still trying to perfect my game. I'm still thinking about how I would have gone about trying to take that catch.
I take that into consideration, Wayne. Hold on.
Yes, and yeah, I think what Francis might very well have done there. I mean, it is a very a small margin, but I thought that he may have been a bit too early, having to go back down once the ball took the edge. And had he been coming up with the ball, it might have been he would have given himself that extra time to soften the hands and make the catch.
And that's what we speak about with keepers, a good base, you know, just being able to stay down as long as possible, following the line of the ball. But you saw him went to the left leg side as the ball touched down, like you rightfully said. And then because he was in that awkward position, he didn't have a solid base, and he found himself wanting.
So, chance on offer. Here comes Matara, this time bowling to the other opening batsman, the right-hander, Javier Waterman. So the end of what was a very interesting and eventful first over from Zahir Matara. And at the end of the first over, ESA Fielding Pickwick invited to bat, one without loss.
Yeah, and if you know Zahir Matara, he's one who will get the ball to swing around. He's always been that type of bowler. Obviously, he was also a former Pickwick player. He would have played for Pickwick, I think, as recent as last season, maybe, when you can correct me if I'm wrong. But here he is, made his way over to the Ipswich side, Eden Lodge base, and just making his presence felt immediately. Like I said, with that new ball, he's one of the players who will definitely get some movement with that.
Well, yes, as you mentioned, Matara, a Pickwick man out and out over the seasons. And it's just the interesting situation in his coming over to Ipswich, because when Matara came around, it was specifically to play the white ball cricket. He said he's not keen on playing the red ball stuff, but he would be willing to be part of the white ball setup, both the 40 over and the 20 over competitions. But once, I guess, with cricket in your blood, once the nets opened and the practice started and things started to happen, Matara had a change of mind and decided that he wants to be in, and he has been parcel of this very successful intermediate side ever since.
I guess that's what cricketers do, play cricket.
Very much so. And he plays a double role in this side because he starts with the new ball. You know him as an out-and-out express fast bowler in his earlier days, but it will be now some spin introduced quite early by the Ipswich side. Omar Marshall, a veteran, long-standing, former Spartan top division player, who has been with Ipswich for a number of years. He's been part of this journey that Ipswich has made from the second division, mind you, all the way back before COVID until they're at the point here of one step away from maybe a promotion to another, to the second highest tier in local cricket. Here comes Marshall, right arm around the wicket, and this delivery outside the off stump, left-handed Bartlett just watching it through. So Marshall, very prolific wicket taker, highest wicket taker in the intermediate division a couple of seasons back, the 2024 season, I believe. As this time he's a bit too full and driven past the fielder at short extra cover. And Bartlett picks up another single. So he scored both the runs, a total of 2 without loss. But as I said, a very experienced campaigner, Omar Marshall, particularly prominent at the highest level in the abbreviated versions of the game, but has brought that level of experience and a skill to the lower divisions, and had been one of the pillars in the Ipswich setup over the years.
Yeah, Omar Marshall, like you said, coming over from the Spartan side, one who's been around for a long time and bringing his experience and his expertise, like you rightfully said, to Ipswich side, where he's done a fantastic job. But he was around and some good Spartan sides. You know, he was there with the likes of Suleiman Ben, Andrea Marshall, Dave Marshall. He would have played alongside these guys. So obviously he's picked up quite a lot.
Very stretching it, very much so, because it was a really rank long hop. And Waterman, as you mentioned, quite indecisive, and not deciding that he wanted to pull it with power or if he just wanted to tap it around. Eventually it just came off the bottom outside edge of the bat, and just piled up a simple catch for Rico Scott. And as you said, you described it as a gift and easily and well accepted by the Ipswich team.
I mean, you take them however you get them. Like I said, that's first strike for the Ipswich side, winning the toss and elected to field win and picking up an early strike. That is advantage to them. This is exactly what Captain Stefan Holder he would have wanted when he asked the Pickwick side to take first knock, and really picking up an early scale advantage to the Ipswich boys.
So Thaddeus Chase coming at number 3, and immediately we see some extra pressure being applied. We've got a man now under the helmet at forward short leg who wasn't there previously. Antoine Darlington coming into that position. 2 slips on the forward short leg. A point cover mid-off. Mid-on, straightish mid-wicket and a man at square leg. Marshall into bowl to Chase off the back foot. Drags it away to the offside. A long way up to that boundary on the far side of the ground. Scott goes in pursuit, but he will pull it back just inside the rope. Senses returning. The batsman picking up 3 off that final delivery. So Chase immediately into the action and doing what maybe Waterman would have been guilty of not doing, really taking advantage of what was really a loose delivery. So at the end of over number 2, it is 5-1 ESA Field Pickwick.
Yeah, like you said, a bit of a gift to pick up that first wicket for Omar Marshall. But like you said, he's got a knack for picking up wickets, with albeit a bad delivery. But that counts to the advantage of his team, and that Waterman couldn't get it away. As you saw Chase coming in for his first delivery, just giving the ball the treatment that the ball that dismissed Waterman should have gotten. And he's gotten off the mark with 3. But Omar Marshall, like you said, he's a man who can bowl a lot of overs as well. So a lot will depend on him from that southern end. But good to his good, he's picked up an early wicket.
It's always very difficult for Captain Holder to get the ball out of Marshall's hand, I can tell you. But it's going to be Mutara bowling his right arm medium fast. And you did talk about the young Zahir Mutara. Ball off the inside edge, I think, onto the pad. But Mutara, a tear-away quickie in his younger days. One recalls, particularly in the tape ball circles, he would have earned the nickname the Swan Street Express. I think something to do relating to the Rawalpindi Express.
Well, yeah, he would have been mirroring the likes of Shoaib Akhtar, the Rawalpindi Express.
Even his action and his approach to the wicket mirrored Shoaib Akhtar. This is short, and tugging it hard down into the pitch was Chase, I think, looking for more power than timing. But Matara now not as swift as he used to be then, but still very much a clever bowler. Gets the ball to move around and looking to deceive batsmen with movement both through the air and off the pitch.
Yeah, very versatile sportsman is Matara as well. Obviously, you know, he would have represented Barbados in the basketball arena. He's still very much a national coach in some disciplines here in Barbados. I think he's been most recently around soccer as well, football. And, you know, still very much with the basketball and still playing his cricket, really enjoying his game. Like I said, he's one of those bowlers, I can tell you with a new ball, he will get some movement.
Well, no longer a spring chicken neither, but he's kept himself in very, very good shape. And I'm sure that when it comes to fitness, he more than matches up with a lot of the younger players in this team. Turn behind square, straight to Lorando, best there at that backward square leg position. Let's take a look at Matara's field. He's got 2 slips in the gully. He's got Jamar Lane in at square cover. Then there's Rico Scott at mid-off. Giovanni Ford Watson at mid-on, deepish. The Raphael Lovell in at mid-wicket. As this one is played in the air but away from the same level at mid-wicket. Thinking of coming back for a second run is chased, but the option turned down by Waterman, by Bartlett. So they're going to stick to for the single, and the field will change around for the left-handed Bartlett. Chase on 4, Bartlett 2, the score 6 for 1. We're in the 4th over. The 3rd over, in fact. Matara gets his field in place for the left-handed Bartlett. Kevin Bartlett, I remember that name years ago with the Combermere setup. Pitched up, right up into the block hole, dug out by the left-hander. Kevin Bartlett, one of those products of the Roddy Estwick, quote-unquote, cricket academy there at Waterford.
Yeah,
Combermere School.
Would have produced quite a few. Like you said, Bartlett, he's been a pretty prolific batter as well, and still doing a good job here for ESA Field Pickwick, albeit in the intermediate division. But a good player. Good left-hander, likes the way how he shapes up. Could be about 26, 27 about now. So some time for him, definitely win.
Well, at the end of the 3rd over, 6 for 1. And we can take a look at the Pickwick team, Andy. I think you may have a copy of it. But aside that, what one notices that when one looks at it, one notices that there are a number of players in this team who have had the experience of playing at the highest local level, a number of them, and they have come together to form a fairly formidable unit in the intermediate competition, having done well over the last few years. Marshall to continue, and pulling out of the shot before the delivery was bowled was a chase, not quite ready. But this Marshall is again in off the back foot, hit up to short extra cover. There is Matara, no run. So we've got the likes. We'll take a look at it now after the next delivery. Marshall does get through his overs fairly quickly, bowling off a very economical approach. So we've got Rashid Edwin, the captain, another one of those long-standing veteran players who has had very good times in the top elite division for Pickwick. Long-standing player, he is probably the most experienced. Chase goes big, down the ground. Let's see where it's going to land. It's going to land outside of the boundary. That's gone for 6. Massive hit by Thaddeus Chase.
Impressive shot. This time we saw Omar Marshall giving that one a bit of ear and looping it outside the off-sun. And he dragged it to good effect, really. Hit it over the Lawan area. The man is stationed at mid-on. And then you saw he had enough arms to get that all the way over the top for 6. So he shows his aggression, really, there, Thaddeus Chase. And to good effect, really hitting that one over the top for his first maximum.
Well, a safe shot. outside the off-stump. What it has done, though, is has prompted Marshall and Captain Holder to employ a feeder right now, right back on the boundary at long on. So, safety first by Marshall. Push this one through a bit flatter. And Chase on the back foot, but Chase looking quite assertive. Has shown aggressive intent ever since from the very first delivery he faced. Big man, broad shoulders, heavy set.
Yeah, he had a couple starts in the semi-final game there, when that game that was played at Brayton. He had a couple starts. You see him pulling that one behind square there, Wayne, and into the boundary for yet another a 4 this time. He had a 6 previously, and now he's picked up a 4, but another short delivery, getting into a good position, Wayne, and hitting that one behind square for 4.
Well, paying for being loose there, Marshall. That one, if the one that went for the 6 was overflighted, this one was overcompensated, and he pulled this one down. Another rank long hop from Marshall. Not the first that he's bowled in the innings, and he's profited by it also. When he got the connection and hit it hard, he hit it away from the fielder who has been placed right back at deep mid-wicket, delaying his shot and pulling it square down to the boundary for 4. So now Marshall finishes second. It is 16 for 1. Chase on the 14, and the left-handed Bartlett, who was there from the beginning. He's only made 2. Has already had a life, but he'll be facing up to Zahir Matara. Matara now choosing to go around the wicket, Andy, to the left-handed batter. You can maybe have a comment from you on that. Again, tucked up and pulling the bottom hand away, taking the ball onto the body, high up on the tight pad area.
Yeah, Matari, he's got some good skills. I can tell you, he's one of those bowlers who's been around for a long time, very experienced. He's always been very economical as well, Wayne. So here he is, just probably trying to get Bartlett to play out a few more deliveries as he's going to take the ball into the left hand and just allow it to hold the line, really, to go through to the keeper.
Well, yes. On the pad, getting this one a bit straight. Again, playing it suspiciously is Bartlett, and pulling the bottom hand away once again. But interestingly, Andy Matara opting to come around. There's a gully, there is a cover, but that ball played behind to the right of the point fielder safely. So the boundary is beginning to pick up here now for ESA field Pickwick. Bartlett with his first 4. He's driving at ear this time though. That ball not quite as full as the previous delivery. And they're looking to play through the line. Getting nowhere near it in the end.
That's the area that he wants to be more consistently, Matara. He said just holding the line, asking Bartlett to play a shot at it and coming around the wicket. That is what it allows him to do. He just brings that back into play. But that length, that's the crucial part of it. He just needs to be consistent on that length.
He's got 3 slips in place. And this one is struck, appeal for LBW goes up. The ball running away down to the short fine leg area. So although Matara has this heavily set offside field, not afraid to come a bit closer, come a bit straighter on occasions, and he's defeated Bartlett every time he has done so. That ball clearly angling down the leg side though. Hopeful appeal coming from both the bowler and the fielders behind the bat.
Yeah, easy decision making there for the umpire, Wayne.
Umpire. Jessica Holder Vaughan. She started out correct, Andy. She's got Holder in her name. So that's a great start for her. Jessica Holder Vaughan and Jamal Leach. 2 young upcoming umpires. Chase again looking positive onto the front foot. And getting it into the onside. I see a start and a stop, but then eventually the umpire calls the end of the over. And at the end of it, ESA field Pickwick 21 for 1. I think that is 5 overs gone. Matara none for 7 from his 3. And that battle between Marshall, well, Chase in particular, but the Pickwick, the player at the wicket generally set to continue. Chase has been quite keen to get after anything loose from Omar Marshall. He's already picked up a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, well, like about Chase, he looks positive. Wayne, he's kind of got some aggression about him, but he's playing the ball on its merit. He's hitting the ball in some good areas. Like I said, he had a couple of starts in that semi-final at Bear Hall. He had 38 in the first innings, then he got out at 28 into the second innings. But you can see he's a positive style batter. Just gets the ball off of him pretty easily. So he's getting deep into the crease for those short balls and playing some good shots. And coming onto the front foot, he looks equally as good.
Well, yes, good footwork we have seen. He has exhibited. So Marshall very meticulous in getting his field in place. And when he finishes, he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Bartlett. And pushes him back. The ball pushed down on the first bounce to the forward short leg fielder, Anton Darlington, doing some sharp work there.
I'm sure
picking it off the half volley.
He'll be looking forward to his chance with the ball, Darlington as well.
As he's driving is Bartlett wide of the mid-off fielder. A chase, well, not of a chase, just a jog to retrieve it from the wide long off boundary from Matara. And again, Marshall guilty of being probably a bit too wide and a bit too full. And the batsman this time, Bartlett, latching onto it, hitting it well into that gap between the short extra cover and the mid-off, picking up yet another boundary off the bowling of Omar Marshall. So Marshall beginning to leak some runs here.
Yeah, man, and for a minute I was wondering, he had 4 men on the onside, bowling his off spinners to the left-hander. And I was a bit concerned about, actually he had 5 men on that side, really. You could just see, it looked like one of the fielders,
Well, yes.
Best, he's gone into the offside. No, Laurent the Best, he's gone into the offside. But again, and bowling to the right-hander, the left-hander, the off-spinner, and having 5 men on the onside.
Yeah.
I just thought about what line he would want to be bowling.
Maybe suggesting to me that we say off-spinner, maybe suggesting to me that not a lot of turn being extracted, probably getting more of drift into the left-hander. And he's got a man at deep mid-wicket. Protection in the deep. As he's again short. And pushed up towards the cover fielder. There is no run. It remains 21 for 1. Marshall short outside the off stump. Appeal for a catch at the wicket. The left-hander Bartlett is gone. Given by umpire Leach. Short delivery. Looking for that cut shot was the left-hander Bartlett. And the appeal going up from the Ipswich fielders. Keeper Orion Francis claiming the catch. And young Leach going with the fielding team. Bartlett has to come back. Marshall, for all of his leaking of runs, strikes again. And ESA field Pickwick now in the 6th over, 22 for 2. 21 for 2.
Like you said, he's got a knack really of picking up wickets, Omar Marshall, and you saw him again a bit quicker on this occasion, just beating his man for pace. And you saw him going on the back foot, trying to cut that one. Probably got a bit of a feather really on it, and Leach, the umpire, like you said, going in the affirmative to say that he had taken the edge of that delivery. And he's got to make his way back into the dugout here now as well. So losing the second wicket. Yes, we're back with Rashawn Hackett making his way into the chair. It's definitely good going there by the Amcor fence in the middle, where it's Ipswich side picking up 2 early scalps, 25 for 2 as we're into the 7th over. That man Omar Marshall making his presence felt and picking up the 2 openers to be dismissed.
That's Matara who's going to continue. He's so far just a bit of a misfield there, really, and picking up an easy single in the end. So 1 to the good of Thaddeus Chase. It brings a new batter, Jerome Stewart, into strike. Chase, he moves up to 16, 27 for 2. Very good afternoon to you, Rajan.
A very good afternoon to you, Andy Payne, and a very good afternoon to all of our viewers and listeners from wherever you are in the world. What an amazing day for some cricket here, and what an amazing day for some finals, Andy Payne. This is actually my first ever intermediate game I've commentated, so I'm just happy to be here.
It's because that you're generally in the big leagues, so going to bring you down to the intermediate division. But I can tell you, it's been some enterprising cricket ever since we got here this afternoon. Winning the toss, the Ipswich side, and choosing to field first, offering Pickwick the first not really. And it's to their advantage, really picking up those 2 wickets in the first half an hour. Were you surprised about that move of the toss?
I was a bit surprised, actually. Judging from how the wicket looked, I went and had a look at it, and it looked like a fantastic wicket for some batting. Nice and firm, so I thought that the Ipswich side would have wanted to get the better part of it, but that was all a part of their tactics. I had a chat with one of the experienced players at the beginning of the game, and he told me that they wanted to have a ball first, let Pickwick have a bat. So that was their plan from even before the start of this game.
Matara continues, Brian Short onto the front foot, going for a quick single, and gets there easily in the end. As it's that man, Laurent the Best, coming in from square leg, can't prevent the single. So Short, he gets off the mark. It brings Chase back into strike. Yeah, but it seems to be a strength for them. Speaking to Captain Stefan Holder, he said their strength is pretty much in their bowling. Obviously, they've got the experienced Omar Marshall there, Zaire Matara, who he said he's been around for a while, being able to swing the ball around, really. And Marshall, the off-spinner, picking up a couple of early wickets. So advantage to them, obviously, they know their game plan, and they've kind of executed so far as to the good.
Well, Andy Payne, as you said, this is a team that knows their strengths, and we can see Omar Marshall making his presence felt. As you said, he's immediately come into the attack and dominated 29 for 2. After 7 overs, so Ipswich would definitely find themselves on top of this game as it stands.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, Pickwick, on the other hand, they'll have a lot of batting to do. It's bring together the experienced Jerome Stewart. He's been around for a while. He's played at the highest level for Pickwick. Chase really trying to get himself going. 17 off 17 deliveries, and he looks good, getting deep into the crease on the shorter deliveries there from Marshall, and looks good on the front foot. One delivery, he was good enough to hit it over the top to pick up a 6, but he looks good. He's coming on the front foot and stroking the ball off the medium pace of Matara with ease, so he would want to carry on. Like I said, in the semi-final he had a couple of starts, 38 and 28. But here he will want to carry on for the good and the big score. Like you said, these are conditions excellent for batting.
Absolutely, Andy Payne. Could not have put it any better, but that man with ball in hand will try to stop them. Omar Marshall, 2 for 18 in his 3 overs. I am sure that he will have intentions of running through this Pickwick side. We're seeing some aggressive tactics being implemented now. Captain Nico Blackman, he's called for his helmet. Looks as if he's going into short leg. So nice aggressive field setting here from Omar Marshall. I personally always like to see a short leg in early, Andy Payne, especially when a bowler is on top of the batsman. It not only adds that element of a man catching, but it adds that mental side to it too, when a batsman knows that there's someone there if he makes the slightest mistake.
Yeah, and Marshall, like you said, he's very much of an attacking bowler. He's one who can bowl very economically. Asks the batters to play a lot of deliveries. So I think psychologically that's a good man to have under the lid. Really puts pressure on the batters. So just brain straight forward on that occasion. So yeah, he's also got a slip in place. He's got a man at short mid-wicket as well. So a couple of attacking players really in position for those half chances. And I think Omar Marshall, he's good enough a bowler to merit them.
Yeah, this is really good bowling here from Omar Marshall. And just a correction, Holder, Stefan Holder is the captain of this 3-day side. Nicely driven.
Yeah,
sure you would have gotten that correction quick sooner rather than later. But Stefan Holder, the man entrusted to call the shots. And he's doing a good job so far. He said that interview at the toss, he was very astute as to what he wants to do, articulate about the bowling strengths. And here he is. It's just really implementing them. And Marshall is not disappointed in any way.
Oh, that is just over. And it will run away for 4 runs. So a good shot here to the benefit of the Pickwick side. Let's have a look back at it. Yeah, just a bit too full, and that was driven powerfully up and over the cover region. Wonderful shot. And it brings another over to an end. 33 for 2. 8 overs done.
Yeah, just a bit of an awkward bounce there for Raphael Lovell, stationed in the cover region. But the over pitch delivery again, with given, just trying to open up his man, just trying to get through the gate there, Omar Marshall. But getting a bit too full on that occasion. And you saw Jerome Stewart just capitalizing on that over pitch delivery and picking up a boundary.
We're seeing some spectators there in the crowd now. Lots of support for both the Pickwick and Ipswich side. As Raphael Lovell, young left arm spinner, he comes into the attack. And he's in ripping form, Andy Payne. A 5-wicket haul and a half century in the semi-finals versus Malvern.
Yeah, like you said, a very good youth player. One who used to be in the Pickwick junior side as well. So he would know quite a bit about this Pickwick team. Raphael Lovell, former teammate of yours at the QC as well. One who's good all around in the making. Played with the Barbados age group teams. And here he is playing for the Ipswich side, very much a community side, based there in Eden Lodge, and they've recruited the likes of quite a few young players. We spoke about Lovell, who was with the Barbados youth a year ago. Also, young Antoine Darlington, he was very much part of the youth side as well, and just transitioning into this village side and doing well enough to get them here to the final.
Yeah, you talked about that youth, Andy. It's something that I love about this Ipswich side. They are not afraid to implement and give the youth opportunities whatsoever. You talked about Raphael Lovell, Antoine Darlington. Earlier in the season, we would have seen a Mikhail Grant Bennett, Shaquan Paris. He would have played for this Ipswich side. So this is a team that really pushes their young players.
Yeah, like that. Like I said, community-minded, community side. It's based there, Eden Lodge, like you said. That's the introduction of Lovell. This time starts with the ball down the leg side. Cleanly taken there by Francis, the keeper. But yeah, like I said, and it's on the right trajectory, really. Like I said, a victory away, really, from being elevated into the Division 1 lead. And here they are, just with the exploits of these young players and showing their worth, really, and doing well enough for the team.
Well, a bit of hesitation, but they'll get there safely. 2 runs completed.
Yeah, good alertness there between the pair. You saw Stewart coming back to the danger end, recognizing that that fielder on the long boundary was a bit lackadaisical in getting the ball out of his hands and putting the pressure on and being able to come back for safe 2 in the end. So it's just good awareness on the part of the batsman.
Swept away. And that is 4. Beautiful shot down on one knee from Thaddeus Chase. A bit of innovation, a bit of creation. And he moves into the 20s. Good shot there, Andy.
Yeah, like you said, Chase continues to look good. Just getting into good positions, deep into the crease again. A ball just going with the arm into the leg side. And he got into a good position and hit that one behind square for another boundary. But I like the looks of Thaddeus Chase. Like he said, he's very positive about his scoring. He's picking up some good areas, ready to score in. Again, so hopefully that he can carry on and get a big score for his team.
Oh, that's a good comeback delivery from Lovell. They sprint the first run, looking for it. Settle for 1.
Yeah, that's played a bit with softer hands on this occasion. So good decision again. Good running between the wickets by this pair. Just knowing, like I said, they didn't run off as quickly as they wanted. So it would have been really 1.5. And George Stewart said, very experienced player. He was comfortable to tell Chase, I don't think we'll be in a good position coming back for a second. So he settled for 1. It brings Stewart into strike now to the left-handed Lovell.
Fast the delivery.
Mm.
4-0 for 2. 9 overs then. Thaddeus Chase, he's there on 22. 24 from 22 deliveries. Jerome Stewart, 5 from just 9. As we have a change in overs, we also have a change in the commentary box. Philo Wallace, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Roshan. Well, it's afternoon, actually. Good afternoon to you. How are you?
I am fantastic today. I was just telling Andy that these conditions are so lovely for some cricket. I know you would have just had your sauce, so I know that you must be amazing as well. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Obviously, you told the whole world. Good afternoon to our listeners. You told the whole world what I had for breakfast, lunch, and maybe dinner. I went to St. Philip this morning, and Rosalind, who just operates outside the Mangrove bus station, her birthday is in August, so it was mine. And we had a birthday lunch together. An amazing lady. But it's a beautiful day here at Weymouth. We're just a few meters away from my home ground. It's Queen's Park, West Park, and there's also a final there as well. So given the options of being there and here, which is good. This is a beautiful shot. Chase it is. Thaddeus Chase. As he's cashing in, he's really chasing. A ball just short of a length from Omar Marshall, who used to play for Spartan actually. And he crashed that one through the offside and down to the ropes for 4, just down by the transport board bus terminal here in Robert Street. I can remember playing here against Police, and the joy was hitting the ball onto the buses. When you came here, it was lots of pace. But now we're seeing spin. Obviously, the surfaces were a lot different then. But the outfield looks in pristine condition, actually, for the amount of rain that we've had. I think the ground staff has to be commended here for putting out an excellent outfield. Obviously, this is big. And what it's going to do is going to challenge both of these teams. Maybe not Pickwick so much.
Lovely shot. Jesus. That's a big hit. All the way for 6. Thaddeus Chase. He is just commanding this innings.
This is a wonderful shot from Chase. A flighted delivery from the off spinner. And he just hit it straight through the line over the side screen at the southern end for a 6. And then after some water, beautiful bat swing. Got it to a good position. And the fielder there long off just jogging and watched it goes onto Weymouth B. But you have to commend the ground staff here, Jeffrey Mapp and Arnold, and the other members of the ground staff for making sure that this final gets underway on time. It's a beautiful ground, very big. And I was saying this will challenge the Ipswich players because they don't play on such big grounds. But the Pickwick players, the ESA Pickwick players are accustomed playing at 4 square oval, big boundaries. So hitting the 6 for Thaddeus Chase is quite easy. And then we saw in the previous over, the guy who was at mid-on, the fielder, the guys came back. The ESA Pickwick batters came back for an easy 2 when he should have actually get onto the ball a lot quicker. And these are going to be the little things that will make the difference maybe going into the back end of this intermediate final. But 2 good teams. Obviously, we know Ipswich from Eden Lodge, community-based side, and we'll be looking to get one up on the ESA Pickwick team, with their base obviously at 4 Screen St. Philip.
Thaddeus Chase moves up to 34 from 25 deliveries. He's in a hurry here.
There's no need to. Yeah, this is a 4-day game. It's playing over 2 weekends. We come back tomorrow for day 2 and then finish off next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. But what he has done, Thaddeus Chase, he's put pressure on Omar Marshall and also the field. He spread the field already, and it's only in his 9.3 overs. The score is 50 for 2. Yes, if he pick, but the field is spread far and wide. He's going to long on for deep cover, deep back with square, deep mid wicket. and Chase sweeps and sweeps well. So Chase for the field at first. They turn for 2, and they're going to look to come back for the third run. Good running, very good running indeed. And that's what you want to see. A big outfield. The ball goes down to the long leg boundary, and the fielder give a chase from first slip that holds his hamstring, and the batters come through for 3 easy runs. Good running, a very good shot.
Yeah, good running indeed. And 53 for 2, 10 overs done. Of course, this coverage is brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association, the BCA Intermediate Finals.
Yeah, it's another good initiative by the Barbados Cricket Association to stream this finals. Obviously, Ipswich will either larger community base. They have spectators to not only view it online, but also come down and enjoy what Weymouth has to offer the police sports complex. And obviously those guys from ESA Pickwick will come down as well. But I think it's 2 good teams. Andrew Emtage, obviously, the coach of the ESA Pickwick club, he will be looking to obviously try to win some silverware. He struggled in the elite division, and obviously now has opportunity in the intermediate to pick up some silverware for the club.
Raphael level to continue.
And there seems to be a trend actually. I know the elite division have just finished, and the top 10 bowlers are all spinners. I know after 10 overs, we're seeing 2 spinners. Off spinner now, obviously Raphael Lovely, left arm orthodox from the northern end. And this is really baffling for me. You got the left arm orthodox from the northern end and the off spinner from the southern end, where you would think you would swap them and let the off spinner come from the northern end, where the wind is coming from left to right, east to west, to help the ball drift in. And with the left arm spinner coming from the southern end, he would be drifting the ball from leg to off. What? Very poor cricket indeed. Ball just pushed into the offside with soft hands, pushed through for a quick single, and the fielder there at short extra cover, this coming in a bad throw to the keeper. Nobody is backing up on that deep backward square side on the leg side, and they get 4 extra runs. So yes, if we pick, we mind how they get their runs, but that's just very poor cricket from Ipswich.
Yeah, very poor cricket there. Partnership building, 33 runs. To touch on your point about the spinners though, Philo, it's no secret that in Barbados cricket and West Indies cricket by extension, our batsmen typically tend to struggle against spin. Before I ask my question, do you agree or do you disagree?
But the proof is in the pudding. And the facts are there. We just had the elite division, and the top 10 bowlers are spinners, maybe left arm spinner, all off spin. Spinners have taken the bulk of the wickets. The next thing that also contributes to that is the nature of the surfaces. Now the pitches are covered. And if you look at this surface here at Weymouth, there's no grass at all. It's just a brown strip, which would give us some indication that obviously this surface here will more favor slow bowlers. So the tendency for the teams that put out the cricket teams on weekends is to make sure that they pack the side with enough spin that can cover them, because the fast bowlers hardly bowl well because they're not accustomed to bowling well. Some of them don't bowl the new ball now. The spinners take up the new ball and they bowl it. So with all those connecting tissues, that's the reason why the slow bowlers have dominated. And plus, maybe when you go into the nets at the clubs, maybe not a lot of fast bowlers either. They bat a lot of spin. And how structured are the net sessions at the club level in relation to obviously building confidence to bat slow bowling, to bat the medium pace or fast bowlers? We're not certain because we're not privy to those practice sessions. But these are things that need to be done by the clubs going forward. Have structured practice sessions so that every discipline is covered.
Well, I have a question for you, Philo, which I will ask after this delivery. Good ball. So, we've identified that there's an issue with our batters in the Caribbean and playing spin. So then, as someone who has had experience being a West Indies batsman, how then do you encourage our batsmen to learn the art of playing spin bowling and playing it well? What do you tell them?
I don't sit on any committees for the Barbados Cricket Association. And that is something, obviously, that the Barbados Cricket Association Cricket Committee, I believe there's a chairman and there are members of that committee. All now they should be sitting down and trying to devise a plan or programs to help develop cricket for the next 4 or 5 years, and putting in place policies and systems to help develop fast bowlers and help develop better batters. So those are things that should be coming out of cricket development to the benefit of our cricket, for the benefit of the clubs and the players. My thing is that if we can find quality fast bowlers, and obviously the groundsmen have to be involved as well in our cricket development, because we think that cricket development is players, but cricket development is a holistic development. We need to encourage our groundsmen, the curators they're called, to get surfaces that will favor fast bowling, or better cricket surfaces, I should say, and thus encouraging people, bowlers especially, to express themselves. Maybe be a medium pacer or fast bowler, to express yourself, and once they're getting support from that pitch, then the whole level of cricket will lift, because then the batters will have to be able to play the fast bowling. The batters will have to be able to play spin. The keepers will have to keep properly. Slippers will come into play to catch in. And the whole level of cricket will lift. But if you get docile pitches and one-way traffic, as I call it, slow bowlers all the time, there's no development happening. So it's a holistic approach to developing Barbados cricket, to making it better. But it has to start at the grassroots level and including the groundsmen to get better services, and then get structured programs throughout the system, school, club, throughout the system, because everybody wants to get into the franchise, but it has to be a process to get there.
Wow, a lot of information there to take in, Philo. Jamar Lane, he comes into the attack, and Wayne Holder will also come into the attack. I'll leave you in his hands.
Yes, Wayne Holder, obviously, Ipswich player, and he'll be happy to see Ipswich at this level have actually lifted their game. This final for Ipswich means a lot. As you see the crowds continue to build, there is the BCA coach and Robin Pars, who just coached the Barbados, the BCA youth in the elite. He's sitting there. Richard Clark is there. He's joined by Ryan Hines, who is also the franchise coach. As I say, good afternoon to Wayne Holder.
A very good afternoon to you yourself, Philo, and it is a pleasure to welcome you.
Yeah, I'm peeping around this big camera that is in front of me here. It's not that I'm shying away from you. I'm just trying to get a better view of the field.
Fortunately for you, you don't have the same vertical challenge that I would have. I could imagine myself being in that position.
Yeah, some people are just taller than others, but we all have disadvantages.
But yes, Jamar Lane, another one of these very experienced former top-level cricketers. We have in a game like this is what you normally see at the intermediate level, Phil, players who have either been to the top and are on their way back down, or those who are looking to get to the top and are on their way up. And we've got a Jamar Lane, a long-standing player for the Barbados Defence Force Sports Program back in the day. He's also had a long stint with the Yorkshire Club, and he's brought his experience and expertise over to Eden Lodge to help out this Ipswich project, which got going somewhere just before the COVID era. This Ipswich project, where this dream of playing at the highest level came about. And it all started with a much debated and disputed action taken by the BCA some years back, the decision to go to the relegation promotion operation. And once that happened, the Ipswich group that I'm very privy to came up with the thought, well, if that is going to be the case, let us then set ourselves an ambition, let us set ourselves a goal. And the first goal, obviously, we were then playing in the second division only. Ipswich Club had taken quite a dip in its fortunes. We had lost our intermediate side. A number of the players had aged out, and we were trying to put together a fresh group of younger players, and we managed to get a group together, started out in the second division, and once the opportunity for promotion came about, that was a driving force behind everything that happened at Ipswich. And it still hasn't culminated. We have gotten to this particular stage, and the rest, of course, Pickwick have their own ideas too. They would want to get up to the first division. So the contest is really on.
Yeah, well, after 12 overs, ESA Pickwick, they're 59 for 2. Jerome Stewart is on 5. And Thaddeus Chase at the opener, who's showing good form. He's 43 from only 36 balls.
Here he is facing up to Raphael Lovell, young all-rounder, product of the Barbados under-19 setup, would have been part of that champion Barbados under-19 side that just took the championship in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars competition for this year.
Congratulations to him. But I think we are looking, what I'm seeing a lot of in Barbados, I don't know how the clubs are going to control it. But if you're going to move higher up in cricket, fitness has to be a part of it, because the higher you go, the harder it becomes. If you're looking here, this is a final on a bigger outfield, so it's going to stretch players. The field is quite far and wide, which is a little unusual for finals, because you got a long on in a mid off, deep mid wicket. I think you're just allowing the guys to just work the ball in and get ones and twos. But this young man obviously is a talent, but there's more than just talent. It has to come down with the personal discipline to push you to the next level, and I think that is where the young cricketers are not focusing on. Their personal care. That want to slap through the offside, not a man move. Ball short of a length and just slap through extra cover. Two fielders, one at mid-off, one at short extra cover. They looked at each other, like how I'm looking at Wayne, but realized, oops, we have to chase the ball. Fantastic cricket shot.
This guy, Thaddeus Chase, though, has not let one bad ball go unpunished.
Well, man, you were a bit keeper batter and you bat for bad balls. If you bat for good balls, you're not going to score any runs. So that was a bad ball. He latched onto it, but he hit it with so much power and authority. And that is what you want to see. And there's Loranda Best feeling at long on. I think he's done everything in cricket. He's now even an umpire.
Very much so. Loranda's been around quite a while. But you talk about the field setting, Philo, and one of the things that I would have discovered over my involvement with cricket at this level is that the players respond. Or teams respond to the approach of the opposition. And in a lot of cases, it's just a matter of biding your time and believing that the batter is going to go for a big shot, especially if you can keep things tight for a few deliveries or for a couple of overs. At this level, the general approach is that the batter is going to go for a big shot, and you want to have your fielder in place.
Well, he's gone for a big shot, but he's clear Loranda Best head at long on and smashed into a vehicle's windshield. So there's an expense there for someone, but that is a mighty blow from Thaddeus Chase.
Fantastic shot to bring up. I think does that bring up his 50? Yes, I think it does. Yes, because it's not being recorded to the bowlers' figures. So that brings up a 50 for Thaddeus Chase. A very authoritative knock. It has been in full control from the very first delivery that he faced. So if you remember, Philo, was the shortest delivery from Omar Marshevich. He pulled it up to deep mid-wicket and got 3, and he's been flowing ever since then. And that was another poor delivery sent down by Raphael Lovell.
You know the beauty about it, the ball smashed into a vehicle's windshield, and the umpire is now coming to take the ball, because Loranda Best is signaling, look, the ball is damaged. And it is damaged. The umpire now obviously is going to go and have a look, maybe go into her special kit and see what is going to happen there. But obviously, clearly, there's some damage done to the ball. But he's hit the ball with a lot of power. And that's 60 taken up to 55 from 42 balls. So what a serious knock this is here in a final. And he's a well-built man, Thaddeus Chase, but he's really climbing to some bad balls and put them away with authority. And that's what batters do. You look for bad balls, you climb into them, you hit them with authority, you put the pressure on the bowlers and the fielders, and also on the captain, the fielding captain, will have to obviously rejiggle his thoughts on how best he can look to break this partnership, because this is a partnership that looks pretty dangerous. Schroeder's coming, he's played the anchor role clearly, he's 5 from 13, but the important man in this partnership is Thaddeus Chase. Actually, the players now have stopped for a little break, or drinks break, which is important, and now we see the 2 umpires asking the 3rd umpire to maybe bring out a bag of balls.
Well, they're only going to need 1, but as I said, that ball was struck really, really well Again, a short delivery. And Chase going deep into his crease and really pouring it. A very, very strongly built young man. And Thaddeus Chase is built along the lines of a Philo Wallace.
No, he's built along the lines of Thaddeus Chase. I don't know where he lives. I don't know what he is, but he carries a lot of power, a lot of authority, and it's good to see batters put him back to ball against slow bowlers. The ball is not really turning. Once the ball hits the pitch, it's sitting up, and he's hitting it to all parts of the wonderful outfield here at Weymouth to boundaries to show that he's in a dominant mood.
Well, yes, and the decision to bowl on winning the toss, I think, will be very much dictated by a mindset of what finals are about in these competitions too, Philo, because the captain, well, in this case, Stefan Holder, is giving himself that option of putting the opposition into bat so that he knows what he's going to need to get ahead of this game. You know, sometimes in these finals, first innings lead alone may be enough to get you through to the championship. So I know for a fact that is the kind of thinking. You see, Philo, cricket at this level is played with a slightly different way to what you and I may be accustomed to at that very much higher level. And so I think that would have informed the decision to field first. Winning the toss, the idea being is that whatever they make, we have to make, and once we make it, we will get through to the next one.
Yeah, but I hope Ipswich understands that this is a 4-day game that is split over 2 weekends. So they still have to come back tomorrow. And apparently I was told too that the pitch is not being prepared for 2 days. The pitch is being prepared.
Prepared every day.
Yeah, what you think is wrong?
Yeah, the pitch has got to be prepared on a daily basis.
But this is a 2-day. This is a 4-day final played over 2 days.
Over two weekends.
2 weekends of 2 days.
2 days each.
So I believe the pitch should be prepared for 2 days. I believe tomorrow all that should be done with this pitch is rolling for 7 minutes. Because it's not good. Suppose the rain falls overnight. How are you going to prepare the pitch if the rain falls? If there's a lot of rain and you can't get out there tomorrow morning to start preparation, what is going to happen?
Well, I'm not going to say definitively. What I can do is suggest that you still got to wait till the pitch. They still got to wait until the pitch has been prepared before they start. We're having a look at the car park area where that ball struck the windscreen.
Struck a black SUV.
SUV
to my left.
Just to the next to Sugar Sean, the snack and drink man.
Yes, well, yes.
But yes, unfortunately, we actually heard the impact from where we sit, and
but you know what really freaks me out is that we have cricketers watching cricket. A ball comes their way and they all run. Nobody. Sean Hunt, the son of Arlington Hunt, played cricket for Spartan. He could have took. He was right. He's right there. He could have catched the ball, but he ran. So you always find that a cricketer is in a crowd, a ball is coming towards that crowd, and that cricketer runs like a normal fella. He wouldn't stand up and try to catch it.
Not prepared himself to take the catch. I guess he's not in that mindset.
But if there was a prize,
well, everyone would want to get there.
That's right. Yeah. But it was a good shot. Maybe cost the driver of that black SUV expense, but maybe there's some insurance as well.
Actually, I've already been told that it belongs to one of the Pickwick players, so I think no love lost there.
Hopefully.
The expense will definitely be at the owner. But one of the Pickwick players, I am told, is the owner of that vehicle. So maybe he may not be. It may not be a matter of any remorse. I mean, the fact that it's 6 runs to Pickwick may be enough to satisfy him.
Okay, maybe. All capital letters. After the drinks break, a smash windshield. I think the ball has been replaced. Action will soon resume.
Well, yes, we're about to start again. It's going to be Jamar Lane from that southern end. And this partnership already worth some 46 for the third wicket between this player. And I did mention to Andy earlier, quite a number of the players in this Pickwick setup here have had experience at the top level in Barbados, playing for Pickwick and maybe a couple of other clubs over the years. So they bring that experience with them.
It's important. It's 46 for a partnership from 42 balls.
But Lane striking the batter short on the pad, short.
Yeah, a little
Again,
lazy.
as you mentioned earlier, Philo, quite prepared to play that holding role, that anchor role, to the very robust Thaddeus Chase.
Yeah, it is a very lazy defensive shot on the back foot. You have to be careful here, Stuart. You don't want to get into a rut. You still want to be able to bat long but rotate the strike. It's a big outfield, and singles cannot be so difficult to get.
Struck on the pad. Probably striking the bat, I believe. Only Lane interested in an appeal. There's a
Typical
slip.
bowler, man.
There's a forward short leg, and the keeper, none of them went up.
Typical bowler. Once the ball hits the pads, it feels the batter's out.
Yet another short delivery from the Ipswich bowler. Not taken full advantage of by Stewart on the back foot and mistiming it somewhat, getting it away behind the square leg position and getting a couple of runs. Moves the total on to 73.
I see also in this Ipswich lineup is Motara.
Zahir
Motara, the father
Zishan
of
Motara.
Zishan Motara, the leg spinning or rounder, we call him, who is now with the Barbados Tridents, yet to play, and who plays this trade up at Wildy, and yet to bowl.
The champion side.
Yeah, he doesn't do a lot of
Wildy
bowling
gets
there.
ball off the inside edge through the forward short leg fielder. I think it would be fair to call it a chance. The ball traveling very quickly. Anton Darlington is normally quite efficient at that forward short leg position, but getting a single off the final delivery of the over is Stewart, and he moves up to 8. Chase is on 55. The partnership is 49, and ESA field Pickwick 74 for 2 after 14 overs of their first innings.
Yeah, 74 for 2. Thaddeus Chase obviously is the talk of the town at the moment. He's 55 out of 74 runs, so he's put a lot of bat to ball. And Stewart is down 8 from 19 balls, but Chase has really put the Ipswich bowlers to the sword. He's clearly shown his intention that anything loose he's going to punish, which he has done successfully so far. I know we're seeing just a slowdown in the game, actually, maybe words at the water break from the authorities of the Ipswich squad is just to slow the game down. Let's take through this process as a final. You don't want ESA Pickwick to go helter-skelter on day one, knowing they have to come back here tomorrow and start all over again. So now we're going to just see a game just slowing a bit down by Ipswich.
Raphael Lovell to continue.
He's
Slow
well built.
left arm.
Well-built guy. Obviously, he's clearly set up for a long spell here. He has good control. He's bowled 2 overs. He's into his 30s. He's only going for 4 runs. But what I like about him, he's asking the batter to come forward to bring batting skill and technique into play with most of his deliveries.
That's 4. Beats the diving Matara, hits straight. Slightly overpitched that time by Lovell, and Stewart into the drive, picking his spot to the left of the mid-on fielder, Matara. As I was telling Andy earlier, not a spring chicken by any means, in good shape for his age, but he never had a chance.
Well, he coaches at the National Sports Council, so he should be in shape as a coach, but he dived to his left. But what I like is the actual positioning of the batter. Stewart got into a very good position with his feet and hit straight through the line that ball. That ball was coming in with the arm, but the length from which it came down was perfect for him to hit the ball down the ground, beat him Motara to his left and over the ropes. And now you see straight after that shot, the captain has asked Motara now to just go a little deeper. So he's about, 15, 20 meters in from that rope at long on.
That boundary also brought up the 50 partnership between these two. Good, clever cricket there by Stewart now.
Yeah, I call it smart.
Pushed back to the long on, and this time up recognizing the opportunity for an easy single. Once he strokes it through that vacant mid-on position,
Yeah, that
rotates the strike.
That's what freaks me out about captains. Man hits the ball down the ground, dive, and feel the dive, missed it, gone for 4, push the man back, give a single. Me, that mid-on stays up. I want to see you play the shot again Because obviously to hit the ball down the ground, to beat the man at mid-on, could be a little chance taken, yes, risk, but you need to be consistent.
Good delivery there from Lovell.
A little quicker as well. He's big, he's tall, he has the ability to disguise his space. That ball was a lot quicker coming in again with the arm, but Chase hitting it back down the pitch.
Losing his shape slightly there, Chase. As he looks for power, to power that one away over the infield.
With the mid-on, if the mid-on was up, Chase would have still be on strike, because a lot of the balls are coming in with the arm from Raphael Lovell. So if Chase is going to play those big drives, then he's going to be opening up himself, and that's giving the bowler the opportunity to come through the gate and maybe bowl him. But once he drags it down to long on, where Motara is an easy single, he gets off strike, goes to non-strikers in and breathe again.
What I'm noticing here, though, is that now a fielder has been brought in at a straightish mid-wicket position.
Yeah, but to his right is acres of space. So to me, that doesn't make sense. Because where the ball is going?
Oh, ball has struck the fielder under the helmet.
Oh, dear.
It was a full pitch delivery from Lovell, and Short came onto the front foot, whipped it into the onside, and the young Anton Darlington under the helmet at forward short leg has been struck a blow. As we see the replay here, yes, that one hitting him somewhere, I guess maybe on the grill of the helmet. He has gone to ground, and again, full delivery,
Yes.
full-blooded
Straight
hit
into
by
that grill.
Short, right into the grill.
Yeah. Is there any medical personnel here?
Well, we see the coach, Shad Simmons, making his way out
He's coach.
to
He's
the
not
middle.
medical. There's no medical personnel
There's
here.
supposed to be a first aid kit.
Yeah, but we need medical personnel
in
here
the-
at this finals, because he's been struck full in his face. Obviously, he'll be dazed.
Well, yes, I
be
know for a
dazed.
fact. I know that what it sounds like when a ball crashes into a helmet.
Yeah.
It sounds like thunder, Philo.
Yeah. I
And
heard that in
I-
an interview from a man who was sparring with Mike Tyson. The interviewer asked him how is he hitting. He said, "Have you ever heard thunder?" So, you're right.
Well, yes, it sounds like thunder. I
Thunder.
mean, just a tap on a helmet makes quite a sound.
Yeah.
And I imagine a 5.5 ounce ball hit with all the power of Jerome Stewart. I mean,
Boom.
he's not a small individual by any stretch of the imagination.
He's well built, man.
Strongly built.
Yeah, and that ball was a full toss, hitting it straight in the middle of the bat into the grill. The grill obviously is made of metal. The helmet is fiberglass.
So it may
And that
prevent.
sound would have obviously rattled him. And he's up. He has the helmet off. He's walking away. But obviously he would have been shocked.
Well,
But
well,
some
yes, very
kind of
much so.
protocol should have been carried out there just to make sure that he's okay, because you know you can get into an accident today and don't remember it, and then 3 days later you get all the pain.
Well, yes, I mean, concussion is a very serious, a very, very serious happening, and taken very seriously by the cricketing authorities at the higher level.
Yeah, should be
the
taken here. There should be first aid here.
management. This final is a BCA event, and I think the management of the game fully in the hands of the organizers. Although I know for a fact that the Ipswich dressing room has something of a first aid kit. I don't know what that first aid kit would do in a case of concussion, as may have been the case in that particular incident. So we've seen now yet another change of bowler from that southern end. Captain Stefan Holder bowling his right arm medium pace has taken over.
Yeah,
So
first
you're
delivery from
asking-
Stefan. Very loose. Looking like he's been working all week.
Well,
But it's-
that's his gate. That's another big man.
Yes.
And
Well
coming
built,
up,
man.
coming up the slope at that southern end, he almost looks as if he's laboring in there. Definitely not a sprint. As the batter is covering up, pushing it into the offside, they go for a quick single and get it.
Good running there by Chase and Stewart. Ball just full length. TS just dropping the ball in the offside. Best around the best rushing in. One hand, the ball just going past that right hand, and the batter's coming through for an easy single. So it's not all power from Chase and Stewart. Obviously, they still have the presence of mind to pick up those all-important singles, which contribute to the total.
This game going through another phase. We had that beginning where the Ipswich team were able to pick up a couple of early wickets, do the early running. Now we've seen more than a fight back.
It's called a partnership
Offensive.
building.
An offensive on the part of these two batters, and building the innings once again, so that ESA Field Pickwick now looking very much in control at this stage.
Yes, obviously at 81 for 2 after being inserted, losing 2 quick wickets now to settle down into a nice partnership. Just over 50 runs. The key is that obviously the opener Stewart is still there. And Chase is coming. Sorry, Chase, the opener, is still there. But he has batted wonderfully well. And Stewart, to me, showed the support that is really needed for a guy who's going great guns.
Holder is short and looking to pull this one away into the vacant area deep on the onside. Is Stewart actually getting it on the pad, so the batter's crossing for a leg by.
But I don't want Stewart to get bored. To me, there's a shot of boredom. She should have done more with that delivery, a bad delivery, and he's just looking lazily to swing it through the leg side. Rather hit it with more intent, not getting into a good position, the ball ricocheting the leg side. But Chase is obviously the man. He's coming at number 3, Stewart is number 4. So this middle order partnership here is what ESA Field Pick will be looking for as we see a field change, as the captain is asking his mid-off to go down to long-off.
Pitting him outside the off stump. Genuinely beaten by that one. Playing, getting him to play slightly away from the body this time, Holder. And Chase lucky to see this one go past the outside edge into the gloves of keeper Orion Francis.
Yes, that ball obviously just pitching down just inside the off stump and slight away movement. And the ball fizzing through to the keeper. He only has a slip, a gully, point, extra cover, a long off. There's a sweep on the offside. There's also a mid-wicket, mid-on, and the backward square. There's no long leg, so clearly he has to concentrate on or about the off stump.
Struck on the pad. Struck on the pad. And here comes the finger. That looked fairly adjacent, Philo. But there he was, Chase squaring up. If you have another look at it. Squared up, struck just above the roll. And I think umpire Leach.
But he shook his head first. The ball just pitched on about the middle leg. Clearly Chase looking to hit that ball into the leg side, missing. And the umpire adjudging him LBW. Nodded his head first and then raised the index finger.
I don't think there's any doubt that it was struck adjacent. I think the decision to be made there was whether the ball was going to rise over the top of the stumps. But I thought that was very, very adjacent as Chase got himself into an awkward square position in front of all 3 of the stumps.
Yeah, it's a good decision by the umpire. Beacon will be sitting at an angle. But clearly Chase felt that ball maybe would have hit the leg stump, maybe go over the leg stump, but he has to walk. He's played well for his century, but Pickwick have lost the 3rd wicket.
Very well played by Chase. Captain Holder has come into the attack and got in the break, and we're going to do a double change from this end. We are going to welcome Rashawn Hackett and Andy Payne, the dynamic duo.
I said so because Barry gave me some information, right? I feel he was the best one to talk on it. So obviously he's been around. The cheese? I know he's calling, I didn't say to me, so I was saying, oh,
Well, we're back live here at the Weymouth ground. Thanks to Philo Wallace and Wayne Holder. Rashawn Hackett is very much in the chair. Rashawn coming out into the fall of the third wicket. That man, Thaddeus Chase, he looked very good, but he had to make his way back into the pavilion. Captain Stefan Holder coming in and picking up the big scalp, really. So pulling this team back into this contest at 82 for 3. The new batter is Dasani Griffith.
Yeah, Thaddeus Chase, he looked so threatening. He went for 57, a quick fire 57, but unfortunately he had to go LBW by Stefan Holder.
So you play some enterprising shots. Chase, so it was easy on the eye. Like I said, good against the pace and the slow men. He's really getting into some excellent positions and playing some fantastic shots. But Captain Stefan Holder just leading from the front if there was ever such a cause, and just came in and picked up the big wicket.
Well, that's really a feature of Stefan Holder. He always comes in and he finds a way to take a wicket when necessary. He's not an out-and-out bowler, Andy, but he's just that X-factor man. He just finds a way to break partnerships, and he has done it in this final. Oh, that is too full, and he's giving it away. Jerome Stewart has to go back to the pavilion from a full toss. That is a massive error that cost Jerome Stewart his wicket. Ipswich have their fourth.
Yeah, 4 wicket to go. Jerome Stewart, he'd be disappointed in himself, really. As you see in here, Raphael Lovell offering up a full pitch delivery. Really a full toss. Nothing delivery, really. Stewart just trying to hit that one somewhere over mid-wicket. Just losing his shape and managing to hit it out to extra cover there, where looks like Lane, who took an easy catch there to see the demise of Jerome Stewart. So losing the fourth, 2 in consecutive overs to Pickwick side to put them further in trouble at 82 for 4. I tell you, Ipswich winning the toss, opting to field first. I think they'll be very much in it now after you saw that partnership between Chase and Stewart.
Yeah, I don't know how Stewart got that done. A full toss. I was just about to say that it was too full from Raphael level, and the next thing I know, he's out. But that's the game of cricket, Andy. The bad balls, they find a way to get you out, and it brings new batsman to the crease, Orion Seal. He comes in at number 6. So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Ipswich are dominant on day 1 of this contest.
Yeah, we're very much into the 17th over, so still lots of time in this game as well, lots of time in this day's play. I mean, being inserted to bat the first aim, you will want to think that you could bat out the duration of day number 1. And you lost 2 early wickets, but then you saw that partnership come together there between Stewart, like I said, and Chase, who looked very good. And he said just add 2 to the score, 2 wickets to that score, and you've seen how he's catapulted now at 82 for 4. And I tell you what, the Ipswich team, they've really reeled themselves back into this contest, albeit you saw a couple of loose deliveries picking up wickets, one early in the innings from Omar Marshall, and now you saw that full delivery from Lovell, both picking up wickets.
Yeah, so 4 wickets down, 17 overs completed, 82 for 4. But the Pickwick side, Andy, they would still be confident in these 2 batters at the crease. You have Orion Seal, very capable batsman. He's already gotten a half century this season, 54 versus St. John Cultural in Series 5. And then there's Dasani Griffith, who has a century this competition. He got 100 in Series 1. So, 2 very, very capable batsmen. So the Pickwick side would still know that they have that depth to continue, but they need to apply themselves, Andy. Otherwise, they could find themselves in some early trouble on day 1.
Well, they're in a bit of trouble now, spot the border for sure. Just need a consolidation, really, a partnership of some regard if they're going to pull themselves back into the contest. Stefan Holder, the captain, he's going to continue. Well, you mentioned the depth in the Pickwick side, like you mentioned, Griffith, century early in the season. Orion Seal, who was rated himself as an all-rounder, so to speak, at this level. But you've also got the likes of Gerard Jilks and Captain Rashid Edwin, who are very competent players. So they will just want to give them a little bit of a bit of a platform for that lot to come in later on
and have something really to bat on.
Yeah, Dasani Griffith, former member of the Yorkshire Sports Club, and he's made a move to Pickwick.
I think he doubles up as a wicket keeper as well, Griffith, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got that role as a wicket keeper batter in the squad. So he's got himself in an excellent position to bat and carry on and pick up another century, if that's to be. But it's a 4-day game. Like he said, there's 60 overs minimum in a day. So he's got the ability here, only in over number 18, to build on something, really.
Yeah, he looks like a very technical batsman, Dasani Griffith. His approach to batting just looks good. 100 from 89 deliveries versus Aline in Series 6. So he dominated the schoolboys, and I'm sure that he would look to produce an innings similar to that one here in the grand finale. It would be an innings of a very high standard.
Yeah, well, so like I said, the conditions are set for it. It's a brilliant pitch. The pitch is played very well all day. You saw that from the toss, that it looks a good surface. It's hard. Got a bit of lateral movement, but you saw someone like Chase being able to hit the ball through the line. So the ball is really coming on to the bat as well. So he's in a good position really to do something.
Lovely shot.
And carry on for a score here.
Beats the covers, and they get 2. So Griffith, he's off the mark. A good contest here though, Andy. As you mentioned, we have a side which could potentially create history and go into the first division for the very first time. And then Pickwick, one of the oldest clubs in Barbados, already have an elite side. And I'm sure that they would be very, very happy to have a spot in the first division competition as well. So all to play for, but I'm sure that Ipswich, they more so would want this because it's a first.
Yeah, you made good note of that. Like I said, speaking to them, both the captains, you know, you said there's a chance of getting promoted to Division 1. Pickwick, like you said, already having the elite side, they will be the third side ready to do that. We know Wanderers have already got both elite and first division. So too is UWI. They've got elite and the first division side. And Pickwick, they will want to put themselves in position to be likewise. But you also mentioned Ipswich. It would be the first time for them. Shot, just looking just evasive action really as the ball on its follow through. But again, just showing you the good nature of this surface. Just seeing to hit through the line. There is Griffith. And just going back to the bowler who took evasive action, no score in the end. So the overs come to an end. 18 overs completed, 84 for 4. I'm sure we're going to continue a bit to talk about that promotion trail as we go on, Rashad.
Yeah, 84 for 4. They're not scoring at a bad rate, 4.67. It's just the wickets that they have to consider. They need a partnership. But yes, the Ipswich club, one that is from the community of Eden Lodge, a very small, close-knit community. And that's what I love about them. They always love to promote the youth. It's something that I was talking about earlier. A very young side here, Raphael Level, ball in hand. He's just 18 years old. Antoine Darlington, he's another schoolboy, just about 17. So they're mixing the youth and experience, and they're confident in their youngsters to get the job done. Raphael Level, he's in very early.
Yeah, like I said, it's not just the Ipswich side. You've seen in recent times a few of these community sides coming to the fore. You've seen Boscobel, for instance, they're now in the Division 1 league, they're playing their way all up through the intermediate ranks and finding themselves in the intermediate division. So too was Isolation before them. So a few of the village teams, so to speak, community sides, just elevating themselves into the Division 1 leagues. You've seen Malvern, who's been playing good cricket of recent, and North Stars there on the threshold of upright mobility as well. So a few of these community sides, like you said, making their way into the reckoning, trying to work into Division 1 side and probably just getting up to the elite in a couple of years.
I want to ask you a question though, Andy. It's something that I was thinking about. we're talking about getting promoted to the Division 1, but obviously years ago, Division 1 was the highest level of cricket in Barbados. Now that we have the introduction of an elite division, since that introduction, do you think that the overall quality of cricket in Barbados has improved?
Interesting question. What I can tell you is that from seeing the two divisions, the elite and the Division 1, I think elite is the elitist division. There are elite. A few teams in the Division 1 who are finding their way now, making the running as to be competitive in the elite division, from Division 1 to elite. But I think you can see the difference in levels, really. So if this way was, if you saw, take for example, a team like Spartan, who were relegated in 2025, won the 2025 tournament, positioned themselves right back into the elite division. But you saw Spartan came to the Division 1 tournament and how dominant they were. They were just so much better than any of the other Division 1 teams. All right. Now you just saw Yorkshire likewise be relegated, went on to play in the Division 1, and they've immediately regained promotion to the elite division. So I can say it's a little different in terms of the leagues, but if you're asking me about the overall quality of the cricket, I think there's still some way to go in terms of where we will want our elite cricket to be. But I'm sure the introduction of some stipends and looking at the semi-professional league, I'm sure that the powers that be, they're probably much on the right path for sure.
8-5 for 4, 19 overs completed. A grand finale here, but to continue on what you were speaking about, Yorkshire did it. The question now is, can Windward do it? Being demoted in one season and coming back up to the elite division. What's your prediction, Andy?
Well, it's a big take. I know it's a few questions to be asked, and I'm sure some discussion will have to be had about it. Obviously, like I just said, the elite division, they're being compensated via stipends. So these players that are being relegated to the Division 1, it's just probably think that they will lose that. So the onus is on the players if they're going to stay within the club to make sure that they try to get their club promoted again back into the elite division, or will they try to stay in the elite division where they will continue to be compensated and move around to other clubs. But with that being said as well, it just gives some other players the opportunity to try to make their way up from the lower divisions, like an intermediate side, making their way into the Division 1 side in terms of Windward. So the powers that be, they need to look at how do we keep the players in a team which is relegated from elite to Division 1, losing that compensation. So if all the players stay at Windward, I think that they have a good enough group of players there that can compete and try to get their team back up into the elite competition, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I certainly agree that if all of the players stay at Windward. But that's the thing. Are they going to stay? Because we have a situation where a lot of the players are very serious about their cricket and want to play at the highest level. And then we have a situation where these players want to stay loyal to their clubs. I actually spoke to one or two of the Windward players, and they told me it was a very, very tough decision because as cricketers, Andy, you want to be playing at the highest level. You want to be compensated on a weekend. But at the same time, you don't just want to ditch your club. So I am very keen to see how the Windward side shapes up next season. That will be very interesting to see.
But and then it brings together this final at the intermediate level, and obviously you can see the elevation of a team like Ipswich here, for instance. They've got a good group of young players coming through. You mentioned Darlington and Lovell and the likes of Blackman, and there's a lot who looks the part really, and they will want to get into that elite level to try to gain some of those what's the word? The same compensations that are being, the remunerations that are there. But there too will have to attract some players. So for them to play good competitive cricket as they've done this season, get themselves into the final, try to get promoted to Division 1, attract some more players into the Division 1 side, and make their way into the elite division. So the powers that be, like I said, needs to be thoughtful of how do we get these village teams to get into the elite division. I thought that was where you were going a bit earlier, as you've seen as the two different levels. You've seen the introduction of quite a few teams from communities being promoted to the higher divisions. I thought that's where you were going with it, Rashawn, to be fair. So I'm saying, yes, that part I've done good for the cricket. So like I said, we got the community teams being able to be playing at the Division 1. And in a few years, like I said, it will be on them to try to get themselves into the elite division. Like I said, Isolation, I've done it. Boscobel, I've done it. Ipswich are on the cusp here of doing it. Windward, for instance, they made a elevation done in a couple of years from the intermediate division into the first division and into the elite.
That was a close one. That was a very, very close one there. Griffith went for the big drive, but it went through him. 8-6 for 4. 20 overs then. And of course, this stream is brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association. More on what you were saying though, Andy Payne. How do we get these village sides into the elite division, into the highest level of cricket in Barbados?
Well, like I said, it's been done. Windward, you just spoke about, they came through the intermediate ranks into the first division and made an immediate jump into the elite division, albeit they're demoted at the end of this elite season. But you've seen the movement, Rashawn. You've seen the movement. So it's opened up opportunity for these teams to really push themselves into a higher calling. As you see the crowds continue to grow here at this final, as love is going to continue. But you're seeing some of these teams position themselves into a higher calling in terms coming from the communities. And I've mentioned some others that are not too far off. I said Malvern, they've been around there or thereabout in recent times. North Stars, likewise, they would have lose out at the quarterfinal stages here to Pickwick. So those are a few community sides, like you spoke about, that are trying to find that elevation.
Well, we're speaking about finding elevation. So I must ask you, Andy, can Andy Payne's Maple win this intermediate competition next year to get back in the first division?
Again, and it sticks on the same questions that you've asked the Windward guys. Obviously, a lot would depend on the players who were there when their team were demoted. I'm sure if the nucleus of that team was to stay together, I'm sure they would be competitive in the intermediate division. Just said, how do you attract new players to add to what you already have? And there must be a reason for playing at the intermediate level. You must be a calling for you to want to play at the Division 1 level. So you have to have some pride. And I think Maple players, they will have to really dig deep, seek that pride as well. Like I said, if they stay together as a unit, I'm sure they could be competitive enough to find themselves back up there.
Well, we heard it here from Andy Payne. So next year, Andy, hopefully we're commentating on a Maple v somebody in the intermediate final. But Raphael Level continues. He's into a very tidy spell. Just one run off this over so far. Griffith facing a lot of dot deliveries. 2 from 13.
And this is good stuff there by Lovell. Like I said, just bowling it back of the length. It's just trying to get his man for some of these balls. He's got lots of reinforcements in that offside ring. So he's just hoping that his man will hit one aerial. Albeit, Griffith, he looked good once he's playing in that defensive mode. It's when he gets a bit aggressive, and you saw him got a bit loose in the previous over. The last ball from Stefan Holder, it was really a reckless shot. So once he stayed tight, really, so to speak, I think he would do a good job here for his team. Like I said, it's a long way to go in the day's play. There's no need to be rash, to get any rash shots. There's no hurry. So I hope that he will tell himself he's in a position to bat lots of deliveries. The first aim is to get to the luncheon break and then come back and just continue to build for his team. There's no rush here whatsoever.
Stefan Holder, he's making his way off the field, and substitute fielder Mikhail Grant Bennett will replace him. Let's just hope it's not an injury. But we see the spectators continuing to flock to the ground. The Police Sports Club, those two enjoying some shade. They have the best seats in the house. A nice cool day here at Weymouth. Nico Blackman, he continues.
Well, he's made his introduction. This is first ball. Rashawn. So he's just being introduced to replace Stefan Holder, the captain who you rightfully said has have to left the field. So he's going to replace Holder from the southern end, bowling his off spinners, Blackman.
Yeah, Nico Blackman, he's a known wicket taker, Andy. Anyone in Eden Lodge knows that anytime he gets ball in hand, he takes wickets. Almost a chance there, but that is 4. So a good shot there from Orion Seal. Up and over the covers. Just a bit too short. Yeah, easy scoring there.
Yeah, short and wide there from Blackman. Like I said, into his first ball. He doesn't have the protection on the boundary. I know what was good about what Orion Seal did. He waited and he placed it to perfection, really. Like you said, he just beat the man on the end field. And it was good enough to open up the room on the offside and pick up a boundary.
Blackman, he's in good form though. 4 for 24 in the semi-finals versus Malvern in the first innings and 2 for 28. So he picked up 6 wickets in the semi-finals. Oh, almost. They get 2 runs though, but that was flirting with danger. A full toss, which barely went over short mid-wicket. That's Jamar Lane there at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, he will want to hit those full pitch deliveries with a lot more conviction. You saw him lose the man a bit earlier to a full pitch delivery. Short, Jerome Short. So Seal, I mean, getting those kind of loose deliveries, you really got to capitalize on them. But like I said, they're not playing them with enough conviction. And like I said, just eluded the man there at short mid-wicket.
Nico Blackman closes out his first over.
Yeah, Blackman, like you said, just coming in, being a replacement for his captain, Holder, from that the southern end. You saw a good batting there by Orion C, not taking any chances. He got a loose delivery outside the off stump, wide, which he put away. Got a full pitch, which he managed to get over the man at mid-wicket and pick up a 2. And just saw him opening the face of the bat for the final delivery and playing it into the offside, where the man on the point is a bit deep. And so there's no one in there to prevent the single at all. So picking up an easy single in that as well. So 7 comfortable runs in the over without offering a chance. So that's sensible batting there from Orion Seal. Moving his side up to 94 for 4. So his experience needs to come to the fore, like we said. And Griffith just needs to be supportive.
They went for a big shot there, Andy. but got away.
Well, again, it's a loose shot, very loose shot there by the part of Griffith. Like I said, his team needs him to stay up and back for some length of time. Actually, that was Orient Seal. After playing so sensible in the previous over, and just the delivery flighted into the middle stump and playing that kind of loose shot. I'm sure his captain in Rashid Edwin, he'd be disappointed. Like I said, he's one of the more experienced players in this side.
Nicely cut away off the back foot, but there's a man there. What I've noticed about the elite division and the intermediate division, Andy, and the difference between that gap is that it's not so much about the skill difference in the players. I'll continue on that after this delivery. Fast delivery. But what I've noticed is that the skill difference between the players isn't that far to me. Everyone can bat, everyone can bowl. But it's really that concentration that really sets them apart from the players in the elite division. Oh, and I say that, Andy, because I see it often in intermediate cricket. Guys would be batting very, very, very well. He's out. Oh my, what just happened? The Sunny Griffith is walking back to the pavilion. Can you explain it, Andy Payne?
Well, I'll wait and see if a producer will give me a replay, really. I'm going to have a look at it again, but he's going into the sweep shot. A ball from Lovell. It looks like he was belatedly given out again there by umpire Jessica Holder-Vaughan. But just trying to swing a ball into the leg side. The Sunny Griffith being adjudged like before to Raphael Lovell. She said it's just for a producer to give us something. Again, not very clear cut to us from this position, but he's really got to make his way back into the hut. So half the side is now down here. Rashawn, 95 for 5, find himself in further trouble.
Yeah, that dismissal was very confusing because the appeal didn't look that ecstatic, and he was given. But of course, umpire's call is final. The Sunny Griffith, he had to go back to the pavilion for 2 from 19 deliveries, and it continues to build on my point, Andy Payne. There was absolutely no need for that shot. It wasn't a lack of skill, a lapse of concentration, and so often I see it in the intermediate division. Guys would be batting, and out of nowhere, we would see a rash shot. And I think that's the difference between guys at the elite division and the first division, and the guys at the first division and the intermediate division, because good balls bowl in the intermediate division. But the question is, how many good balls can you bowl on that spot? Are you going to bowl just 2 balls and the next ball is full? Or can you put 5, 6 balls in the same spot and cause batsmen to create a bit of doubt in their mind? So I personally find that is the main difference. Anyone who opposes me can feel free to contact us either by chat or on WhatsApp, 288-4390. But that's just my opinion.
Well, I think there are levels of the cricket, really. And you made some points, like you said. It's just a upward position for bowling and batting. You get to a higher division, you should be bowling less bad balls. Batters, you need to be able to carry on a bit longer in terms of your concentration, be assertive about your shot selection and that kind of stuff. But yes, I still think there is a gap. That's my positioning. I think there's a gap. I've seen it. I've seen elite players. I've seen Division 1 players. I've seen intermediate players. Like I said, but there's a gap where you need to improve your game going forward if you want to graduate to the next division each way. And by extension, I think the elite players need to know if they're looking to get into a first-class system, it will be the same kind of transition, less bad deliveries, better concentration, better shot selections, knowing your game a bit better, and it just keeps getting better as you go to the higher levels.
9-5 for 5, 23 overs then, and I certainly agree with you, Andy Payne. I would never say that without skill you can play at the elite division, because I certainly believe that skill is a big part of it. But there are some guys I see at the intermediate division as well who have the world of skill. And just because of one ball they lose concentration, we see them lose their wicket. Good bowlers as well who have excellent deliveries, but they can't spot that. And I guess it would come back down to skill at the end of the day, because many persons don't understand that consistency is a skill. At the end of the day, you have to train to be able to stay focused. Nico Blackman continues though. Oh, loud appeal. And he's given! Orion Seal has to go back. Pickwick fall further into trouble. Nico Blackman has the strike on the very first ball of the over.
Well, he did strike in the very first ball of the over. See Seal trying to work that one into the onside. We will see a replay here. But Leach just giving him that dreaded index finger to say that you've got to make your way back into the pavilion. Be interested to see where he found himself, Orion Seal, when he was struck on that delivery. But Leach seems to be very certain that he was struck somewhere in the middle. As you see it here on the replay. He's trying to work that one into the onside. He's trying to work that one somewhere into the onside, failing to make any connection whatsoever. And the keeper, the umpire, sorry, he's the man raising the dreaded finger.
Yeah, just went across that one. And umpire Leach, he gave the dreaded finger. So new batsman to the crease. That's Shamar Ford walking out to the middle. He's known mainly for his fast bowling, but he possesses ability with the bat as well. Got a few starts this competition. Jakeem Ford, my apologies.
Yes, Shamar Ford is the keeper in the elite side. Jakeem Ford is a...
Are they brothers?
Well, we're interested to know if there's some kind of relation. Well, they've got a couple of fours up there. Shamar Ford, who I think is a good glove man. He got some ability with the bat. Needs to put together some scores.
And then there's Jakeem,
who's got a bit of pace with him. Like I said, he just needs to get his head right on most occasions. He just needs to have that confidence. But it is really Gerard Jilks who's just made his way in here to the middle. Gerard Jilks, he's at the non-striker. Seal, he's just lost his wicket. Yes, sorry. And now this is Ford, the new batter. But I'm sure Gerard Jilks, the experienced player, will be offering some assistance to this young man, telling them we've got to back ourselves into a partnership. Someone's got to stand up and bat here, Rashawn.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, sweeping.
Leg bite?
Leg bite signaled by umpire Leach. This is an excellent period of play here for the Ipswich side. 96 for 6 in just 23.3 overs. Gerard Jilts, he has a large responsibility on his hands. But he's a veteran, Andy. A guy who has loads of experience playing top-level cricket in Barbados. And now he plays intermediate just to help out the younger guys. I had a chat with him. He said he just likes to help the younger guys, guide them. So I'm sure that, as you said, he would look to guide Jakeem Ford out in the middle. See if these two can build a nice partnership and get the team into a stable position.
Yeah, well, Ford is a very dangerous player. I mean, it's Jilt, sorry. He is a dangerous player. He's a man who can change it around on his own. I've played against this man at Division 1 level, seen him hit a long ball. Just came into that lower to middle order. And like I said, capable of changing the game all on his own.
Well, you talked about that ability to hit a long ball. Earlier this season, he actually got 68 from just 30 deliveries versus St. Leonard's. So it really goes to show that ability to score and score quickly. Oh, good fielding here by Matara. Excellent period of play. Excellent over there from Nico Blackman. A wicket maiden. 9-6 for 6. 24 overs completed. Ipswich are large and in charge.
Yeah, successful over there for the Ipswich side. See Nico Blackman picking up that wicket of the man just trying to Orient Seal, like before, trying to work a ball into the onside, which umpire Leach
He was quick to judge him like before a wicket, and you can see a couple of wickets going down quick succession. After 25 for 2, he had 2 wickets going down at 82, and then he's also had 2 wickets going down at 95. So just collapsing a bit there in the middle period, the middle order, really, Rashawn. So the needs to pull together a partnership is spin from both ends to continue, as it's going to be Raphael Lovell bowling from the northern end, his left arm orthodox.
Yeah, Raphael Lovell, a player that I thoroughly enjoy watching, not just because he was my former schoolmate, but he's an excellent cricketer, excellent all-round player. Represented the Barbados junior team at all levels. Oh, loud appeal! An umpire hold of on turns it down.
Yeah, that one seems to be angling in with the arm, going past the leg stump. Really, I think that's a good decision on this occasion. Rashawn, see the delivery just going in with the arm and just trying to hit it in the onside. But she's made a good call. And that one's definitely going to carry on past the leg stump.
Jared Jilt still hasn't gotten off of strikers yet, gotten off the markers yet. Naughty cat. This is good bowling here from Raphael Lovell. He's a game changer, and he loves to bowl to the right-handers. He loves to spin it away, and he also has that arm ball that comes back in through the gates. So he will enjoy bowling to these right-handers. Oh. This is pressure. This is pressure. Dot balls are building. Excellent period of play.
Yeah, well, Jilts, like I said, he's very experienced. He's an experienced campaigner. He's been along for a while. He knows that the tea interval is very close. So he just wants to get through this period and get into the luncheon area as he's drove that one nicely up the long off. Comes back for 2. You can see how comfortably he stroked that one. Quick delivery again there from Raphael Lovell, and coming on the front foot and stroking it effortlessly to pick up a couple. Bowling at some 60 miles per hour. So a bit quick on the part of Raphael Lovell. He's into his 9th over. He's picked up some 2 for 34 all told. 2 for 36. This is just one delivery away from closing out his 9th over. But at the back of the mind of Gerard Jilts, he would know that the tea interval isn't too far away.
Nine for 6. 25 overs then. What a final we have here on our hands. ESA Field Pickwick versus the Amcor Fencing and Metalworks Ipswich. Months of competition that has come down to this grand finale. And it's not just this grand finale. There's also the second division final going on. Second division semi-final going on at Queen's Park.
Yeah, and the second one is being played at Bear Hall. So there are two in play. Queen. As I can tell you there at Queen's Park, Walker's Reserve Isolation Cavaliers, they're 157 for 4. Yes, and Walker Reserve, they're up against the St. John Cultural Club. And they're at Bear Hall, the BNECL. They're 163 for 6. And they're up against the Barbados Defence Force. So second division semi-finals being played in Barbados today as well. So 2 teams who are trying to make their way into that Division 2 final.
Yeah. Good day of cricket here. 163 for 6 and 157 for 4. So both teams, they have good starts in the second division semi-finals. As for the ESA field, Pickwick, they haven't had the best of starts, but 100 up in 25.2 overs. That will be the first landmark crossed. And from here, it's just about continue to build partnerships and get runs.
Yeah, 100 for 2. That 100 coming at the loss of some 6 wickets. A couple of soft dismissals in there. A couple of leg before decisions that some of the players you can see they weren't very impressed with as well. I'm sure they're going to have some look backs when they get into when they get home a bit later. Remember, this game is being streamed. You see a ball just flick up to Lawan, looking to come back for a second. It's forward, and he gets home easily. Came forward. Seems to be a quick runner between the wickets, but Gerald Gills is waiting that one well, just hitting it over the head of Lane there at mid wicket, and the fielder from Lawan had a long way to run in to try to prevent 2. Wasn't able to do that, so Gerald Gills, he moves his tally along by 2 to 4, 102 for 6. Like you said, we're approaching that luncheon or tea break, as you call it here in Barbados. I'm sure.
Oh, and he's taken a magnificent catch. One-handed, Nico Blackman. What a grab. Just bowled it and stuck out the right hand. And that is the end of Jared Gilts. He goes back to the pavilion, and that is what pressure does, Andy Payne.
So definitely against a runner play, like you said, you just have to be looking to get to the break, really. And here he is forcing the delivery, and Nico Blackman going full stretch to his right and pulling on with both hands. And he's got to make his way back, and like you said, it's just on the cusp of that tea break. And you see the players there making the way into the pavilion now for that dreaded break. But Gerald Gills, he'd be disappointed, like he said, forcing the shot there, a ball he wasn't quite to the pitch of, and hitting it back to the bowler for the 7th wicket, really, for his side. The players are going to make their way in for the break, Rashawn, but it's timely dismissal, very bad time.
I don't think there's any worse time to get out, Andy, than at the tea break, because there's only 2 times in cricket when you're walking off and the entire fielding side is walking off beside you. At the breaks and at the end of the day's play. And he has just found a way to get out at the break. So the fielding side will follow him in, and they'll all have some lunch. Pickwick, 102 for 7. After 25.5 overs, we're approaching the 26. New batsman who will come out to bat after lunch is Darnell Greenwich. And what a day it is shaping up to be. Lots of supporters here at the Police Sports Club. And it has been an eventful morning, Andy Payne. Ipswich surely dominated.
Yeah, excellent period of play for the Ipswich side. Like you said, winning the toss, opting to take the field, inserting the ESA field Pickwick into the bat firstly, and picking up some 7 wickets before the integral. That is fantastic by their part. Like I said, the wickets continue to tumble and tumble quickly. There was one major partnership really between Thaddeus Chase and Jerome Stewart. Nothing else really offered any regard resistance really. And there's a Pickwick side, they'll be ruining the loss of all those wickets in clumps, really clusters, and picking up some 7 wickets. The Ipswich side, they'll be the happier of the 2. So good call by Captain Stefan Holder to insert the Pickwick side to bat first, picking up some 7 wickets before the interval. So they're really in the box off his seat. And they're the happier of the 2 teams for sure. And their lunch is definitely going to taste a lot better than the Pickwick side.
Yeah, surely. I think the Ipswich side, they have just been on the mark from the very first ball. They won the toss, elected to have a bowl, and they were bang on target. Zahir Matara and Omar Marshall, those 2 started, created some pressure immediately, and Omar Marshall, he just did Omar Marshall things. Picked up 2 early wickets, both openers, and then Raphael Lovell and Jamar Lane, those 2 spinners came in, and they were excellent as well. Raphael Lovell, 2 wickets for 36 runs in his 9 overs. Jamar Lane, he just bowled 2 overs for 4 runs. Stefan Holder picked up 1 as well, and Nico Blackman, 2 quick wickets coming on to the tea break. So what a morning it has been for the Ipswich side. As for Pickwick, there was just that one man, Thaddeus Chase, a fantastic innings of 57 from 48 deliveries, comprising of 4 fours, 3 sixes. There was just no one else there to help him, Andy. He had to do the bulk of the scoring, and there was an effort from Jerome Stewart, but he had to go back for 13 runs. So Pickwick, they have a lot of work to do at 102 for 7. I'm sure that there will be a lot more to talk about at the tea break in the dressing room for them.
Yeah, like I said, good showing by the Ipswich side. Like I said, village team out of Eden Lodge, very community minded. I tell you, they've brought a lot of spectators here. I tell you, you can see quite a lot of people from Eden Lodge in this vicinity today. The ESA field based at Foursquare already have a team in the elite division. Like you said, the winners of this game, they will be promoted to the Division 1 competition, Rashawn. So a lot to play for here. Remember, this is a game played over 4 days. So a lot of time in this game. Pickwick obviously giving up the advantage to be losing 7 wickets before the tea interval, and they find themselves in a bit of bother. We're all going to take a break here for lunch, but before we do that, I can tell you, we can show you a bit of history on the Ipswich side.
Club School of a Month, we visit the Ipswich Cricket Club. There's so much to learn. We are excited. This is we. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with Errol Holder in the Lodge community. How are you doing, Errol?
I'm good, very good.
This venue, which has hosted a lot of wonderful matches over the year, is home to the Midas Magic Ipswich Club. I want to find out from you, being a community man, give me an idea of your journey from then coming through to present.
Well, my journey, we started in 1976 on a pasture. It wasn't too much because at that time, the minister then, Philip Graves, he organized and get the pasture pushed off for us. We were playing softball, cricket all around the road and all about. But after then, we just decided that we want to play some hardball cricket. We had our first meeting at a shop down in the area because we had no pavilion at a shop. And seeing that I was playing cricket from the time I was about 8, 9 with the schools and things. Right, I played for Montgomery, then I played BCA cricket with Neville Seeley, Gas Clark, those fellas, they was really young to them, yeah. And we just decided, well, look, I think you were the best buddy to make captain of the team. 1976, and I remember our first game, we played against QEH at Psyche. Very first game in 1976, and things was really great with the fellas, the group. Some of the names, Peter Payne, he came with us early, was Wellington Catlin, Andrew Boyne, David Griffith, Alfred Hoyt, Rodney Hines, the little crowd of youngsters. And we started from there, and we went through some rough times because, you know, coming into second division cricket, it wasn't easy. And we hold our own throughout the years. And eventually, BCA cricket only had a first division team, so you had to play knockout against those teams. And we played teams like Spartan, Empire, and we gave them trouble enough. We had crowds enough around. We had Empire here in a lot of trouble. I remember 67 for 7, and Alfred and the guy from St. James, right, that played cricket, he came in and he started to hit the ball all over. You think after you get a chance, an early chance, but you know, in those days it was really tough, right? We were promoted then to intermediate cricket in 1987. We were promoted to intermediate cricket, and we had 2 teams then, and we came back down from up top in 1992 because we had a good stint up there against Cable and Wireless to them. But fortunate for me, I never played intermediate cricket because I fell in love with the second division team, and I kept playing second division team until I was about 66. I played cricket.
Stefan, you have had a lot of roles at this club. I know you been involved for the better part of at least 2 decades. Tell me a little bit about the different things that you've done well at the Ipswich Club.
Well, I started as a player first. From the age of 11, I played with the older guys, you would say, the Zedley, Paynes, my dad, Paddy Halls, and those guys. At that young age, I batted at number 3. Then I graduated. I went on to captain the team at a young age. coach, director, cricket operations, groundsman. So it was a lot.
There was a multiplicity of different roles. Stefan, you're currently the captain of this Ipswich team that has done very well in recent years. You obviously interact with a number of players, both from the community and outside. What are your chances of doing well again in 2024?
Well, I think we have a very good chance to do well this season. We made it to the quarterfinals in the T20. We are in the semi-final of the 40 over. I think we have a very good chance to going on to the final and winning the finals. We have a good group of players. We have the likes of Omar Marshall, who helped us win the T20 a couple of years ago. We have Lorando Bess, who played at the highest level in Barbados. We also have Jamar Lane, Shad Simmons, and those guys. And then we have some younger guys who played at the highest level and are back at the club, like Rashad Armstrong and Orion Francis, who were at Carlton. So we have a good group of guys here.
Those names are one thing, but the community support, I remember getting reports about the hundreds of persons who were here for that recent game. What do you think really drives a community like this to still come out and support a team when they're playing matches here at the Eden Lodge Cricket Ground?
Being here for a number of years, this is a community that loves this sport. And you may hear the names of Rashad Armstrong, who was at Carlton, but he started here. So, and he lives in Eden Lodge. So he is a homebred player. And it may seem unlikely, but we also get the likes of Shamar Holder training at the club, Rashawn Primus. We have Rohan Nurse, who is a member of the club and plays for the club as well. So that nucleus of international players around the club brings out the community as well.
But you talk about playing up to age 66, but Errol, I know from the time I was a little boy coming to this Eden Lodge community, I've seen you doing a number of things, not just being on the field. What are some of the other things that really bring you a lot of joy around this entire club?
Let me say, saying that I started that early with the club, and you know you need some person around the community to mentor the others coming along all the time. And after I take a break for about 4 years, I still used to be around the club because I was at the port, right, and I had to be at the port working. So I take a little break for about 4 or 5 years, but then I came back, and from the time I come back, I took the mantle. I was secretary, president, everything in the club. I cook, I do everything for the club here at Eden Lodge. The little youngsters now from Eden Lodge, from the primary school, I took on them over 20 years ago. And we played in the Herman Griffith. And under me, for 10 years, we've never lost a game in the preliminaries. We went to finals once, semi-finals 4 times, and quarterfinals about 6 or 7. So, you know, and I feel happy doing these things because some person had to be in the community. I was involved in football with them. I played for Eden Stars for years in football, and I was around, and I was taking the matter under Carl Williams. We went to St. Lucia, the group, we organized a tour, and we had 2 tours to St. Lucia under Carl's name, right? And we had a good time, but I enjoy working with the people in the community. No 2 ways about it.
That is so wonderful to hear, Earl, because that is a testament to your commitment. But we are close to the Eden Lodge Community Center.
Yeah.
That center was soon would have been able to give a lot of young people an opportunity to do a lot of activities. What happens in that particular community center?
At this moment, they have the old people from National Assistance Board. They have lessons, lady trying to keep lessons and things there. We use the summer camps, we keep summer camps, and that's where the little ones get the opportunity to come on the pass to play. And during the long vacation period, we have summer camps. I keep my summer camp here with cricket with the little youngsters at the pavilion, but that's it out there. We have to use that center as our changing quarters for the cricket too, because our pavilion is so small, we don't want to be bundled up in one area. So we use over there. It's very helpful, but really we would like some assistance to get it better so that we can move on.
Well, my final question today, Errol, this cricket ground, your club, I know as recently as Sunday had a massive following when they had the quarterfinal game, I believe. what do you want for the Midas Magic Ipswich team in terms of success 2024?
Well, I am looking forward to winning the Knockout Cup. And at the moment, we are leading in the intermediate division, and we want to go to the playoffs because we want to go to first division. That's our aim and object in the community. We go to first division. We have a lot of youth from the area that had to go out to play for other things, and we are confident if we get to first division, they'll be back home with us. Names like Jaden Edmond, Shamar Marshall at YMPC, right? Maybe Shaq Parr, he's at UE. But we're looking for these fellas to come back. Ramon Simmons. Yeah, we're looking for these guys to be back home with us because we want to build the community. We really want to see the community flying high.
Well, Errol, I want to commend you for the work that you've done for many decades. You say you started playing for time 1976.
Yeah.
And we just want to wish you and the Ipswich Club all the very best.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. And we're hoping for the best.
As you know, in development of any team, every member has to play its role from captain down to number 11. But the role that your dad, Errol Holder, would have played at this club, you now follow in his footsteps in many regards. What do you really see for the club Ipswich and this community in the lodge, maybe next 2 to 3 years?
Well, the goal right now is to get to first division. Not only to play cricket at that level, but to expose some talent that we have in the community. For the last couple of years, we have put both females and males into the Barbados system. We have, for females, Ebony Buffett, that played under 19 for Barbados at 15 years old. We have Camille Broom, and we have a young captain at Eden Lodge Primary now, Zanaya Bruce. So, in the male department, we homegrown Shakir Paris. Blessing is on the 19. He recently had a pretty good CPL for TKR. Ramon Simmons, this was his first club. So for us, it's exposing this talent that we have in the community.
Well, finally, Stefan, I want to wish you and your club the very best going forward, not just to 2024, but certainly beyond, and to try to reach that goal that you mentioned. But what would you want to say about individuals who think that community cricket and community support has dwindled over the last few years?
I think community cricket is back. When you look at Isolation Cavaliers, Lords, you look at Ipswich, Malvern, and those clubs that are community clubs. Community cricket is on the rise, and if we want to impact the sales at Kensington Oval for cricket, we have to bring back cricket in the community and bring it to a higher level. When you look at West Indies cricket, Shamar Joseph came from a distant community, and ticket sales in Guyana will rise because you have someone from a community coming out to play at the international level.
But I want to thank you for your time today and want to wish you and the club all the very best in the future.
No problem, thank you. Thanks for having me.
We go to the second oldest club in Barbados, the Pickwick Cricket Club. We are excited. This is we. It's indeed a pleasure to be here at the Pickwick Cricket Club with Corey Yewood, who's the head coach. How are you doing, Corey?
I'm great, and you?
I'm doing pretty good. Okay. One of the things that I admire about this club, it being the second oldest club in Barbados, is the transitioning from Kensington Oval up to this location. You were a top club cricketer here in Barbados for many years, and you left a particular club and you came here to Pickwick. How has that transition been, and the Pickwick family culture?
Well, it has been a change for sure. The two cultures are pretty much different. But what I could say here at Pickwick now is a family that I like. You know, these guys might not be the best talented ways, but they are hard workers, and I really like about that. It's usually be a hard fought, basically coming from the town or coming from north or whatever to come all out here. But I do it because I love it and love the way you're doing and stuff. So that's basically.
You know, at the time, my great friend, the late Stephen Allen, he was president of both the BCA and Empire Cricket Club. I was president of Pickwick Club and secretary of the BCA. And because of our involvement in the upcoming refurbishment of Kensington at the time for Cricket World Cup in 2007, a question arose as to whether Pickwick could viably stay at Kensington after, well, it had to be refurbished, and it was going to be a job that lasted about 2 years. And we both had to put aside any personal feelings we had about the matter and look at what was best at the time. And it was felt that the long association that the club had with Kensington and what the future was going to be, that it would have to move.
Yeah. Are there any names that you would have been able to see over the time that you've been here that you really enjoyed their success?
Well, this program basically started pretty late, where some of these guys are now getting in the teams and playing school cricket. But we got some guys that I'm pretty sure will kick on. We have Justin Paris, we have Jakeem Pollard. We have one or two other guys there that I feel that will kick on in the future. But some the other guys that came through the program, if you know that we won the program a couple of years ago, just before COVID and stuff, we actually the reigning champions in under 13 section. So we still have a very vibrant program. The kids usually come out on a Saturday mornings. We still have at least 30 or 40 odd coming out there showcasing their skills, and that's the best part of this coaching. You know, you like to see these guys from young, from the grassroots level, mold them to become not only good cricketers but also disciplined players for the time to come.
Seeing people like Jeffrey Greenwich, you know, who represented the West Indies and played locally for the club. But then the more recent vintage, you would have had people like Vasper Drakes, Gregory Armstrong, who went on to regional and international honors. But you had other loyal servants of the club. You know, you would think of people like Adrian Grant and Clinton St. Hill. Didn't play for any other club in their 20 or 25 years.
Which is very rare.
Which doesn't happen. In fact, you know, they were loyal servants of the club. You had people also like Valence Connell, who came over from Spartan, who were the backbone for many years of the club structure and the playing staff. Ren Miller, the Proverbs boys. But a more recent vintage has been Kyle and Shea Hope.
Yes.
And we saw Shea developing as a young player at the club and progressing to the stage where he is now. So it has been, you know, when you like any member here, you think, and I should not even forget Haley Matthews.
Current West Indies women's captain.
If you look at the nets over here, on many days when you came out here, Haley was here with her father, who was a club star, Michael Matthews. And while he's playing, she would be in the nets.
And finally, your transition from being a top club cricketer into coaching. Do you enjoy the coaching? Is something that you want to be able to look and merely build a career out of going forward?
Yes. Let's give you a little history for my coaching. When he first came out here, I had one kid who's come out here every Saturday. I used to drive from St. Lucie. If you know, I live in the top of River Bay side, right? So I used to come out here for 9 o'clock and train this one kid. And from there, we grow, we improve and stuff. We got more children and stuff. And then it just goes to show that the commitment, you know, I know it's coming from a player itself, enjoying that individual success and stuff, to into a team-oriented success, basically. It's a transition for me, but it's a good transition. I like it. And I love to see teams come together, winning cups and also playing competitively. That's the most important. Let's put it that way. It's not all about winning, but playing competitively is what I mostly get from it, as that transition from a player into a coach, that coaching a unit. Yeah.
Well, Corey, I want to thank you for giving some time today and really being part of a prestigious club in Pickwick Cricket Club. Yes. And I want to wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back here at the lovely Weymouth ground, where we're going to start proceedings after tea.
The new batter with a wicket having fallen at the stroke of the first session. So 57 by Thaddeus Chase, the main score for ESA Field Pickwick himself, and the runs 57 runs. Third wicket partner after the off-spinner Omar Marsh. On 25-6 then. Raphael Lovell, young left arm spinner, picked up 2 for 36. Spinner Nico
I will start. Thank you. It's going to continue after the luncheon interval. A welcome break for the ESA Field Pickwick. Its side, Ipswich obviously would have taken the better, given more punches, I would say, Wayne, leading up to the first session there before lunch.
Yes, Ipswich team having and elected to field, definitely vindicating the decision of Captain Stefan Holder to put the ESA Field Pickwick into bat on what appeared a quite placid surface in very good cricket conditions, bright sunshine, clear blue skies, and the pitch looking pale with the outfield in excellent shape. And one would have thought that the ideal batting conditions might have tempted Holder to take first knock, but he went with the option of bowling first, and up to this point it has paid off for him.
Yeah, I had a look at the surface, the playing surface at the lunch break. It's no grass at all out there.
Okay.
Jeffrey Mapp obviously has come over to help, and he's trying to get some grass growing on the surface. I think there's 6 pitches, but they're going to cut it down to 4. Because I think 6 is going to be a bit much to manage, but they're trying their best, their utmost best to try and get more grass on the surfaces. As the left arm spinner is going to continue from the northern end to Darnell Greenwich, a product of Harrison College. I'm not really impressed with the shoes that he's wearing, but he's playing these very aquatic blue shoes.
Somebody might tell you, Phil, this is 2026.
Yeah, but cricket is still playing white clothes. With a red ball.
I don't even know if I can actually describe the color of the footwear.
Maybe he designed them himself. He's also a watchmaker and designer. Daniel Greenwich, a talented cricketer, but he was at Harrison College, left arm seamer, and bats right-handed. He's come into this. He was at St. Catherine's at once.
But yes, he spent a long time at St. Catherine, a former Barbados youth team player.
Yes.
Darnell Greenwich, I recall him playing in that side, captained by Shea Hope. Back then, and had a very good career with St. Catherine. You talk about left arm pace. He's no left arm slow orthodox in these times, and a quite prolific wicket taker with it too.
Yeah.
So onto the front foot, a measured defensive stroke.
Yeah, 103 for 7, just 27 overs. ASF Pickwick obviously find themselves in a better border. They would not have expected to be in this position. As you can see, Thaddeus Chase, the leader with 57. He only faced 48 balls, but I was told that intermediate teams only bat 35 overs. In next, so just 27 overs have been gone, have been bowled. Sorry, so obviously another 8 to get to 35. And I'm really holding my breath, because if that saying is true, this game is supposed to be a 4-day game.
Well, what I would be willing to tell you is that these are 2 of the better intermediate sides.
Right.
There's a specific group of intermediate sides, I think, that would separate themselves from the others. So these are not necessarily the average intermediate teams. But I must agree with whoever told you that.
That's why they're the finals.
I must agree with whoever told you that my experience of following intermediate cricket and junior level cricket is that 35 overs in an innings is about average for the average intermediate team.
Okay.
Ford and Greenwich, charged with the responsibility of really rebuilding this Pickwick innings and making something of it, because it was in shambles at the break, still in shambles at the moment. If Ipswich can continue to pick up wickets.
It's a flowing drive by Greenwich. A forward ball watching, actually, as Greenwich called through for a very easy single in the end. Around the best, not really charging into that ball as he should, alone just sitting on his heels. And then we're seeing the players, Mortaris, tell me you should have thrown to the keeper's end. So easy single to bring Ford on strike. Obviously,
Still
these two, as you said, I mean, they're responsible of trying to get ESA Pickwick up to a decent first innings at 105 for 7 and just 27.2 overs. These two now will have to bat for at least another half an hour, 40 minutes if possible.
Looking for the sweep shot. Quiet inquiry by Blackman for LBW, but umpire ignoring that as the ball apparently angling down the leg side as Ford looks for the sweep. But these two dangerous players, I can tell you too, or it is anticipated that they will try to hit themselves out of trouble. They're not going to be prepared to just push around and block around. Both attacking batters, and their normal style is to hit, to be aggressive, I should say, hit themselves out of trouble. But so as long as they're at the wicket, you expect the scoreboard to be taking over.
But there's also a big ground. So when you hit, you have to hit good. If you miss it, you stand a chance of getting out. As he pushes that ball, Greenwich into the offside again, another quick single. So they're dealing in singles, both Greenwich and Ford, and that's just they have the ability to hit the ball, but they still have to look at the game situation.
Well, so far, quite sensible in their approach. If you notice that, despite you would think that Pickwick on their heels, you see the Ipswich team still employing their deep fielders.
Yes, because as you told me earlier today, a batter is going to go a lash.
A guy's going to have a lick, and you just sit back and wait for it.
I'll wait for it.
That is how this cricket is played. I give you a story after this delivery. I was playing, of course, I played at the first division level as it was then.
Yes.
For YMPC. And then this same Ipswich club got promoted to the intermediate in the late 80s, 87 I think. And I made a decision, I'm going to play out the rest of my days among my people playing in the local community team, and I'm going to go back to Ipswich. After the first year, they made me captain of the Ipswich intermediate team.
Yeah.
And I remember the very first day of the second season as captain, we were bowling first. I had Paddy Hall, the great, speedy, fiery Paddy Hall, opening my bowling. And I set this field. I set, I think, 3 slips of gully, forward, short leg, leg gully, long leg, cover, and gave Paddy the ball to bowl and went to my position behind the stumps. Let's wait for this delivery. Lovell in a very extended spell. Yes, now in his 11th over. And there I was waiting for the game to start, and I saw Paddy standing at his position at the ball, at the top of his mark, with his hands just down and nothing happening. I asked, what happened? He asked me, so that's the field you got set there? I said, yes. He said, so what about here? Mid-off. Here, mid-on. There, mid-wicket. I said, what? This is a brand new ball. You started the ball. But he said, no, in this cricket, people don't get catch a slip. People just get catch at mid-off and mid-wicket. That was my first lesson.
Yes.
In playing that
a good single.
Lower level.
But I had that experience too. I captained Barbados. That's a good single from Darnell Greenwich, pushing it to mid-off. Motara, a little slow to move, and the easy single. I went to Barbados Cricket League, the BCA. First game of the Division 1 season, was Division 1 at that time. So I had Henderson Springer, who's now the director, coaching at BCA. We had Mark Levine, Otis Gibson, George Linton, Featherson Jilts. So we had a good pace attack. So I had 3 slips and a gully, silly mid-on, mid-off, right? They went to lunch at 40-something without loss. Andy Springer came to me and said, "You see this field? No, I said that field, bro. Them men are edging up, bro." But you look at the names that you had as bowlers, you say, "Well, yeah, but they bowl a lot of good balls, but nobody edging." Springer said, "You know, we bowled them out after lunch for 105."
Right. I mean, Paddy Hall was a leading wicket taker.
Yeah. Are you taking a big field?
But Paddy said, "Yeah, I get a lot of wickets, but this is where I get my wickets."
mid wicket. Put them 3 men there for
Put
the
those
place.
3 men there, and you're guaranteed. I also had a case with Alvin Gibson, who was one of our leading batters. But in the field, Alvin always clamored to field that mid-off. And without any doubt, Alvin was also among the leading catchers.
Yes, because
in the team and in the division, because he knew if I stand at mid-off, by the end of the season, I'm going to have the most catches.
Yeah.
So
they understood the cricket.
They understood the cricket that they would play. 109 for 7.
Yeah,
still digging themselves in this pair.
Yeah, these two obviously are rotating the strike quite nicely through singles, no big boundaries as yet. And this is intelligent cricket. How long will it last? They've gone it now to 29 overs, but how long will this intelligent batting last is yet to be seen. They're in for a death of spin, clearly.
Well, yes.
So it's going to take a lot of patience.
That is the strength of this Ipswich side. A number of off spinners in this team. You can run into at least 5 off spinners.
So when you get 5 off spinners, what's the next spinner you can get?
We've got the left arm orthodox in Lovell. And Matara is also going to come back. You haven't seen him yet. But if it becomes necessary, put down there. Brilliant effort.
Brilliant.
Tremendous effort. We already saw him take a blinder to get rid of Gerard Jukes.
But he can see, although he took that blinder.
But it didn't blind him.
Okay. But you can see on the replay
that's why he took it.
Yeah. You see on the replay. Flighty delivery for looking to hit the ball to the right of him. He stretches. He has long levers and almost taking the catch and repeating this same shot.
Catch
and this time
taken
he's out.
In the deep by Raphael Lovell. This time it was Ford looking for that big hit on the back foot this time. Cramp for room, still going in the air. Philo, I told you, sit back and wait. The catch is going to come.
Yes, the ball before he got dropped. Obviously the bowler went to his right. The ball dropped from his grasp. Then the next delivery. Same delivery, just short of a line. We're looking to pull. And the ball going to long on, where the young Raphael Lovell just coming in and taking a relatively easy catch in the end. We're looking to hit that ball somewhere out to mid-wicket. Not getting a lot of bat. One would say to take outside edge, but a very good catch by the young man.
He made it look easy because he moved
young.
well.
His
movement was quite swift. Got himself into a very good position and held on to a very well taken catch. And that is the break that Ipswich needed immediately after the resumption.
That's not what Pickwick wanted at all. They wanted these two to bat. They bat for another half an hour or so, but that did not happen. And they've lost the 8 wickets. So obviously, clearly, Wayne, Ipswich in the driver's seat.
Well, at this point in time, they were in the driver's seat even before now, but even more so.
I was talking to Laurent the Best just during the luncheon interval, and he said they went to Malvern and bowled out Malvern for 130.
Well, we played in the semi-final. We played against Malvern at Lears.
And they got about for 130.
Marvin all out for 130.
And Ipswich all out for 105.
Ipswich all out for 105.
Then Marvin gave them 220 something to win.
Yeah.
And they knocked them off.
And Ipswich got them off. Got them with 2 wickets to spare.
Yes, with ease. Yeah, he told me so. He said, you imagine 130 give us trouble. And 200 we knocked off to win. But so that is the fluctuations of this zone, this level of cricket, where players, they can learn quickly and want to make amends. Obviously, Ipswich has a plan. And they've stuck to that plan. They want to win. They're in the finals now against the ESA field Pickwick. And at 109 for 8, after sending Pickwick in, one would say that Ipswich, obviously, they're in some kind of control here.
Well, yes, the captain, Rashid Edwin, the next player in. Chance for a catch, appeal for a catch under the helmet, not given by umpire Leach.
I wonder if he's Leroy Leach's son.
He has a bit of an accent. I've heard him speaking, so I don't know. I don't know Leach to have a passport.
Well, we'll leave it at that.
But then again, you don't need a passport to come into Barbados if you're coming from Guyana these days, do you?
No, you need an ID card.
Oh, okay.
A nice valid one, though.
So Nico Blackman has been somewhat. Oh, there's an opportunity, it appears, from this distance. Looking for the sweet shot there. Rashid Edwin, as I mentioned, the captain, a very experienced player too. Another one of these very, very experienced players who has seen in horse racing terms better days at the higher level.
Yes, he's played elite as well.
Well, that's me. Rashid Edwin, big off spinner. He's going to be
No,
a
just
threat.
call him an off spinner, man. Why do you have to use that word big?
No, but I didn't mean in describing him. I'm describing his off spin.
Yeah.
In this particular case, looking for the sweep. And he's given leg before wicket. Sweeping, missing, struck on the pad, and after some deliberation, umpire Leach raising the finger, and Rashid Edwin not happy about having to return to the pavilion.
I think that is a bad decision.
Well,
I know you're from Ipswich.
But no,
right?
it has nothing to do with
That
it.
is a bad decision. That ball is clearly going down the leg
It
side.
has nothing to do with Ipswich, Philip. He's got to be careful.
That is a bad decision.
We've got to be careful about the
Okay.
angle that we're watching the
No, but-
game
but
from, the angle of the camera. We've got to be very careful.
I'm looking at where the keeper is heading. The keeper is heading clearly down the leg side. When the man is struck, the keeper is outside of leg stump. So that ball could be nowhere hitting the stump. That is a very poor decision from Mr. Leach. And obviously the captain shows his frustration. But he has to go. He's been given out by the umpire. LBW to Nico Blackman, the off spinner from the southern end. And Pickwick now have lost their ninth wicket on 109. So coming back after lunch, they've lost wickets in dexterity. So this means that Darnell Greenwich, it's important now to see his approach.
Well, he's got the last man in with him now. That last player being Rashad Mears. At 109 it is for 7. Blackman now with 4 wickets, 4 for 14.
From 5 overs.
Blackman, one of the leading wicket takers in the Ipswich side this season. Very much understated as an off spinner, I think. But has been really one of the linchpins, one of these 5 off spinners that I mentioned to you in this Ipswich side. As Raphael Lovell continuing to wheel away from this northern end, Lovell.
I'd like to see him slow it down a bit. Give the ball some time to turn.
Well, yes,
just coming in and just zipping the ball through.
I guess he's playing that role of trying to keep things quiet at that one end, making sure that the runs are dried up at his end. But that has been very much his method.
Right.
And I do agree with you sometimes. I too would prefer if he can take a bit of pace off and slow the ball out, look to put some more revs on the ball.
The ball to spin up the surface because he's a tall guy, he's strong, he has good body structure. So he can just impart a bit more body to get the ball to spin.
Onto the front foot. Greenwich. So Greenwich will have to be playing a very clever game here. He's got the last man in with him. He has the ability to give the ball a good thump. But he will want to be discerning in his shot selection to keep the scoreboard ticking over, while at the same time looking to reduce.
Yeah, but you use the word that I like, smart.
Smart cricket.
It has to be smart. I would put V in front, which is very smart. Very smart, yeah, because if he goes, that's the end of it.
That's the end of it.
And they're only 109, and they're bad 30.3 overs, man. So that guy who told me they only bat 35, he can go to the bank and he can start to cash his money. Because he's walking on his way down to the bank. But at 109 for 9, one would expect that Ipswich to be looking to wrap up this innings sooner rather than later.
I don't know anything at all about the number 11 batsman, Mears. So we'll have to see what he has to offer when it comes to his turn to bat, as Greenwich picking up that single off the final delivery.
Well, from the way Mears ran that single, Mears in number 11. Simple. So Greenwich has to face majority of the balls, and he has to do all of the scoring. If it comes down to Mears to score, I think they're going to be bowled out.
110 for 9, and Greenwich, importantly, stealing the strike, getting that single off that final delivery. So he will be on strike as no doubt Nico Blackman, a.k.a. Oates.
Does he eat a lot? Probably
Well,
getting some water.
Well,
Very well done.
if he's been eating a lot, he's not been doing him. He's not been eating any fat.
But
for
he's
sure.
he be eating the wrong oaks.
He definitely hasn't been eating any fat.
Nah.
Not an ounce of fat on his body from
No,
here.
he's fit. One was saying cricketing terms. Very slimly built, but he's bowled well. He's into his 6 over. He's picked up 4 wickets already. And he's only going for 14 runs. So well done to the young man. This will give him a whole lot of confidence as well.
Got 4 wickets in that first innings against Malvern in the first innings there in the semi-final also. A couple of runs to be had, I think, through the keeper. The batters come back for 2. And umpire Leach, yes, is going to raise the hand and signal byes.
Speaking to your favorite person today, a guy called Scooby.
Errol Holder.
Errol Holder, Scooby.
A.k.a. Scoopy.
Yeah, obviously as a young man in Horderson, we used to spend a lot of time together. He used to watch a lot of cricket. But he told me he's been the mayor of Eden Lodge for a very long time.
For quite a while now. Very much so. Scoopy has served in many different capacities in Ipswich. Well, in Eden Lodge, generally. You recall Ipswich, the history of Ipswich stretches back to 1976.
Yeah.
The Ipswich played in the BCA competition for the very first time in 1976. So which means there we see Greenwich opening his arms, one floated up and given the opportunity to swing those big powerful arms to the ball and lofting it over deep extra cover inside out for a maximum.
Yes, a very good shot there from Darnell Greenwich. The talent, just giving room. Got a good base and hitting clean over extra cover.
Yes, that looks like a good golf swing, Phil. Are you a golf player?
Used to be.
This one not getting the arms this time. So yes, I was telling you, Ipswich starting in 1976.
Yes.
50 years ago this year.
Yes.
You know who was the captain of the very first Ipswich team?
Who?
Scoopy. Still around.
But he told me that he also had the first out-of-season cricket competition, and no money was involved. And he used to play 2 games, 2 on a Sunday morning and 2 on a Sunday afternoon, and nobody complained. It was just cricket, lovely cricket.
Yes, those were the days of. There's a word that I think I was trying to describe what the approach of the modern day cricketer. And the one ingredient that I find that has been missing from our cricket here, not only in Barbados, but looking around the Caribbean generally, is passion.
Yeah, I mean, not talking passion fruit.
No, I'm talking about passion.
Yeah, there's no passion.
That passion for the game. That passion that made you get up, fellow, in the morning and do your chores because you knew that cricket was going to be played on the past today at Hordersville and you wanted to be there. And sometimes you may spend the whole day there unless your seniors called you off the field. That passion.
Yes, that's
want
true.
To play.
And what the word passion you use is what Scooby was actually saying when we were down for lunch. That the guys don't have that passion anymore for the game. They just play for playing sake. But in those early days, guys played because they wanted to do well. And they wanted the recognition of doing well.
Yes, reward, monetary reward or reward generally. The reward was in the satisfaction in being part of the game.
But satisfaction can't buy a bag of rice.
So I know. On to the front foot comes. Greenwich again stealing the strike, playing cleverly, maintaining the strike. Rashad Mears yet to face a delivery.
Yeah, but this is what he has to do. This is what the team requires, Darnell Greenwich. I think he's batting a little too low in this side as well. But he has to try and play a little cat and mouse here with the Ipswich bowlers and fielders to try to get up to maybe 130 if possible, 125 maybe.
Well, 130 got the better of Ipswich in the semi-final. Appeal for leg before, shaking the head vigorously in the negative. Umpire Jessica Holder Vaughan.
It's good to see that the ladies given the opportunity to umpire at this level, obviously in the men's game.
Yeah.
Trying to get them up to standard, get them into understanding the competitiveness.
Off the back foot, looking for the cut, finding lane.
And this kind of batting can frustrate Darnell Greenwich. He's a free scorer. He's playing some good shots, but he's not beating the infield. So he has to bat balls now. And batting balls means batting time. Although he's a watchmaker.
Well, time is his forte.
But I hope he has it.
He's all about time, isn't he?
Yeah. He's timed a couple of good balls, but he needs to time a lot more.
Floated up, full toss, hit away through the offside. He's got cover in the deep. Rico Scott coming around, but would get there before Jamar Lane running back from point. And the batter's coming through for a couple more runs, maintaining the strike Greenwich.
Yeah, weak delivery there from Raphael Lovell. Just a full toss outside the off stump. You want the left-hand spinner to be more on point, in that you want him to attack the stumps. Attacking the stumps and then shaping the ball away gives him more opportunity to get the batters. He now asks long on to come up to mid on, but it's still clearly a single if it goes past him because he's still outside the 30-yard circle.
Well, yes, these are still singles to be had. I'm not sure what the intention is here. You're pulling the flares in off the boundary, but you're bringing them halfway in.
Yeah.
So you're still allowing for the single. I don't know if the temptation is to ask Greenwich to go over the top and look for the boundary rather than the easy single. Short and cut into that cover area and gets the easy single.
Yeah, it is really mind-boggling sometimes how captains, what they're looking at doing and how they're looking to set up batters. Obviously, now Mears is going to he's going to face for the first time, but you still want to squeeze Darnell Greenwich because every single he gets pushes the score up. And you want to squeeze him to force him to play a more attacking shot rather than just get an easy single.
Looking because at the moment he's operating with no risk whatsoever.
None.
Just being able to cruise along. Field comes in though somewhat for the new batter Mears, facing his first delivery, gets a full toss and nice diving stop there at short extra cover. Keeping the scoring down to
he went
to
for
nil.
a catch, man. That fielder went to take that catch.
That
would have been a brilliant
the
catch.
ball, well,
It was a full toss.
I know it was a full toss.
And Mears got into a very good position to hit it through extra cover, but he hit it in the air. And the fielder diving to his right obviously could not hold on to it. So a good effort.
Was Omar Marshall there, the old guy.
Why you have to use that word, man? You were using experience and the conversation was good. Now you've gone to a three-letter word, which is not a nice word to use when you start to grow up.
Mature.
Thank you very much. That's better. You know, so the experience of Omar Marshall going to dive into his right. And mind you, he plays in glasses.
Pulling out all the stops there.
Yeah, you know the importance. Ipswich winning this game will lift him up to Division 1.
Well, yes.
And there'll be a motorcade in the
as
lodge.
I said, this was a dream. As this is a sweep shot out towards deep mid-wicket. The man at deep mid-wicket, Scott, seemed to have not picked it up initially because he stayed rooted on his position at deep mid-wicket. Then realizing that the ball was coming in his direction, started to sprint in. But by that time, Greenwich had recognized the opportunity. Well, he thought he'd seen the opportunity to come back for a second. He didn't actually come through. So Scott, in the end, managing to keep the scoring down to 1.
No, it's 2 runs. He got 2 runs, man. Greenwich is back.
Greenwich was the player batting
yes.
at the start. Well,
right,
picking up a couple of runs.
So Nico Blackman is into his 7th over. He's picked up 4 wickets, looking for a 5 for in a final. And Greenwich looking to employ the sweep. That's a polite inquiry, the ball ricocheting from his pads. So you can see a little aggression and frustration now creeping into Darnell Greenwich's stroke play. Because he's a watchmaker, obviously he has to get the timing right on his watches. And clearly now he has to bat time here for Pickwick as he whips this ball from outside the off stump. So you can see the intention is starting to increase.
Well, yes, because he recognizes the importance of it makes no sense being in the middle and runs are not coming.
Agree.
So he needs to score and keep the scoreboard ticking over. And at the same time, he needs to limit the risk of losing his wicket.
But some people like being in the middle and nothing is happening. But Darnell Greenwich wants something.
Clearly not wanting that. And here we see now the field on the offside beginning to close in, looking to deny him the single. As this one is hit back along the wicket, well fielded by the bowler. Keeps Darnell Greenwich off strike for the start of the new over. 122 for 9. ESA field Pickwick invited to bat on this first day of the 2026 Barbados Cricket Association Intermediate Division Final. Amcor Fencing and Metalworks Ipswich versus ESA field Pickwick.
Yeah, Amcor Metalworks and Fencing Ipswich. Congratulations to those sponsors who have invested their money into a community club, and I think they will feel quite chuffed to see that the club has made it into the finals of the intermediate division against ESA field Pickwick, a team that's been around for a very long time.
The second oldest club in Barbados.
Have them
Pickwick.
on the back foot somewhat.
Only preceded by Wanderers, formed I think somewhere in the around 1880, this Pickwick side.
So
Early
they
1880.
used to operate at Kensington Oval, but now they're up at Forge Square.
Struck on the pad again. Umpire Holder Vaughn shakes her head in the negative, but coming onto the front foot there was Mears. Ball beating him on the inside part of the bat. I guess the umpire arguing that the ball angling down leg side. I don't think he would have gotten his left leg outside the line on that occasion. Here he is again facing up. And not forced to play this time.
Well, clearly Mears just showed some technique there. That first delivery, get a hit, I believe he got outside the off stump. We're waiting on the replay, but now we're seeing pyramids. But at least he's showing good skills with the bat so far, not looking to take chances.
Short on the back foot, looking to work it to the onside. Again, the appeal turned down by umpire Holder Vaughn.
Yeah, the arm ball, but that ball clearly is going down the leg side, and the right decision being made by the umpire.
Quicker delivery there from Lovell. Lovell now in his 13th over. Spell interrupted only by the tea break. Flighting this one up, coming onto the front foot, negotiates this one well, does Mears.
Yeah, but it's been a very long spell by this young man.
Well,
and he showed good control. He just picked up 2 wickets, but he showed very, very good control, and the captain obviously has entrusted him to hold this northern end for him.
Coming forward is Mears, getting it off the bottom of the bat. Picked up 5 in the second innings in that semi-final against Malvern. 5 wickets, that is. So 1 delivery left. And
Mears has negotiated that. Those 6 deliveries from the left-hand spinner quite nicely. He hasn't scored yet, but he's showing good support there to Darnell Greenwich, who continues to show good batting skills for ESA field Pickwick. And we can see on the screen, being over at Queen's Park in the BCA second division game, we have Isolation Cavaliers. They're 180. They were bowled up for 183, it looks like. Yes,
183 for 4.
Yes, 183 for 4 in 30 overs.
Yes,
And St. John Cultural Cricket Club, they're now 24 for 1 in 4.2 overs.
Remember these second division matches, they play 30 overs a maximum
first innings,
in the first innings.
So you have Malik Amy is on 2, and Malikai Mason is on 8. Jamal Carter bowled 2.2 overs, so 11 runs, he picked up a wicket. And Jamel Morris. A lot of J's, a lot of M's.
Malik and Malachi are brothers, fellow.
But one is Amy and one is a Mason. Actually, it was his grandmother yesterday at a funeral in Chapel Street. One of our former workmates, me and Tim Scanderberry. He was laid to rest yesterday, and I walked through the rain to go to that funeral.
Condolences to all concerned.
He had to be a very good friend of mine for me to get wet. And I have no hair on my head.
Okay.
You wouldn't know when the bald head man gets wet. There's a lot of wet.
Nothing to shield, nothing to absorb.
Nothing. And
But
over at BDF, over at the BDF sports program, sorry, BDF, the Barbados Defence Force,
Playing at
they're
Briar Hall.
at
That's
Briar
great,
Hall,
Briar
just
Hall.
up the street. they scored 207 for 8 in their 30 overs.
Oil company,
And now
BNECL.
Yes, the Barbados National Energy Company Limited. A mouthful, man.
Very much
You
so.
can't say that with liquid in your mouth. You might choke.
BDF 31 for 1 in reply.
Yes. Dwayne McCullin is 4. And Tashan Miller is on 7. I see
2.
Ryan Miller here. They got Terrell Payne. He's bowled 2 overs, 2.3 overs, 17 runs, no wickets. And Antonio Morris, he has about 80.
Anthony Morris, yes.
Anthony Morris, yes.
Down to the fielder at.
He played for Cable
the
and Wireless
cover.
as well.
Played a lot of years for Cable and Wireless. In all the different avatars, he would have played as Cable and Wireless, BET, Line. I think there was another name too, Bartel.
He has about 60.
Yeah, could he? But he's now one of the more established players in the Masters cricket in Barbados. As a matter of fact, he is the chief cook and bottle washer of Masters cricket in Barbados. As Greenwich looks for a sweep, stifled appeal coming from
Blackman is up to the go around the wicket now from the southern end, which is really like to see.
Looking to change the angle. He's got a man right back at deep backward square, so he's inviting Greenwich to go for that sweep shot. And this time he's short outside the all stump, and he's been given.
Greenwich is pleading with the umpire that maybe he got some bat on it, but obviously the HS players, they're walking off.
We'll get a chance
So
to see
Blackman
it
has picked up his 5th wicket.
on
Greenwich.
the replay here, bowling around the wicket, right arm, and off the back foot he goes. The ball striking him on the pad, appearing as if it would go on to hit the stumps, but Greenwich pleading with the umpire. Leg before wicket. Because the ball did go to ground. It could not have been caught at the wicket because the ball actually did go to ground. There we see it.
But the ball sees the hit back. That's what I'm looking at, man. And obviously the umpires ruled them out LBW.
And has brought a close to the Pickwick innings.
Not a good close, but they have
Greenwich
to come.
out to Nico Blackman. Blackman picking up a 5th wicket.
Picked up 5 for 21, it looks like. The young man has bowled well.
I can let me quickly run through the scorecard of the Pickwick side before I hand over to the new pair of commentators. But the Pickwick team closing in exactly 35 overs, Phil Wallace.
Yeah, man. I owe you a plus. True to form,
Over
actually.
exactly 35 overs.
They don't bat no more than 35 overs.
I can even go as far as to tell you, I gave up. Okay, should I go there?
Well, you sat down a year.
Yes, I sat down a year to
Ipswich.
manage the Ipswich intermediate team.
Yes.
Over that year, I came to, I made a number of discoveries. And one of those discoveries was that in intermediate cricket, 35 overs is a long time to bat.
Right.
And most teams, I know situations where I would have told my players, we're going to set them X amount of runs. Just give yourself 35 overs and you're going to win.
Yeah. And
9 out of every 10 times we won.
Right.
So it's proven. Statistics prove it. Pickwick all out for 128. And let me quickly run through the scorecard for you. After Pickwick were invited to bat by the Ipswich captain Stefan Holder. Kevin Bartlett caught Orion Francis, bowled Omar Marshall 11. Javier Waterman caught Rico Scott, bowled Omar Marshall, no score. Thaddeus Chase, the most electrifying innings of the day, the most significant score by a batter. LBW to Stefan Holder for 57 from 48 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Jerome Stewart caught Jamar Lane, bowled Raphael Lovell for 13. The Sandy Griffith leg before wicket to Raphael Lovell for 2. Orion C leg before wicket to Nico Blackman for 10. Jared Gilts caught and bowled Nico Blackman 4. Jakeem Ford caught Raphael Lovell, bowled Nico Blackman 6. Darnell Greenwich, the last batsman, dismissed for 14. We believe it is leg before wicket. Rashid Edwin leg before wicket to Nico Blackman for no score. Greenwich also falling to Blackman and Rashad Mears. As a matter of fact, it's Darnell Greenwich left not out on 14. The last
Darnell
man
Greenwich was out.
Well,
for 14, and Nico
that means
and Rashad Mears is not out on 6.
Which means that my Crick Heroes scorecard.
Yeah, it's incorrect because Greenwich is the last man who was out.
So Greenwich leg before wicket for 14. Yes. Rashad Mears left not out on 6.
Yes.
Some 5 extras, 3 leg byes and 2 byes, and off 35 overs, all out for 128. And looking at the bowling for Ipswich, Zahir Matara 4 overs, 11 runs. Omar Marshall 5 overs, 35 runs, 2 wickets. Raphael Lovell 14 overs on the trot, broken only by the tea break. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 43 runs, 2 wickets. Jamar Lane 2 overs for 4 runs. Stefan Holder 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs and 1 wicket. And the star of the show, the chief destroyer, Nico Blackman, bowling right arm off spin, 7.4 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 27. The Pickwick losing wickets at 2:25. We had a 57-run partnership between Chase and Jerome Stewart for the 3rd wicket. The 3rd wicket falling at 82. So did the 4th. The 5th at 95 and the 6th also at 95. The 7th at 102. The 8th at 109. The 9th at 109. And finally all out for 128. So a satisfactory day's work so far for the Ipswich side. And Captain Stefan Holder and the coach Shad Simmons and the think tank within the Ipswich side can feel satisfied and vindicated with that decision to bowl first. Of course, you never judge a wicket, never judge a surface until both teams have had the chance to bat on it, and we'll see what is to come when Ipswich begin their reply to what at this point in time seems a fairly meager 128, but I can take you back to a couple of weekends ago. Malvern were out for the 130 and still found themselves in the box seat early the second day.
Yeah, well, obviously, when you look at the 128, one would expect is a below par score for Pickwick on a decent surface here at Weymouth. Ipswich winning the toss and obviously inviting the SFE Pickwick to take first knock. And to get it to 128, Pickwick would not be happy at all. Coach Andrew Emtage obviously will be a little bit peeved as well with the way how his batters approach batting the first time in this intermediate final, 2026 BCA intermediate final. This is going to be a 4-day game played over 2 weekends. Tomorrow is the second day, so you would expect that Pickwick would have batted better, but they've been shot out for 128. As I said, we in the start of the show is Nico Blackman. He picked up 5 for 27. Congratulations to him with his off spin. And he was well supported, I think, by Stefan Holder, who came. He only bowled 3 overs, but he got that wicket and he looked good. Raphael Lovell, obviously 14 overs, 43 runs. He was the most expensive of the bowlers. He picked up 2 wickets with his left arm, orthodox slow bowling. And Omar Marshall, the off-spin, who opened the bowling, but Motara, he bowled 5 and he picked up 2 wickets also for 35 runs. I'm happy that I didn't see Motara come back for a second spell, but it obviously it didn't require that. And well done to Ipswich. Now it's their turn to at the crease. You see that the groundsmen, they're rolling the pitch. Obviously they've asked for a light roller. I don't know how much that will do to the surface, but they have a light roller on for 7 minutes and try to maybe do as much compacting as possible, and then it'll be their turn to bat.
So we're seeing here that this looks like that Thaddeus Chase, who played a very enterprising knock, a fellow, the best batting that we have seen for the day so far. We also had that unfortunate incident where a young Anton Darlington was struck on the grill of the helmet by a powerful hit from, I think it was Jerome Stewart at the time of the bowling of Lovell. And here we see Chase again. Not on the go, on the defensive.
But if you look at how he's defending, it's 2 feet together. Now we see the captain. Obviously, that's a very good shot of the captain bowling his medium pace.
Yeah, nice action photo.
Yes, nice one indeed. And again,
nice leap and gather.
It's nice to see the spectators as well, man. Really
Chad
coming
Simmons,
around.
I don't know if you're aware of Chad Simmons,
Yes,
who
I know
was
Chad Simmons.
a former captain at Empire and Banks at the
Yes.
first division level.
I know Chad Simmons
Played
quite well.
some youth cricket for Barbados. The son of Henderson Ted Dexter Simmons,
Yes, I've known him.
a
I know.
former Empire and Barbados player.
Barbados player, yes.
Henderson Simmons. Shad, the coach of the Ipswich team, and I don't know. I'll give you a story about Shad too, fellow. Shad was the elected captain of this team,
Right.
and he was captaining the team in the league all through the season.
Yeah.
Until he had to miss a game because he was traveling overseas. He was not able to get back into the side after that. The team were going so well, and those in the team were doing so well that it was he himself opted to sit out, and now he's the non-playing captain / coach.
I don't know if you know this guy, Mr. Johnson. He sells the most sweetbreads on weekends.
AKA Bosco.
I was up at Windward last week, Saturday.
He used to
Sunday.
score more runs than he sells bread now, you know.
Yes, I
there
know.
was a time.
I know, yes. There was a time for every one of us. Our times now have just come and gone. But when you look at it, Chad obviously has now devoted himself to coaching. Another young man looking to get into that sphere of work where coaching, developing cricketers, getting cricketers to understand game situations and play a more team concept. That is what a coach is supposed to do, get these players to understand that it's not about them, it's about the team. As we see Andrew empties just taking the ESA field pick with players just through some fielding drills, just getting them,
Some
getting them
interesting
warm.
facts too, you know, Bill. A number of these players have affiliations to both of these clubs. You get a Shad Simmons, for instance, a former Pickwick player. Rashad Lovell is a product. Raphael Lovell is a product of the Pickwick youth program. We also see Zahir Matara.
Yes, Pickwick as well.
A long time
Pickwick
Pickwick
when
member.
they were at the Oval.
Who came over Ipswich only to play white ball cricket this season. That was the intention when he came, and he's finished up as an integral part of this intermediate red ball side, playing against Pickwick.
Yes,
we also had a case where I know Rashid Edwin represented Ipswich in the BCL competition a couple of seasons back. So a lot of back and forth between these two teams.
But it's also good to see Raymond Reef out there helping as well as coach of this intermediate side. You know that he captained the Barbados team under that cloud when the finals was rained off by CWI in Trinidad, and then he went off to America. I think he went up there to do some coaching. Now he's back. He's played for ESA Pickwick in the elite, but it's also good to see him now obviously helping out here with the intermediate, where obviously his coaching is obviously now looking to bring that other aspect of his game into play, that coaching side. So it's good to see Raymond Reefer decked out in his coaching
Marlon
kit.
Franklin. Our Raymond Reefer look-alike in Marlon Franklin. He's been a key cog in that junior program at Pickwick, a very vibrant junior program there at Foursquare, the Pickwick Club, doing a fantastic job. The likes of Marlon Franklin and the rest of his team have done very well in the under 13s.
Well, yeah, but more clubs need to copy that as well. I can remember years ago, Spartan had a very vibrant youth program started by the late David Horford. Obviously, it has not continued.
Yeah, Spartan, one of the originators of youth.
But other clubs have done it. I know Empire also have a junior program.
Wonders have done very well over the years.
My good friend Dexter Toppin was there.
Wildy is another
as
club.
well, yes. So the clubs, that is something that the clubs need to get involved with, getting the youth program going, similar to the football clubs in England, where they have their youth programs and they develop their footballers through that program to go into other clubs.
You would have been more privy to it than I would be. I visited England on a couple of times for very short stints, and it was quite. I noted that all the clubs, well, the clubs that I would have encountered, all had their different age levels. Age level teams, right? Age level teams, and you had your under 13s, right up to the senior, and in some instances you went past senior into masters.
Yes, and it's important that club life it's a continuation. So it is important too that the Barbados Cricket Association and the clubs sit down and have these discussions. Even Ipswich, with this success, because this is success for Ipswich, to try now to get that community club to form a youth section
well, yes,
and
it is.
build around what they have here. Because with Chad Simmons and those guys involved in coaching, you want to give them more opportunities to coach and develop cricketers. There's Richard Clark there who works very, very hard at Passage Road with the young girls and the young boys in this country. Accolades to him. So you can see that these guys are working to try and keep the machinery, the wheels turning within Barbados cricket. Franklin Stevenson goes without even saying a second word. He's been working very, very hard. He's developed a lot of our cricketers. So both male and female, we have to look at both genders. Try to get them into structured programs from very young so they can understand the fundamentals and the rudimental parts of cricket, which is our national sport and which is growing. We've just saw Haley Matthews and Justin Graves both being voted as ICC Players of the Month, coming from 166 square miles.
I dare say that's unprecedented.
But there's something special about both of them, and there's also something special about
something
the
special
country.
about Barbados.
we produce.
When it comes to cricket.
We produce cricketers.
But yes, but what we've had going there at Ipswich is not structured up to this stage. But if you look through the last few years, what we've been doing there at Eden Lodge, a number of young cricketers have had some exposure at the Ipswich Club, and we boast two of the more outstanding members of that Barbados under 19 team who are now in Antigua for the training, for the camp leading up to the next Youth Under 19 World Cup. Zanaya Bruce and Ebony Brathwaite, both Ipswich.
Yes.
Both Eden Lodge.
Yes.
And these are girls who come to the nets at Eden Lodge, and they're allowed to bat and participate as members would be. You know, sometimes I've known players to sacrifice their opportunity to practice because Ebony wants a knock, Ebony wants a hit, you know, and that is very much accommodated. And there are a number of young cricketers. You talk about Scoopy and his influence. There are a number of cricketers outside of the Ipswich playing at a higher level. Talk about Shakir Paris.
Yes.
Talk about Ramon Simmons. Talk about Jaden Edmund, Shamar Marshall, Shamar Holder,
Smith, Andrea Evelyn.
Okay,
Shaquan Paris. I have the whole list thanks to Barry Ford. He keeps me on my phone quite long. It's a good thing. We talk about cricket for hours because he has a lot of. Barry obviously coaches at Queen's College.
Barry is another part of that whole journey. When this dream was conceptualized, Barry was very much up front and center back there in 2020. And so something has been happening in Eden Lodge.
And he would have coached them, actually. He was the first coach of the club.
He
coached the club at the first T20 plate.
The T20, when we won the T20 plate in 2020. Barry was the head coach at that point.
Scoopy is his father.
And Scoopy is the grandfather. The mayor, we call him.
Yeah.
Scoopy is the mayor.
So he's had a hand in every successful road.
Everything.
Which is good.
Yes, and
very good.
So something good has been happening in cricket out of Eden Lodge. As you said, maybe the next step would be something much more structured, much more formal in the form of that youth academy. And I'm going to be on Barry's. I'm going to be on Barry's neck about it immediately after this year's season. As I speak, because I speak and I'm looking at Barry away to my left, sitting just behind the car in the shades, fellow. Barry Ford, just where Bosco is right now, in front of. It seems like he's going to buy a sweet bread from Bosco. Glendon Johnson is his given name. The bread man, known by all and sundry around.
Yeah, but when I buy a sweet bread from him, it lasts me about 10 days.
Yeah, you slowly.
You see when you get nice things, you don't rush though.
Oh, you savor.
Yeah, I'm a savorer. No, a savor. I'm a savorer, right? They make something that's nice, you keep it for a very long time. I have a
connoisseur of coconut bread.
But yes, please. It's a good coconut bread. I can't buy them every weekend because then I put myself in trouble medically.
But this guy moves around cricket grounds across the length and breadth of Barbados every single weekend, playing his trade, selling his stock, and he has a rollicking business. I think I can say. So the product must be good.
The product must be good. That's Red Miller limps. Walking past us, good old Red Miller. What's
an
off spinner? Yes. We keep using that word.
There he is, Red
right.
Miller.
That's Glendon Johnson.
Well, this is Bosco, yes.
No,
this is Bosco. Glendon Johnson.
Yeah, Renaissance on left.
One of a prolific run scorer. Scored plenty, hundreds and hundreds, thousands of runs.
Yes.
playing at the intermediate level.
Yes.
For one recalls for YMCA, playing for the Cable and Wireless, BET's setup. Played a lot of BCL cricket.
Yes.
In the day.
And he goes to the beach every morning. And he's going to dip into his bag and he's going to pull out another sweet bread.
Well, there we go.
And you can't buy him out.
A Bosco special. No.
Yeah, you can't buy him out.
However,
He came in a pickup.
However,
he came in a van. That van is full of bread.
However, that bag is emptied, he always has a refill.
Yes. And the breads are the same size. So you don't get cheat on size. You get quality.
And consistent quality too.
You have to.
Consistency. Yeah. So it was just as good as he was a batsman.
He's a baker.
But I know he's a salesman. I'm not so sure if he's the baker, but I know he's. But I know for sure that he looks after the sales.
Yeah, and he wears only a cargo pants, and the cargo pants have many pockets.
Well, a new innings about to begin, Philo Wallace, and I think we're going to introduce two new. Well, not new, but two different voices to start at the start of the Ipswich reply to the 128 all-out made by ESA Field Pickwick. Rashawn Hackett and Andy Payne will take you through the next stage of play here at Weymouth.
Well, thanks to Philo Wallace and Wayne Holder. They've really done a fantastic job there. Wayne Holder is taking you through the actual upcoming of Ipswich and what they're going to become. We're going to welcome back Rashawn Hackett. He also had a season with the Ipswich team. I'm sure at some point Wayne Holder and him will have some say about that, as this innings has gone on the way. I tell you, 128 target. They're going to pick up first innings lead. Remember, this is a 4-day encounter over 2 innings, but first innings lead in the event that this game did not finish in the outright. That can propel you to the championship as well. It's like Scott, Rico Scott, and Oren Francis, the two openers for the ESA Field Pickwick side. Sorry, for the Ipswich side. As for the ESA Field Pickwick, it's Darnell Greenwich, the opening bowler. Rashawn?
A very good afternoon to you, Andy Payne. What a day of cricket it has been so far, and we are here for the evening session. Darnell Greenwich with ball in hand. Rico Scott, he's facing up along with Orion Francis. Scott, a typical left-handed batsman, just turning that one down to fine leg, picking up a single. So the Ipswich side, they're off the mark and rolling.
Yeah, 128 posted there by the ESA Field Pickwick after being inserted to bat. They lasted all of 35 overs there, Rashawn. But I don't think they'll be happy with that total. But runs on the board are runs on the board in the final. You know, it's just a matter about picking up wickets and just trying to pick them up at regular intervals, put pressure on the Amcor Fencing Metalworks Ipswich side.
Yeah, you know, they always say, Andy, that runs on the board are runs on the board. So they're there. It's now for the team that don't have them. Darnell Greenwich, he's been the leading wicket taker for Pickwick this season. And boy, has he been incredible, Andy. Picked up a couple of 5-wicket hauls, 6 for 56 versus St. John Cultural in Series 5. And he also picked up 6 for 55 versus Central in Series 2, along with 7 for 21 versus St. Joseph Cultural. So 3 6-wicket hauls as the first over comes to an end. 1 without loss. Darnell Greenwich, he completes his first over. And of course, we must also make mention of the batsman, Rico Scott. He is a man who is known to produce runs. Already has a century this season, 103 in Series 1. So this is a good encounter, Andy Payne. We have a bowling side, which has wickets and batsmen who have scored runs so far this season. That's Jared Jilks, with ball in hand.
Yeah, he looks all set to pick up the attack from the southern end. Jilts said he's going to be happy with his dismissal. He knew he let his team down. This is before the interval. Just losing his wicket, just pushing the ball back. So Oates will pick up a fifer. That's Nico Blackman. Goes by the nickname as Oates. Good 5-wicket haul for him. One who you said known to pick up some wickets.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a number of years now for the Ipswich side. So no surprise there whatsoever, leading the team from the front. Jai Jokes, he's into Orion Francis. 2 slips and a gully in place, backward point, no cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a square leg. So pretty regulation field here. Starts with one down the leg side, but good glove work there from Dasani Griffith.
Yeah, Jilts, like you said, one of those bowlers who does get the ball to move around, each way movement. He's a good opening bowler. He'd be entrusted to really do the bulk of the bowling here. Francis, he said he will want to give his team a good start. Alongside Scott, who said had quite a few scores in that intermediate lead before getting here to the final. But down there, Greenwich and Gerard Jilts, 2 very experienced bowlers. Like Greenwich, he would have played at St. Catherine. He really used to be a left-hand seam bowler, really. You've seen him just shorten up his run, try to bowl a bit of left-arm spin bowler. He's still on the quicker side, but he's a man who's been around for a while and knows about picking up wickets as well.
Yeah, when I was looking through the scorecards, and I kept on seeing this name, Darnell Greenwich, Darnell Greenwich, Darnell Greenwich, I was wondering, what is this guy bowling? Is he bowling a marble? He's been unstoppable this entire season, and surely he'd be looking to produce a performance today. Jerry Jokes, we know what he can do.
Yeah, well, Greenwich for a number of seasons, as a matter of fact. I think he's good enough to obviously elevate himself in the white ball version into the elite side. For Pickwick, sometimes this one is gone aerial, but it's gone past the man at mid-off. He's able to come back for 2. 2 is all it'll be. Let's get chase, and so 2 more to the total, taking it out to 3. But a good aggressive shot being essayed there. So just picking up 2 on that occasion, but Jilts being a bit full, just trying to find his length. But the pitch, like you said, is giving you a little bit for the bowlers so far.
Nice. Goes into the gap. And they'll pick up a good 3 runs. Beautiful flowing drive there. And I think that we're going to see a lot of that this game, Andy. A lot of running. Because it's a big outfield. So boundaries won't come that easily. And that is what is required of the batsmen if they want to score runs there. Can hit the boundaries, but you must run on an outfield like this.
Well, on that eastern side of the field, it's really a long way up. It's upwind as well. It's a bit uphill. A bit thicker on that side. It's not like if you're going to the western side, where it's a bit quicker on this side of the ground. So being a left-hander and playing a cover drive up there, you know you have a lot of running to do.
Yeah, it's a shot that really deserved 4 though. The cover drive, one of my favorite shots, Andy. What is your favorite shot?
I've got to find a rare shots. A full array of shots.
A full array of shots.
Yeah.
I think you had it right the first time. A fine array of shots.
I've got a full array. But yeah, once it's in my area, I score all around. 360
Well, I have to see that, Andy. 6 without loss. 2 overs done. Maybe one of these days we have to have a feature Andy Payne in the nets.
Yeah, so just Gerald Jilts just trying to get his length right. So Scott just showing his cover drives, playing a lovely cover drive, not being able to go over the rope. But he's in a good position and played a fantastic shot. But Jilts, like you said, he just wanted to get it a bit closer to the batter. Let's pull his line in a bit. It seems set to be a good contest. 6 for no loss after 2. Darnell Greenidge, like we said, one who's known for picking up wickets, picking up bulks of wickets. He's done it for the Pickwick side for a number of years, ever since leaving the St. Catherine's team.
So he's a St. Philip man. St.
Philip
Catherine's to Pickwick. Very aggressive field to start. A leg slip. Silly mid-on implemented. Backward point. Extra cover. Cover. Mid-off. Mid-on. Short mid-wicket. And the backward square leg. Oh no, this is the left-hander. So that's a slip and that's a short leg.
Looking for a single that's not on. Like I said, there's a minimum of 60 overs to be bowled in the day. They batted 35. Obviously, we'd have lost 2 overs in the interval. So there's just about 20 odd overs here to bat for the duration of the day. Now, we want to close out this day without losing any wickets, or minimum amount of wickets really. Remember, this is a 4-day encounter. We're back here tomorrow again for day 2 of this match. So the Ipswich side, they will want to go at the close without losing many wickets, but particularly the Pickwick side, they should enjoy this period of play, as this is where you can really cash in the late evening.
Tickled. And good running. They complete 2 runs. Greenwich just getting a bit too straight there.
Well, to be fair, I don't mind him getting a bit straight. I just think he needs to look at his feel, because what he's bowling, if he can get a man in that area, he can use it almost as an attacking position. Really just getting the ball to come back into the left-hander. I think you will want to get someone in that area. Maybe one of these guys in the mid-wicket region. You should be looking to get a man in that area. Rashawn?
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see a fielder in the 45 or even a leg slip. Cut away. Beautiful shot. And it runs close to the boundary. But they'll have to run it out. Oh, there's mix up in the middle. Almost a run out, Andy.
Well, a little bit of miscommunication between the pair, really. Scott, he was looking for a 3rd run. Francis, don't think he was interested. And this had to retreat back to that non-striker's end. There was a strong throw coming from Seal, coming all the way from on the cover boundary, but it's a long way down to send a full throw in.
Some adjustments being made now. Skipper Stefan Holder. That's the Stanley Griffith, my apologies.
Rashid Edwin is the captain of this Pickwick side, so he's now employed the man at that leg gully position. I mean, he's taken the 4 short leg out. I would have liked to have both of them in the attacking positions. I think I would have liked to see one of those men coming up from mid-wicket, which he's doing now. So he's going to employ a cover and an extra cover. So just giving himself a little bit more protection on the offside. But he's gone for the leg slip as the catching option.
This is good bowling here from Greenwich. 3 overs done, 10 without loss. I think this evening session will really define the setup of this game, Andy. As you said, Pickwick, they have a lot of work to do, but the evening session, they have ball in hand. Things can go their way if they are disciplined with the ball. And Ipswich, not many runs chased, trailing by 118 runs, but they have to remain focused and close out the day losing as little wickets as possible. So these next 2 hours or 1.5 hours could define what sort of game we're looking at here.
Yeah, like I said, it's a good period for bowling, really. If you're a bowling team, you will fancy yourself at this period of the evening, just trying to get at the opposition, albeit you got a paltry score. But this is a good period where you will want to exploit the top order of the opposition.
Wide delivery, so you have to bowl that one again. Lots of banter going on in the middle. Naughty shot there from Francis. He's looking to get bat on ball. Not yet off the mark. He just needs to stay tight, Andy.
Yeah, like I said, Scott, he's been doing the bulk of the batting. He's batted some 15 deliveries. Francis, he's only faced up to 4 deliveries, and he's yet to get off the mark, like you said. But this is a period where you just want to be there, you know, just see off the new ball bowler, support Scott, who's scoring freely. Just need to bide your time, really.
Confusion again. Oh, he almost had him. If he had hit the stumps, that would have been the end of Rico Scott. That was a good bit of fielding, though. Let's have a look back at it.
He just seems to be a bit of a hurry, just being sent back by the striker, really. All he said he had to do was hit that one direct. The bowler couldn't get back to the stumps in his follow through, so he had to go for a direct hit. As it's coming from a mid-wicket region, he had to look at them and he failed to hit. This is good bowling here by Gerard Gilts, like I said, just coming into his second over, finding his range, really, just putting that ball on a good length, on a good line. Just asking Orion.
Wow.
He picked that one.
That has gone out of the ground into the bus stands. Magnificent shot there from Orion Francis. What a way to get off the mark.
I can tell you what, that's a lovely shot there. Good pickup off the legs and hit well into the Weymouth terminal, if you know the ground here, into the bus stands. That's an excellent shot there from Francis. He said, just spraying outside the leg side. Gerard Gilts losing his length and really facing the treatment, punish on that occasion. Top shot from Francis to get himself off the mark and to move the score along. Tell you that's a fantastic shot. 17 for no loss.
It didn't look like a shot from a man who wasn't off of the mark as yet. What a way to get off. Starts with a 6. Just strictly timing and the flick of the wrist. I like that shot.
And like you said, that one is going downwind as well. So you spoke about the western side and the eastern side. This one is going to the western side. But Lewis Francis, being a left-handed batter, being good enough to hit that one long past the square leg region. So he's left-handed and all the way into the bus stand for maximum. So it's going to be a change of ball. It's like the third umpire, and Anton Sargent is making his way out there to the on-field umpires. That one's gone a long way. He just conferring us to a replacement ball there, Rashawn. spectators continue to grow on this game. So yeah, good mixture of spectators. Pickwick brought the crowd down from Foursquare. He said Ipswich out of the Eden Lodge community, quite a lot of community support. You see quite a lot of fixtures here, people who haven't seen around cricket for some time. I'll tell you what, the intermediate final bearing together quite a lot of faces, familiar faces. We're showing people that were around before you were even born. I tell you, they're all here for this all-important final. You heard Philo and Wayne speaking about Scoopy and the amount of work you would have done up there at Ipswich. And yourself being a former Ipswich player, tell us about your time there, Rashawn.
Well, I had a very short stint at Ipswich as a schoolboy because my coach, Mr. Barry Ford, obviously his father is one of the founding members. Scoopy, as you mentioned, rightfully known as arrow holder, but he invited me to come and play some BCL cricket, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a learning experience playing alongside the likes of some of these guys that are out here playing: Nico Blackman, Jamar Lane, Lorando Best. And I remember in that game, Shamar Holder actually played because he's an Ipswich man. So it was a learning experience. And I actually have a story for you, Andy, after this ball. Wayne could verify.
You look forward to hearing Rashawn. Sounds like you got a century.
No, not that good of a story.
I'll wait. Well steered there by Francis. He's opening the face on that occasion and playing it behind point to pick up 2. We've seen the keeper Griffith now decided that he's going to take it up to the stumps after that shot of real intent from Francis to dispatch Jilts into the deep mid-wicket area. So he's now positioned up to the stump, wicket-keeper Griffith.
All out appeal. And umpire Leach has given him. Ryan Francis goes back to the pavilion. First strike from Jared Jilts. The Pickwick side, they're up. They're happy about that.
Well, yes, good comeback there by Gerard Jilts. You can see him putting a bit more energy into that delivery. You can see him just asking the questions, going a long way across the stumps. On that occasion there was Francis and being struck in front, really. And Leach, like you said, raising the dreaded finger. And he's got to make his way back. So first strike there for the Pickwick side in the form of Gerard Jilts, picking up the wicket of Francis, leg before wicket, 19 for 1.
Yeah, Andy, so back to my story. Ipswich were playing a game, I can't remember against who at the time in BCL. And we batted, we posted a total, and the other team, they were chasing. It came down to the very last overs of the day. I didn't have a ball because I was in the team as an opening batsman. And I remember Wayne told them to throw me the ball. Let Hackett have a ball. Let's see what he does. They threw me the ball. We needed 2 wickets to win the game. The other side just needed to bat out these 6 balls to draw. And what do you think I did, Andy?
Tell me.
2 wickets in 2 balls. Game was done. The guys celebrated. And it was all over. Wayne would tell you, I wish he was here right now, but that was one of my most enjoyable moments at the Ipswich club because I can just remember all of the guys running around the field. I didn't bowl the entire day, and you said, throw him the ball, let's see what happens. And 2 wickets in 2 balls, and everyone was happy. And that is one moment that I certainly will cherish from at the Ipswich Sports Club.
Mystery bowler?
You can call it that, you know.
What were you bowling?
I was bowling off spin. Yeah.
Straight breaks?
No, off spin. Turn some. The straight break would be the variation. You don't need to turn all, you know, Andy.
Well, we'll watch and see here as Jerome Short, he's going to be introduced into the attack. He's the man who would like to turn a few. I can tell you a bit of an off-spin bowler, Jerome Short. Nico Blackman, the man who picked up 5 wickets in the first innings for his side. Ipswich, he's the man moving into the crease to coming in at that dreaded number 3 position. But Gerard Jilts, the veteran, said picking up that wicket, pulling his team back in 19 for 1. You can see the effort that he was in that final delivery, just getting the man trapped in front and going like before. So it's going to be short to bowl to Rico Scott, who's on 10.
Starts off a single, and it brings new batsman on strike, Nico Blackman, the man who delivered with the ball. And now he's here to perform with the bat. He also has a century this season, Andy. He has been tremendous for the Ipswich side. 100 flat versus Diamondshire in Series 1. So he's a very capable all-rounder.
Yeah, Blackman, like you said, I've seen a bit of him. I think he would have captained Ipswich in the white ball version last season. Here at the number 3 position, like I said, a very integral position for any player in your team. It's almost that position where it really sets the tone for your team. Many people think the best batsman comes in at number 3. But here is Blackman starting on the defensive. Jordan Stewart, you say you've seen much of his off-spinners?
I haven't seen a whole lot of him, but he looks to be a good bowler. I know that he certainly would have done well for his side in the semi-finals. Jerome Stewart. Driven. Pierces the gap. Good shot there from Nico Blackman to get off the mark. But Jerome Stewart had a good all-round performance, 46 and 3 for 13 versus BDF in the semi-finals. So I know he's certainly a player who can have an impact on a game.
Asking a little bit of assistance from the umpire. Jessica Holdavon.
Jalisa Holdavon.
Sorry, my beg your pardon. Her sister is Jessica, their twin. That with a delivery back of the length and just defended into the offside. But I spoke about that semi-final berth between Pickwick and BDF, and Jerome Stewart picking up a 3-for. This is an all-round team here. Surprised probably to see him being introduced into the attack before the captain, Rashid Edwin, who's now at slip. You can see him there just warming the arms. I thought we would have seen him probably being introduced before Stewart. Punch behind point. Should come back for a second easily as well as Greenwich give chase. Well played there by Scott. Again, just allowing that one to come to him and just waiting and playing it behind point for a couple of runs as he overcomes the end. So well played there by Scott. He takes his tally up to 14 and the score goes up to 24 for 1 at the end of 5.
What a journey it has been for these two teams though, Andy Payne. We have a situation where Ipswich are unbeaten for the entire season. However, Pickwick, they went down in one of the group stage games against Central. So can Ipswich close out what could potentially be a perfect season with a clean sheet and get promoted, or will Pickwick cause an upset? I don't think this tournament could have a better build-up.
Yeah, it's a good showing really between two of the better sides in the lower division, the intermediate division. You've seen the quality of players on show. You just speak about Rashid Edwin, the captain of this Pickwick side, one who was a player at the highest level in domestic cricket for Pickwick in the elite division. Have a track record of getting a lot of wickets. He's one of the spinners who really impart spin on the ball. So if this pitch is offering any concerted spin or spin at all in the turn, he's one of the players who will definitely get the ball to spin.
Oh, did that one take an edge?
I'll be interested to see if we can have a look again. But again, like I said, he's one who will impart spin on the ball. And you see that one going to leg slip. I'm not sure if he would have gotten any bat onto it. Wasn't taken by Jilts. So have a look at it again here. Look, it's probably off the pad, just falling in front of Gerard Jilts at that leg slip position.
But Rashid Edwin, like I said, one of those players who will impart spin on the ball.
Naughty shot there from Nico Blackman. Either he has to go at it hard or leave it together. Leave it alone altogether. But you can't just hang the bat out there.
Well, this is good work by Rashid Edwin, like we said, offering trouble on the inside edge and on the outside edge as well. So creating problems on both edges of the bat. So this is excellent start to his spell of bowling.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Rashid Edwin. And as you said, he's a man who's been around for a very, very long time. Played top-level cricket for Pickwick for a number of years. And now he's come down to play his trade in the intermediate division. Oh, quick single. And they don't make it, but he gets back safely. Just flirting with danger there was Nico Blackman. Rico Scott was not interested. Let's have a look at it.
I'll tell you what, Rashad, if there was ever a call of a suicidal run, that would have been it. Tell you that ball didn't carry anywhere into the outfield where he could have looked for a single. And you saw Greenwich lurking in there from backward point, getting to the ball quickly and just underarming, but he managed to get back home. But again, that was no run at all. So good enough that he got back into his group, into his ground, and failed to see a run out. But you need to be a bit careful, like we said. This is the period of play where you need to play smart. Your aim is to be back here tomorrow, or taking unnecessary chances. So this pair of Blackman and Scott, they need to be cognizant of that.
23 for 1 as we begin the 7th over. Right in the block hole. That was a good ball. And I think he just needs to string these good deliveries together, create some pressure. That's what gets batsmen out.
Yeah, a bit of a full pitch. But you've seen those golden wickets early in the day, those full pitch deliveries. So, like I said, you just need to be a bit more consistent in his bowling, Jerome Stewart.
Well, consistency is key, Andy. It's whoever can do the right things the longest that wins the battle. Another full delivery, but he gets away.
Yeah, Stewart is not one who's going to give you a lot of spin on the ball. He's one of those quicker off-spin bowlers, more in the tighter mold, flatter. You can almost bat him like a medium pacer. Just looking for an error in judgment on the part of Scott.
Flatter, faster. 4 dot deliveries.
See Scott again trying to be on the aggressive side of that delivery. He's got a lot of protection in this offside read. He's got a point, he's got a cover, he's got an extra cover, he's got that man at mid-off. He's going at these balls pretty hard. Scott's just really about timing and placement. I think there's a couple of gaps that you can get the ball into.
Two, 3 for 1. Maiden over completed. Good stuff there from Jerome Stewart. Ipswich, they're batting well.
Good maiden over there by Jerome Stewart. Like you said, he's a flatter type of spin bowler. He's not the one who would give the ball a loop and try to spin it in between your gap. He's one really who would ask you to play a fault shot, really. And like you see, Scott trying to power the ball through the cover region, not getting his timing right. He can't beat the field. So just he needs to think about it a bit more. Just want to get his timing right, place the ball
into the gap. Just pick up a couple singles as well. So that helps the coordination of your batting and a good batting rhythm. I think that's what's missing there from Scott presently. Just trying to bully the ball, really.
Nicely played. They look for two, and they get it.
Yeah, a little bit on the short side there was Rashid Edwin. And so Nico Blackman just using the pace of the ball and just working it into the onside. So he's just playing it with the spin of the ball. Just getting it in between that leg slip and for a short leg. Coming back for a couple.
That one got some turn on it.
Like I said, he's one of those bowlers. He's going to threaten both edges of the bat, the inside edge and the outside edge. I've seen that one off the outside edge, going to ground. It's falling shy of Jerome Stewart just there at that slip position.
Put away. Nico Blackman. What lovely timing that was. And it goes for 4.
Yeah, over pitch, outside the off stump as well. And just coming into good position, getting it on the full. Have a look here. Full delivery outside the off stump. Giving arms, really. And he really capitalized on that. A freebie, if you call it that. Placed it in a good position and picking up a boundary. So 4 more to him. It's just a very nice shot.
And again, but it won't get to the boundary. They'll settle for 1 run.
Yeah, but it brings the left-hander into strike. I'm sure Rashid Edwin, he would fancy himself bowling to the left-hander, the off-spinner. So he's got a slip in the gully in place. First time. He'll be bowling up to Scott. 30 for 1. This is a good replay. Rashawn said they were batting good. Just try to keep a few partnerships together. So there's still some very enterprising young batters to come. Raphael Lovell, one who I look forward to seeing. Darlington, he's to come. Captain Holder could be very aggressive as well. Play this one. It's a little bit fidgety on the go, looking for these singles that are not on, is Rico Scott. So the over comes in, and then at the end of the over, it is 30 for 1. I'll tell you, Rico Scott, he's very much there on 13, and Nico Blackman, he's on 8. So little partnership coming together. I think the first wicket would have gone when the score was 19. I'll tell you. So yeah, so I'm just going to make a change here. I'm going to take an exit. Wayne Holder, he's going to come in with Rashawn Hackett for a bit. I can tell you, but 30 for 1 after 8 overs.
Thank you very much, Andy. Jerome Stewart to continue. Ipswich trailing by 98 runs. A very good afternoon to you, Wayne Holder.
Well, it's a good afternoon. Bright, brilliant afternoon. Beautiful for cricket. And enjoyed by all and sundry here at the Weymouth ground. But I mean, those who enjoy the cricket, there may be some who might not be enjoying the position of the match. but it has been certainly a very enjoyable and entertaining afternoon of cricket here at Weymouth so far. And the crowd that has gathered here has certainly been entertaining. Another LBW decision given. This time it is Nico Blackman who has been ushered off the field by umpire Lisa Vaughan. So yes, just another leg before wicket decision. Rashawn Jalisa Holder Vaughan ushering Nico Blackman off as he is playing on the front foot, struck and given by the umpire, nodding her head in the affirmative initially before raising the dreaded finger. And Jerome Stewart makes a strike for Pickwick, getting rid of Nico Blackman, who himself would have benefited from some decisions in his favor as a bowler when it comes to leg before wicket.
Yeah, 5.
Well, not all 5 leg before wicket.
No, I was not going to say. I was going to say 5 wickets from the Pickwick innings were leg before wicket.
Oh.
And then in this innings, we've seen a few. So it's been one of the key dismissals so far, but that brings new batsman to the crease. Lorando Best, a man who has been scoring runs for the Ipswich club for many years. 82 versus North Stars. And just 2 seasons ago, he was the leading run scorer in the 40-over competition with a double century and 2 centuries alongside it. So he's a key player in this side, and I'm sure he'd be looking to bring his wealth of experience to rebuild alongside Rico Scott. But Pickwick, they have another 30 for 2, so they would be up and lively, thinking that they're in with a shot.
Well, hitting back Pickwick, you can say, after being dismissed, striking back, keeping themselves in the match, picking up those 2 early wickets. Orion Francis and Nico Blackman. Blackman has been actually the leading scorer for Ipswich this season, with some coming into this match with some 392 runs, with a century in the very first game, the very first innings on the first day of the season. Himself and Rico Scott putting on over 200 for the first wicket, both of them recording centuries. So yes, Scott has also been among the leading run scorers. He comes in at 3rd position with 304 runs from some 13 innings like Blackman. But Lorando Best has had a kind of up and down season. He did fall out of form for a brief period. Then he had an illness, I think. Well, he had an injury, and illness also struck, and he had to miss a couple of games. He found himself down the order in the batting lineup, but here he gets an opportunity now to bat at number 4 with that injury having occurred to Anton Darlington. Again, one of the leading scorers, actually, Darlington, the 2nd most runs with 372 from 12 innings. 550s. He scored no hundreds, but 550s, really a consistent performer, young Anton Darlington. Fresh out of school at St. Leonard's, still a teenager, but unfortunately, normally he would bat at number 4, but having been suffering that blow when Ipswich were fielding, I think the decision was that maybe he would not be asked to bat this evening. So Best gets his opportunity to re-establish himself at the top of the order.
I'm noticing that there's not much footwork from Rico Scott. He just likes to stay back. I'm sure that that's something Jerome Stewart would be noticing as well, and look to bring him out on the front foot. 30 for 2, 9 overs done. Wayne.
Don't cite me for sacrilege, Rashawn. You've seen a lot of Chris Gayle?
I have seen a lot of Chris Gayle.
You've seen a lot of movement?
Not in his later years. He just stood there and hit the ball very, very far.
Well, yes. No, I'm not saying that you are wrong in any way. You are quite correct in your assessment. Scott, not like you said, not known for his use of the feet, but good hand-eye coordination, and the see ball, hit ball is his approach. A man who has played for numerous years at this lower level. He's never played at the higher level. As a matter of fact, this is probably the first time since he joined the Ipswich club last season that he's playing at this intermediate level. And only today he was making the point to me, I've been at this club for 2 years and I've been in 2 finals. So he seems to have. So this is a new experience for him, but he has had a very successful career playing at the junior level for a number of years. One who is known to be quite a no-nonsense, to have a no-nonsense approach to batting, and played his trade for a number of years for the Map Hill club there at Dash Valley. Also a lot of BCL cricket. So one of these grassroots kind of cricketers, not one of these boys who has benefited from any cricket academies and any special coaching and the like, learning the game organically. So hence you will see appears a bit unorthodox. But it won't be him on strike now.
Oh, loud appeal, they go up.
Best apparently has been acknowledged by umpire. Yes, the umpire raises the finger now. Best playing on the back foot, and the umpire Leach again in the affirmative with the fielding side, and Best standing his ground after being struck. But we'll have a look at it now, Rashawn. Edwin on the back foot, struck, actually shouldering arms, Lorando. Best not playing at the delivery, allowing the ball to strike him. And I think a very diminutive in structure, Best, and the umpire ruling that ball would not have bounced over the top and giving the decision to the fielding team. So Best disappointingly has to come back to the pavilion. Ipswich is in trouble now at 31 for 3, definitely in some problems.
Yeah, that's not the situation you would like to find yourself in at this late hour in the evening. You want the best batsman facing. You don't want to expose that middle order or even the tail, but new batsman to the crease is by no means a tail ender. That's Raphael Lovell, Barbados on a 19 representative, and he also was the savior in the semi-final with what was an incredible 69. I remember hearing you describing it on the radio, Wayne, and I almost got chills. Tell us a bit about that innings.
No, it was a fantastic innings. It's an innings that represented a show of maturity by a young man who was not overwhelmed by the situation. I mean, there he was. His team set 226 for win. He came into bat with 3 wickets down for only 27 runs on the board. And at one stage, it had reached 66 for the loss of 5, and then 99 for 6. But at no point did this young man waver from his vigil, kept his head down, played responsibly, was very discreet in his shot selection. And he was the one who was intent on being the glue to hold that innings together, and he did it magnificently. It was emotional when the game came to an end, and he was there at the end to see the team home. It was a day, as I described it, he started out as a boy, and by the end of the day's play, he had grown into a man.
What a description, Wayne, and what an innings.
Well, I think the Ipswich team are asking for something similar here now. The game so far dominated by the spin bowlers, though, Rashawn, on what we thought was seen to be a fairly even track. I myself was wondering, once the Pickwick team started to fold, the Pickwick innings started to fold, my first thought was, how would the pitch hold up in this latter half of the day's play? You know, sometimes you can see pitches beginning to get somewhat tired, the ball beginning to stay low, the pace has gone out of it. I don't know if we could recognize that, but something has to be attributable to the spinners dominating the leg and the number of leg before wicket decisions that we have had.
Yeah, I definitely think that the spinners, they bowled well today. And what I liked about them is that each and every one of them have been bang on target. They've just been accurate, causing the batsmen to play, not allowing any time for their minds to be at rest. And that is one of the features of a good spin bowler. Even if you don't spin it a mile away in, just constantly ask the batsman to play a shot. And from there, anything can happen. They can hit it, they can miss it. But it's all up to the batsman once you put it in front of them. And the spinners today have put it there, and they've been rewarded.
They have missed a lot, the batsmen, but one of the key features of the day is, as you said, there hasn't been a lot of spin. It is the ball that doesn't spin that has been causing the problems.
Yeah, Jerome Stewart, he continues 31 for 3, 10 overs done. And of course, this coverage is brought to you by the Barbados Cricket Association.
Scott has been there from the beginning.
I would just like to see Stewart just slow down the ball a bit at Scott, because it would force him to use the feet a bit more. That's still something I would explore in.
Well, what it is.
Oh, that one is pumped straight back over the bowler's head for 4 runs. So we see the use of the feet there.
And we also, that is going to be the response from Scott. Anything up above the eye line, that is going to be the normal response from Rico Scott. He's not afraid to put the bat to the ball and go the aerial route, go over the infield.
I would bowl that same ball again. I just need to be convinced a bit more.
Well, he can bowl a similar ball, probably disguise a bit. If he bowls that same ball, he's going to get hit for 4 again, I assure you.
You assure me? Let's see.
That same ball.
Stewart comes back with a flatter delivery.
Yes, not taking the chance that you were inviting him to, bowling the same ball.
I would just love to see it. There's something about being a spin bowler in that when I see a batsman not moving his feet, I get excited. Throw it up in the air. Let him use it. Let him come to me.
Well, yes, what you're talking about is throwing the ball above the eye line of the batter. Force him to look up. And of course, the really top spinners, the top class spin bowlers, have the ability to get the ball to dip and deceive batsmen, because throwing the ball in the air for the sake of throwing the ball in the air, I would imagine if you had to bowl at Phil Wallace and just throw the ball in the air for the sake of throwing it in the air, you must have a lot of balls. I can assure you. But yes, you want to see the dip. That is where the deception comes. And
pumped.
That dip is also representative of the amount of revs that you get on the ball. You've got to be able to get that ball to spin and drop you in deceiving the batsman. So, but just tossing it in the air for the sake of tossing it, it's not going to get a lot of good batsmen out.
Agreed. Raphael Level, he comes in to strike now. Not yet off the mark.
So the Ipswich left-handers again. This is the 3rd left-hander we've seen of the 5 batsmen on display so far. And the Lovell long onto the front foot. Gets it back along the track. Stewart comes to an end. Ipswich 36 for 3. Remember, the Pickwick side invited to bat and dismissed in 35.4 overs for 128. And so far in this innings, we have seen the dismissals of Orion Francis, Nico Blackman, and Lorando Best, all given out leg before wicket.
Yeah, leg before. Umpires have been busy today. 8 dismissals of 13. All leg before wicket. Rashid Edwin, he continues. 2 slips in place, backward point, no cover. extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a deep mid wicket.
So Edwin getting a chance to bowl at Scott. I don't think he's bowled at Scott quite a lot in this innings so far. Bowling with 2 slips in place. Pickwick sainting that another breakthrough maybe puts them definitely on top in this game. Right now it is fairly evenly poised, but another wicket or 2 this evening can see Pickwick charging right back into the frame and setting up for a keen battle for the first innings honours come tomorrow when the game is scheduled to continue.
Edwin, he's called in the deep mid wicket now.
So he has got that slip, those 2 slips, a backward point.
And now
brought the mid-wicket fielder off the boundary into a conventional mid-wicket. He's going to bring the mid-wicket fielder initially now into a short extra cover position on the square, on the edge of the square. So inviting Scott to drive through that offside, looking for that lofted drive from Scott, who you said not keen to use his feet to get down the wicket. And gets this one wide of the off stump. Scott covers his wicket. Game watched by a good gathering of spectators, Rashawn, as can be expected. These lower division matches played in this kind of atmosphere certainly invites the spectator a lot closer to the game. People get to socialize a bit more, and we've seen some patches, groups of spectators at various locations around the ground, of course looking for the cooler areas. Way to our left, under the trees here to our left, and then on the western side of the ground, under the fence of the transport board. Scott playing a holding knock here.
cut.
I don't think Scott actually, I would say doesn't enjoy, but doesn't prefer the slower bowling. Very, very adept at the faster bowlers and loves the challenge of the faster bowlers.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, Wayne. 36 for 312 overs done. Usually the guys that enjoy playing spin are the ones that like to dance, like to use their feet, get forward, get back. But Scott, I immediately picked it up. He's not the most mobile on his feet, so I can imagine that he's one who just likes the pace of the ball, let it come to him rather than him going to it. So
he's a guy allows his hands and his eyes to do the work.
A good hand-eye coordination. Jerome Stewart, he continues from the other end. 1 wicket for 10 runs in his 4 overs, and he'll be bowling to Raphael Level, who's not yet off the mark.
Some 35.4 overs in the Pickwick innings, and so far Ipswich, this is the 13th over. So some 60 overs scheduled normally in a day in the intermediate competition. So if we take the 35.4 and make that 36, the 2 for the break between the innings, 38, some 22 overs remaining, a minimum of 22 overs remaining when Ipswich started to bat. As I mentioned, they are now in the 13th over of their innings play, scheduled to finish at 5:30, which is just short of a half hour away. Short, seemingly deceiving Lovell, looking to come forward to what looked like a full pitch delivery. The ball seeming to dip a bit, and we saw Lovell actually reaching out to get to it on the full and dropping, loosening the bottom hand to keep it along the ground. So some intelligent bowling here from the Pickwick side. I think they have found out that the pitch is more conducive to the slower bowlers, the finger spinners, I heard a discussion between yourself and I think it was Philo earlier where you talked about the leading wicket takers in the top elite division, all being spin bowlers. I think the 10 top bowlers all being spin bowlers, and recognizably all being finger spinners. No wrist spinners, no mystery spin, all just ordinary finger spinners who operate by that ploy that you have so well described of making the batsman play at a lot of balls. I think that is the key to it. And batsmen at this level tend to get very impatient, get bored very quickly, and want to do something different. Look to get the bowler off his line, get him off his legs, and increasing the risk for themselves. But gently seeing that overthrow with the 13th over of the innings completed. Lovell faced 11 deliveries, not yet off the mark. Scott on 18 is 36 for 3. Lots of banter, lots of discussion, bubbly discussion around us. Nice atmosphere though. You know, there's always this debate, another one of these debates about if all finals should be played at Kensington Oval. And I am one, certainly in the camp, that when it comes to the red ball, full format cricket, longer version of the game, I have no problem with these games being played at the community level and the grounds outside of Kensington Oval. It is the limited overs matches, the white ball area that I would favor Kensington Oval for, just the one day. But for these multi-day competitions, I'd rather sit in the camp of playing these games on the outside grounds.
Yeah, I can second that, Wayne. When we look around the field, we see the just socializing.
Right, yeah.
Everyone is together as a community, and that is what this facility offers. Everyone is just close-knit, sitting under the trees, just like how it used to be. Not that I would know.
A lot of liquid pouring to and no rain is falling. Has been a beautiful day though. I recall talking to one of the young people in my circle, and they're warning me last night that the prediction was for rain today, a 90% chance of rain, they told me. And we did have some rain in the early hours this morning, but once the sun came out, it was out for the rest of the day. Scott again now beginning, losing patience momentarily, looking for that big hit. I keep warning Philo Wallace that it's going to come. A fella is going to take a swing, and Scott going for that big swing.
Yeah, he just looked as if he's getting a bit bored. 18 from 41 deliveries. You can't give it away now, Scott.
This is not his style, definitely. But all in the interest of the team, one would hope. As he comes across his wicket, watches this one onto the face of the bat. So scoring at this point of time, not the major priority. Occupation of the wicket is. This time he nudges it away, going to get a couple as a chase here for the man shedding the helmet there.
I have never seen that, Wayne. Normally persons take off the gloves, but he just took off the helmet and threw it in the air. That was comical.
Eking out another couple of runs there, Rico Scott, bringing the total to 38 and his total to 20. This game has quite a tight one, quite an attritional battle, one would have to say. The batsmen not having their own way. The only batter that we've seen all day, Rashawn, who has looked free, who has played according to his will, was Thaddeus Chase, that innings from Chase in the Pickwick first innings.
A bit of mind games here from Edwin now. Just running through, stopping, and then continuing. 3-8 for 3. 14 overs completed. And Philo Wallace will now join you in. I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion though.
Well, yes, and we talk some more. There's so much more to say, so much more for us to talk. I'm just going to make a switch of position here, Philo, because I was looking for that camera. If it was causing you problems, Philo, that means that I could not see the cricket at all. Nothing to do with the age, and my glasses work beautifully. Yes, but a good, tight, keen contest, Philo. Still very even with those early wickets going for the Ipswich team. And as we head down to the 5:30 schedule close, I think we're going to be able to get in the 8 overs left in the day's play. If my calculation is correct, that is. Because that is not an official position that I mentioned about the overs left, but that is my own understanding of the regulation and my own calculation. Short continuing. He's bowling to Lovell. Lovell still not yet off the mark. Saw young Raphael Lovell, Philo, driving into the cover, straight to the field and no run. Batting for almost 4 hours in that second innings of that semi-final.
But he's batted 12 balls, so he hasn't scored yet. So some pressure beyond him. There's a lot of banter out there. Some pressure is being built.
From the supporters of both sides.
But this is good stuff from the SFA Pickwick. Jerome Strudy's in the 6 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 10 overs. Very easily indeed, but the fielding to me has been the key here for the ESFA Pickwick side.
Yeah, and the field setting also, one would have to say. They have set some very good fields. Or I don't know if they remember that.
Okay, but everybody...
They're not going to make that 128 this evening.
No. So they need to obviously preserve their wickets for tomorrow and come back. And obviously look to start afresh. The worst thing can happen to Ipswich now is to lose a wicket or 2.
And lose another wicket or 2 before the close of play. I agree. And it really doesn't matter how many they score for the rest of the evening.
No. Tomorrow is a new day.
They have it all to lose.
And the pitch obviously is being prepared as well.
Fresh pitch to be prepared tomorrow.
So everything is in their favor once they can preserve their wickets.
Well, yes, Philo, I must admit that I was a bit lost when I saw the name Shaka O'Neill come up as a director. Yeah, and I am one of the thousands of people, cricket followers, I am sure.
You're a member of the BCA?
No, I'm not. But I am one, like I said, one of the thousands of cricket followers who would definitely have asked the same question. Shaka who? Yeah. Who is he?
Well, he works in the Ministry of Health. I think he's affiliated with the Central Cricket Club.
Yes, I did hear him.
Right. So obviously it's going to be clear. It's going to be important to see what he brings to the Barbados Cricket Association. The Vice President, Mr. Graves, is also down there, obviously enjoying the outing.
And it is pleasing to see some fresh, young brains, and apparently bright brains too, coming to the fore as part of the administration of Barbados cricket. One of the things, though, that I myself have been a bit concerned, though, is that there hasn't been a move to any real significant change to the way things have been done. So we get these young people coming in, but they just fall into line with all that has been happening before. And I personally believe that cricket in Barbados is right at this point, for a bit of a revolution, a bit of a plowing up and starting something, a refreshment. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but obviously you look at the Barbados Cricket Association, obviously entrusted with the development and management of cricket.
By the way, Philo, stick a pin. This commentary being brought to you with the compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association. They streamed this broadcast, 38 for 3.
Yeah, we commended the Barbados Cricket Association for streaming this intermediate final. If you look at this game here today, spectatorship is about, what, 100 people?
It's more than 100. Probably a couple hundred.
But a couple is 2.
Yeah, just about. Yeah, so exactly a couple is what I'm doing.
200 people. which is not bad for an intermediate game. But when you look at the Ipswich club, particularly that community, you would have expected more people to come here. Actually, I ran into 2 former cricketers, and they said they did not even know the game was playing here. They just came to this club to have a drink. So obviously cricket is being played, so they will watch it. So obviously a bit more in terms of getting the message out. And not everybody has, is on social media, internet and that side of stuff. So you have to reach out to them in the ways that, more traditional ways in order to sell the idea of this cricket being played here. But it's not bad. The surface is a good surface. The 2 teams obviously are still gunning for first innings. You see now Pickwick bringing that man from that cow corner into a mid-wicket, ordinary mid-wicket position. So putting more pressure on young Lover, who's gone 19 balls without a run. So
I don't think that will perturb him. He's shown that he knows how to be patient. He knows how to soak up pressure.
He's also building pressure.
But of course, you would want to see a little rotation, though, of the strike. He's been facing the same bowler continuously for quite a while now. Yep. And even that, sometimes you just to see a different bowler to get off the strike, get away from that.
Even like that, he gets off the mark now. And he gets 2.
But it was something of a risk.
But he bat himself into that shot because before he could have stroked many balls into the gap. So he waited until man put that short extra cover on the pitch catching. Bowler full length delivery, then he hit it over Gerard's head. Extra cover. He had many opportunities before that 22nd ball to get off the mark. He's off the mark now with 2. Obviously a little airy frame, but he has gotten off the mark. It's important.
40 for 3, final delivery of the 17th over. 5 overs after this, by my calculation. There he is on the front foot, pushed away square on the offside. That over comes to an end. Ipswich 40 for 3. And if I'm correct, we've got some 5 overs left in the evening's play. And I'm going to leave you, Phil Wallace, in the good hands of Andy Payne to take us through to the end.
Thank you very much, Mayor Holder. That with the Ipswich team obviously being part of the setup, you see Coach Andrew and assistant coach, I would call him, for sitting in the crowd. It's lovely many setups that they have now for the team. Obviously the coaches are there refreshing themselves. It's a very hot day here at Weymouth. People are really, into this final. As I say, good afternoon to Andy Payne, who was mingling earlier. Not really important, but when you look at Love and 2 from 23, they still need to. Both of them are left-handers, but they still need to rotate, get some energy going and blood flowing, rather than just being stuck at one end.
Delivery outside the leg stump, just trying to hit that one somewhere into Weymouth, but not being successful.
Or just badly lined from the captain, Rashid Edward, down the leg side. Just aiming for a big shot. There's nobody deep on the leg side. He has a silly mid on a leg slip, a short mid wicket, and a long on 3/4 way to the boundary. That's what is flighted. And Scott decided to use the long handle and swing it nicely over the 4-over square leg boundary for 4. You see a spectator going in and retrieve it. So some tension there has been released. It's been building for quite a long time. And Scott decided, look, this ball is on the middle of the leg stump. I'm going to swing towards the leg side. There's nobody deep in the leg side. So clearly it was a safe shot. But the intent to score was always there. That is good.
Yeah, you could have seen that brewing, like you said. So I'm just going outside the leg stump on a few times there, Philo. And it was just a matter of time before he really caught wind of one. And did well enough to get it over there for a boundary.
Yeah, it's important that this young man, Scott, stays there. He's pushed on now to 24 there. 44 for 3, Ipswich. The run rate is 84 runs behind. The run rate is just 2.4. So not going at breakneck speed, just trying to weather this storm and get to the end of the day's play. Very good delivery there.
And it's just down to the lower levels. 2 semi-finals in the Division 2 as well. That Barry Hall, I can tell you. In that semi-final, He had BNECL. Get that to 207.
Yeah.
Is that a drop catch?
It is a drop catch. A left delivery outside the off stump. And Lover looking to hit it through extra cover in the air. Gerard diving to his left and spilling what would be a very easy catch, but he just looking to maybe go a little too pretty.
I think it's Scott. I think they would have gotten the single. So this is the first time that you've seen the change up. And it's Scott driving that ball to the left to Gerard Jilts.
Yeah, that's Scott, the more aggressive of the two. And Jilts spilling quite an easy catch, tumbling to his left.
Yeah, they need to hold on to those.
Yes, Lovin is going to the non-striker's end, that's right. Both are left-handers, both in blue helmets.
Yes, both are blue helmets.
But Lovin is a little taller and carries more muscle than Scott.
Just continue to tell you about those scores in that Division 1, Division 2 semi-final being played at Bear Hall. BNL ECL, 207 for 8 in the 30. In response, BDF, they're 177 for 5 for 126.
Yes.
So the trail by 30 runs. Still some 4 overs.
The battle is on.
5 wickets in hand. Time driven back up to the bowler. He's done well to his own bowling.
Very good indeed, because that ball was hit quite nicely.
Yeah.
And Scott Stewart said, I'm not going to give you a single. I've gone 7.3 overs, 12 runs have come off me, I've picked up 1 wicket. I'm going to continue to apply the pressure.
Economical stuff. He's had a few chances. This is some good tight stuff here by Jerome Stewart. Like you said, build that pressure. Just remember, it's also a 4-day game. So, Scott, you will want to close out this evening, coming not out.
And he's the opener too. So it'd be nice to see the opener back through the session to come back tomorrow. Looking to score, but again, good field placing. I like the field. It's a backward point and a slip, a backward point cover. Extra cover, short extra cover. A long off, just 3/4 way. It seemed to as a long on. Deep mid wicket for that release cow corner. And a short mid wicket. So a very good field set here by ESA Field Pickwick.
Outside the legs. This is probably the first time we've seen him going offline for a long time.
But missed the opportunity to score. Looking for power rather than placement. So at the end of that, Jerome threw it over. Ipswich did move up by about 45-3 at the moment after some 19 overs.
Yeah, 45-3. So because Scott, the opener, 25 from 63 there from the beginning. The opener, like you said, Philo, he will want to come back tomorrow to carry on.
I would like him too, but it's up to him if he wants to.
Yeah, his team still trailed by some 83 runs. Low scoring first innings on the part of the ESA Field Pickwick. They'll be disappointed.
Yeah, they would be. They will look at the surface now and they will say to themselves, look, we think we gifted some wickets away. Maybe we could have actually, back with a bit more common sense. But it is what it is. They got 128 and that's what they have to defend. And they're doing it quite well. 45 for 3 in 19 overs. Ipswich trail 83, but they haven't really given Ipswich a lot to score from. I think the bowling was quite tight, and the fielding, particularly to me, has been good.
Yeah, I think the field sets, as a matter of fact, you spoke about it in the previous over, has been good. Like I said, they've pretty much backed up their bowlers in the outfield. Just that one chance, Gerard Jilts diving to his left, probably could have taken a step and hold on to it. But all side of that, I think they've done pretty well in the outfield. Captain Rashid Edmund, he's going to continue. He's into his 8th, and he bowled into Raphael Lovell for the first time.
Yes. And with the ball, obviously, Edwin being the off spinner, it's quite strange continuing from the southern end. It's going to be interesting. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Lovell. It's going to see how he is going to negotiate this type of bowling. He's going to move now, the man at Silly Midon, and he's going to stick him into the offside. So he's going to just release a bit of pressure here. Edwin is going to give Lovell the freedom of believing that he can hit the ball up through the offside. So he's move that back pad. He's put him at a short extra cover catching on the pitches there to his left. And there's also another short extra cover and a point, as well as a backward point. There's a gully in and a slip. A short mid-on, a mid-on, and a mid-off. So he still has a ring of fielders around Love it. And that is what he's looking for. He's looking for him to play that freedom upside the off stump, that ball, leaving him quite just slightly looking for the drive, Lovell, not getting to the pitch and the ball fizzing past the outside edge. And just a polite inquiry to the umpire.
And good delivery, like you said, coming down with the angle, just carrying on. And see him grouping at that one there was Lovell. Just going through the keeper. So this is a good start here from Edwin.
Very good bowling by Rashid. Good field placing as well. And the bowler is responding to it. Well, obviously, he set the field as a captain of the bowler. But he's bowling good control.
Again, like you said, he's been around for some time, but played for Pickwick in the elite level. As recent as this season, we saw him down at Queen's Park in one of the games. So a player who's been around for some time, knows this game, very experienced.
Another drop catch by Gerard Gilles. The second of the slips, that ball was to his left again. A big drive from Lovell. Just what Edwin was bowling for. He released that man from silly mid-on. And he's asked Lovell, look, I'm going to put him in the offside. I'm going to actually the opportunity to drive and look to score. He accepted the offer, and clearly Gerard Gilles allowed the offer to slip.
There's good bowling here on the part of Rashid Edwin. He would want his elder statesman in Gerard Gilles to hold on to those. Again, a well-flighted delivery outside the off stump, enticing that drive, Phil, as you rightfully said, moving that man from in front of the silly mid-off area and asking him to drive. He took the bait, and Rashid being denied because of Gerard Gilles not being able to hold on. So yeah, another overcome to end. That's 45 for 3. Could have been 45 for 4 for
Could have been 45 for 5. Because he dropped the batter in the last over, and obviously coming to drop the same batter again in the next over by the captain. But second one there, driving hard, obviously going hard at the ball hitting the outside edge and flying to his left, not his natural side, and spilling a catch. You can see him with the helmet there, just looking to the heavens, and he will be telling himself, "Cha, I've dropped this man twice." But Scott can make them pay. Lovell can make them pay if he continues to bat into tomorrow. They're not out of it. Ipswich, they're still way ahead of ESA Pickwick, but they just need to bat with a bit more smartness, a bit more common sense coming into the back end of the day's play. You want to finish the day, maybe if you get up to 50 for 3, have a nice discussion tonight, come fresh tomorrow to come and solidify your position going into day 2.
Yeah, well, there's just 2 overs remaining in today's play, so they'll want to really see these small balls through. It's going to be short to continue. He's into his 9th, 1 for 12. Very economical stuff. He said he's had a good spell for him. He's asked some questions.
He's the off spinner. He's bowling from the northern end. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batter, and he's bowled with a lot of control. Again, a very good field set as well.
It's short this time, but just spinning away from the left-handed bat and defensively played. Like I said, I'm sure he's got sights of coming back here tomorrow, so I think he's really decided to shut the shot down already now, Philo.
He shut the shot down. He has to come back tomorrow, which is important if he's out or even not out. That's tomorrow's the second day, but it's more important coming not out. Look at the drive. Drive down the ground. Bowler getting a hand to it, but a single. Always important to get those singles in to keep the strike rotating and keep the scoreboard ticking as well. Moves up to 46 for 3 and 20.3 overs. So the current run rate is 2.24. So it just gives you an idea or an indication of how slow they've been going, Ipswich. But they have 7 wickets in hand.
Well, with that shot, I don't think he's intended to shut the shot down.
Well, he just closed one door, but there are a few doors open.
So back to regular programming. Is Lovell back on strike to Stewart.
He's stroking the ball quite nicely, Lovell. There's no doubt about that. He is hitting the ball in the middle of the bat, as you can hear through the effects mics. But he's not scoring.
Yeah, I think his team will be happy though with his discipline showing. Really, like you said, we might be ruining him not scoring, but the cause of the game, like you said, is a 4-day game.
Yes,
so low scoring. Just weird his bowlers down. He's had a good look at Stewart. His partners had a good look at Edwin.
And he's got a full toss in the ball. And obviously Stewart would be frustrated as well, knowing that he's gone past the outside edge of Lovell so many times, but yet to get the wicket as the umpire stretches up that right hand as a full toss above the waist, which would be deemed a no ball. So it is about game situation. It's about who has the stronger mindset that can conquer. And Wayne Holder, who was here a few minutes ago, he said that Lovell batted for some 4 hours just a couple of weeks ago. So batting long is his forte.
It's good to see a young man like Lovell being able to occupy the crease for long periods of time.
Yes, and that is important. You occupy the crease for long periods of time and you get the opportunity to score, and you score. At the end of that Jerome Stewart over, Ipswich they move up to 48 for 3.
48 for 3, like you said. Just 1 over left, really. I think we're pretty much on time.
Is that official?
There was 22 overs remaining in the...
And 21 is gone.
21 is gone.
21 and 1 is 22.
Yeah,
even if you're counting in Arabic.
Just might be a reason to see what time the close of play meant to be. When you look at the playing regulations, play got started at 12:30. You had lunch at 2:30. You had a 40-minute lunch period.
Break, yeah.
Resume at...
We are 12 minutes past.
Yes,
3.
10 after 3.
12 past 3 they restarted.
So if you're looking at another 2 hours duration, really, be interested to see. Probably play would be to go to 5:40. We'll just get some confirmation on that. And if that's the case, I think we're pretty close to that as well, fellow. 5:38.
Yeah, but we're in the home stretch.
So very much in the
Don't know how long the stretch is, but we're clearly into the home stretch. As you go to see now, change of bowling. Lloyd Thompson is there. When I came in, he was reversing that Suzuki Jeep over yonder. He's not going anywhere in a hurry. There were 6 cars in front of him, and vehicles don't have jump. And Derwin Thompson is to my right, obviously his brother. Then there was Hayden Thompson.
See a few more in
the late there. Mark Thompson as well, but that is done by Sugar Sean, they call him. I don't know why they call him Sugar Sean, but I know him as Sean Hunt.
Well, a former teammate of yours?
Yeah, clubmate as well.
He gave me a message to you last week. I saw it when I got home.
Last week?
He said tell Philo he was in Canada, so he's now back here.
Oh, he's now, okay.
So
I'll go and check him tomorrow because I have to, as soon as this game finishes, I got to Zoom to fill up. Mir has been given the opportunity of operating from the southern end. He replaced the captain. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Raphael Lovell, who's on 3-0 from some 34 balls. It's 48 for 3. We're looking to sweep. And a very neat take by the keeper down the leg side. Very full-length delivery. And looking to sweep, which is not the appropriate shot for that type of delivery. Rather than hit it down to the mid-on. Good take by the keeper. Good glove work, feet moving and just following the ball nicely. And that ball is hit hard down through mid-wicket. A long hop from Mears to Lovell, or Raphael Lovell said, thank you very much. I'm going to hit that ball down through the mid-wicket area with a lot of success over the ropes for 4. That brings up to 50 for Ipswich. They're now 52 for 3. Raphael Lovely's move on to 7 with that boundary and a bit more freedom as we obviously come into the closing stages of this first day of this Barbados 2026 intermediate final. It's going to stretch over 4 days, today being day 1, tomorrow being day 2, and if we get to next weekend, Saturday and Sunday will be day 3 and 4. So a good contest for the intermediate teams. 2 good teams as well, Ipswich and ESA Pickwick doing battle here at Weymouth. And good spectators here, a lot of support for both teams, which is very important obviously for cricket.
Just like you said, just look at the close out the day really.
Which he has done successfully. So at the end of the day's play, day 1 of this 4-day intermediate final between Pickwick Cricket Club and Ipswich. Pickwick, they were sent into bat. They were shot out for 128, and in reply, Ipswich, they are 52 for 3 not out batters. And Raphael Lovell on 7. And Rico Scott, the opener, who's been there from the beginning. He walks back to the pavilion, having the opportunity to come back tomorrow. He's on 26 on 67 balls. And Ipswich will feel that they're the ones that can obviously look to get first in this lead and back deep into tomorrow. But a good day's play for Ipswich. Not so good for ESA Pickwick being bowled out. But at the end of the day, cricket has won. The crowds have stayed. People are happy. And you can see that these are two keenly contested sides. Ipswich with a dream to move up to Division 1. And if they do that, it'll be very, very good for this young intermediate team from the Eden Lodge area.
Yeah, you see the Pickwick players just going into the huddle there with Coach Marlon Franklin. Like you said, a good day's play really for the Ipswich team. Pickwick, they would think that they've pulled themselves back into the contest, picking up 3 wickets in that 22 over period. Just managed to get beyond the 50-run mark, 52 for 3. Lovell on 7, Scott the opener, who's been there from the beginning on 26. So it just builds up for a good day on day 2. Remember we said it's a 4-day encounter. This is day 1 of it, 60 overs in the day's play. So you've got the majority of that. Winning the toss and inserting the opposition to bat. The Ipswich side, they will think that they had the better of today's play.
Yeah, well, obviously Pickwick, the Ipswich team obviously have thrown the most punches and they've got the just rewards. Shotting out ESA Pickwick, as I said, for 128 and finishing at 52 for 3. With the opener still there is very important because he then will come back tomorrow and look to restart and rebuild this partnership that has gone along quite nicely. Lovell obviously has been the rock and the anchor, and Scott has been there just obviously if any loose deliveries looking to score boundaries. But a good day's play for Ipswich and on this first day of this very important intermediate final. You see the Pickwick players there obviously having a discussion about the day's play, where they went wrong or what they've done well or what they can do better coming in from tomorrow. But good crowd, and they spread across the outfield. Obviously, they're not stands here at Weymouth, so people have made their own picnic areas, one would say. And I think they thoroughly enjoyed the day's play. Hopefully, they'll come back tomorrow and maybe over the next two days starting next weekend.
Yeah, like I said, a good crowd there. Some of them just make their exits. We've got a few picnic baskets. The coolers are out, as you can see there. So
it's a cooler there.
Spread out on the vantage points, as I said.
I don't think there are many sandwiches around. It's a lot of liquid. It's been humid there.
Yeah, see this particular man just going in for his ice box now. Definitely not going for a sandwich, like you said.
No, sandwich is not liquid. Anytime sandwich is in liquid, the world is square. But I think it was a very good day's play. Good spectatorship as well. Good support for both teams, which is important. Two community-based teams. We can say that Pickwick also is community-based. Particularly Ipswich, they will be quite happy. Their supporters will be happy now that they've come to a big game and they have not disappointed.
Yeah, so we're just going to take you back from the beginning of the day, Philo. Play got on the way here at 12:30 today. We went to the toss. We saw the Ipswich side, Amcor, Finston and Metalworks Ipswich winning the toss and asking the Pickwick side to bat. What was a bright sunny day. Pitch seems a bit firm. Philo, were you surprised at that decision?
No, I was not surprised at all that Ipswich asked ESA field Pickwick to bat. You have to remember too that in this area here, Robert Street, a lot of rain. They had a lot of rainfall over the last couple of days. So we know that Weymouth is not a quick drying ground. The covers were on, yes, but obviously when you look at it, there was still some early moisture this morning, but the game started at just about after midday. And the ESFV Pickwick players, batters particularly, did not negotiate the early moisture. And Ipswich obviously had the early exchanges. They were on top.
Speaking about those early exchanges, Kevin Bartlett and Javier Waterman opening the batting for the Pickwick side. First man to go was Waterman Caught by Scott off the man Omar Marshall, who picked up 2 early wickets. He got the wicket of Bartlett as well, caught out the wicket for 11. So they found themselves at 21 for 2. A good start for them. Omar Marshall, a player who you knew from Spartan, picking up 2 early scalps.
Yes, obviously continues to play the players straight at Ipswich, and given the opportunity to open the bowling and with some success. It's always important that if you're the opening bowler, mind you, a slow bowler or a medium pace or a fast bowler, you want to take early wickets. So he picking up those 2 wickets would have obviously put Ipswich in a good position to press home the advantage going in later and deeper into the day's play.
Yeah, after 21 for 2, you saw a 57-run partnership between Thaddeus Chase and Jerome Stewart. Chase in particular, he looked good, Philo. He played an impressive knock. 57 from 48 deliveries, 4 fours and 3 sixes before he lost his wicket. Like before wicket to Stefan Holder, the captain. How impressive did he play?
Yeah, he batted well. He played with a lot of assurance, a lot of authority. But unfortunately, he ran out of steam. Gifted his wicket one with say Thaddeus Chase. But when you look at 57 runs, 48 balls again, not batting a lot of balls, but 4 fours and 3 big sixes on this ground. One would have expected him to bat a little deeper to give the ESA Pickwick batting unit a bit more cushion, but that did not happen, and he had to depart LBW to Stefan Holder.
Yeah, not much more to add to the batting. Stewart, who we said he was part of that partnership for 13, Orion Seal 10, and Darnell Grivenage being left not out at 14, the only other double figures contributors. So low score, some 5 extras included in that. Fellow wickets fell in that middle order period pretty regularly. You saw 2 wickets going down at 95. They also saw 102 for 7, 109 for 8, 109 for 9, and then a little bit of a regard partnership for the last wicket, 128 before they were finally dismissed, with Greenwich, like we said, being left not out there on 14.
Yeah, once ESFP Pickwick continued to lose wickets in clusters, and the middle order not really given the partnerships that were needed, they found themselves obviously being bundled out for 128 in just over 35 overs. Holder told me that the average overs that the team's batting intermediate cricket is 35, and he was true to form. So again, a good start, a little period of consolation, but then the heavens opened and everything came tumbling down for ESA for Pickwick to be bundled for 128.
35.2 overs, as you pointed out there, Philo can tell you for the bowling. Omar Marshall, he picked up those 2 wickets in the top of the order, 2 for 35 from his 5. You saw Stefan Holder, the captain, he came in and picked up the big wicket of Chase, 1 for 3 from his 3 overs. Raphael Lovell, he had a marathon spell, 14 overs, 2 maidens, he picked up 2 for 43. But the pick of the bowlers, that man Nico Blackman, the off-spinner from the southern end, 7.4 overs, Philo, 2 maidens, 27 runs, and 5 wickets. He picked up a 5er.
Yeah, if I had a hat, I'll tip it to him. Well bowled to the young man. He operated from the southern end, the off-spinner, and he picked up some 5 wickets at 27 runs. Ball with good control. Obviously, the captain believed in him and continued with him, and he responded in the way in which obviously captain Stefan Holder wanted. And congratulations to him. It is something now that he can look to get better at in the second innings. You would expect more of him, but I thought he really put the brakes on, and he came up trumps today for Ipswich.
Like you said, continued to attack the stumps. He had in that 5-wicket haul, he had 3 batters leg before wicket. He had a cotton bowl, and he had 1 man caught by Raphael Lovell in there. So 5-4, 27, 7.5 overs. Impressive spell, pulling his team really into an excellent position, and then they had the turn in the middle at the crease. Rico Scott, who's still very much there, not out on 26, and Orion Francis, they're entrusted to start the batting for them. And Francis, he was the first to go, leg before wicket to Gerald Gilts, the veteran, for 8.
Yes, obviously a lot of LBW decisions not really being pleasing to the batters. But when the umpire raised the index finger, you have to go. And when you look at it, Francis, the keeper opening the batting after keeping for some 35 overs. One would think a little fatigue would have come in there, but he had to go. He wasn't happy, but he had to depart on 8. And they lost the first wicket, but they did not panic Ipswich.
Yeah, well, they lost 2 other quick wickets after that. You see Nico Blackman, the man with a 5-wicket haul. He came in at number 3. He went leg before wicket to Jerome Stewart for 8. Now, Ron the Best, another veteran, he went leg before wicket to Rashid Edmund for 1. And they found themselves there, Philo, at 31 for 3 and barely staring down the barrel a bit. But then you saw a partnership between this pair of Raphael Lovell and Scott, the opening batters. They've taken them to the close at 52 52 for no further loss.
Yeah, well, obviously, if Lorando Best said the ball hit him high and he's short. He too was LBW, as well as young Nico Blackman, obviously coming high in the order. But at the end of the day, it was Rico Scott and Raphael Lovell who saw the Ipswich side to safety for the closing of the first there at 52 for 3 in 22 overs. We see that the ground staff now is just sprinkling that pitch for tomorrow. So they're going to do as much preparation as they possibly can this evening, and then they'll put the covers on. So it's going to be important tomorrow how quickly those covers come off that pitch to obviously dry out what moisture will be there. But Ipswich will be the team that is sleeping a bit more comfortable this evening.
Yeah, you can see the preparations as we speak. But bowling there for the ESA field Pickwick this afternoon, Philo Gerald just picking up a wicket, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. Jerome Stewart, like I said, the marathon spell, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 15. Thought he was excellent. Captain Rashid Edwin, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 14. Those are the 3 wicket takers. As we said, 52 for 3 at the close after finding themselves at 31 for 3. Like you definitely said, Ipswich will be happier, the 2 teams, at the end of today's play.
Yes, a good bowling effort from the SFE Pickwick bowlers. The seamers only getting 4 overs between them, going for 19 runs, but then it was all down to the spinners. Stuart, a marathon spell, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 15 runs. He picked up 1 wicket. Good control. Could have had another wicket. Obviously, that was a spill catch there at short extra cover by Jilts. And then again, the captain bowling some 8 overs for 14 runs. He picked up a wicket. Maybe he could have picked up a second wicket. Jilts again, the guilty feel of dropping the batter again going to his left. A big drive. But at the end of the day, to me, ESFA Pickwick controlled the scoring of Ipswich. But I like the solidity that is being shown by the 2 batters and gives them a very good platform to come back tomorrow to dictate how they're going to start day 2.
Yeah, so that's it for day 1. Like you said, winning the toss and opting to field first. The Ipswich side just dismissing the ESA field Pickwick side for 126 there, Philo, and then finding themselves in reply at 52 for 3 at the close of today's play. You've had it from us here at Weymouth, the Police Sports Club ground, right here in the heart of Bridgetown. On behalf of our commentators, Wayne Holder, Rashawn Hackett, Philo Wallace, this is Andy Payne, and we're saying good night and goodbye for the final time. See you again tomorrow just before 12:30.